rapport. Merci beaucoup. Tabling of documents. Honorable Président du Conseil de Trésor.
The Honorable Chair of the Treasury Board. On behalf of several organizations and departments, I have the honor of tabling in both official languages the report on Departmental Results Report.
Secretary to the Government House Leader.
Yes, thank you, Mr. Speaker. Pursuant to Standing Order 36(8), I have the honor to table in both official languages the government's response to 4 petitions.
Honourable Parliamentary Secretary to the Minister of Foreign Affairs, Consular Affairs.
Mr. Speaker, pursuant to Section 5 of the Justice for Victims of Corrupt Foreign Officials Act, Sergei Magnitsky Law, I have the honor to table in both official languages copies of the Justice for Victims of Corrupt Foreign Officials regulations, which were made on November 2nd, 2017, and for referral to the Standing Committee on Foreign Affairs and International Development.
Introduction of government bills. Statements by ministers. The Honourable Minister of Public Safety.
Thank you very much, Mr. Speaker. Colleagues, good morning. As you know, the Minister of Veterans Affairs was taken ill this past week, and he deeply regrets not being able to be in the House today for the solemn moments of remembrance which are a characteristic of our Parliament every year at about this time. But the Minister asked me to extend his warmest personal greetings to all MPs today, and especially to all of the veterans whom we have the collective honour and duty to represent, as I say just a few words on behalf of Canada's Minister of Veterans Affairs. Across this country, millions of Canadians will soon be paying heartfelt tribute to veterans, Canadian Armed Forces members, and all the brave women and men who have made the ultimate sacrifice in defence of Canada over our nation's lifetime. Nous savons que notre liberté.
We understand that our freedom, our prosperity, and the opportunities available to all our children exist because of their sacrifices and achievements.
One of the ways Canadians recognize this is by wearing the red poppy in remembrance of those who fell in service. Another is by participating in commemorative events that will be taking place from coast to coast to coast. Canadians are also visiting the Remember Them website and engaging in social media with the Canada Remembers hashtag. Some of us have had the incredibly moving experience of walking close to the footsteps of those who fought and those who died to preserve our rights and freedoms and our open, inclusive, generous, democratic Canadian way of life. It hits you powerfully when you walk up Vimy Ridge and touch that soaring monument, or travel to Hill 70, or into the town of Ypres and under the arches of the Menin Gate, amidst all the names inscribed there of young Canadians who passed that way en route to Passchendaele 100 years ago. A few miles away, but a generation later, there were bitter losses for Canadians at Dieppe 75 years ago in August of 1942. And then our triumphant return to that same town 2 years later, after the landings at Juno Beach and on our way to liberate Holland. On the other side of the world, what Canadian can stand without huge emotion at the top of the steep hill that forms Sai Wan Cemetery in Hong Kong and look down to the South China Sea across the rows of white headstones bedecked with red maple leaf flags? The same emotion overtakes you at the Canadian Memorial Garden, just below the hills northeast of Kapyongan in Korea. And more recently, you can trace the footsteps of brave Canadians through Kosovo and Afghanistan and more than 50 other international missions since Korea, right up to today. Skill, strength, courage, valor, selflessness, love of country, loyalty to comrades, faithfulness, service, sacrifice. These are the qualities that Canadians in uniform have epitomized. En cette année, nous nous souvenons.
And this year, we especially remember the Canadian Corps in Europe in 1917. They faced unimaginable hardships, and they incurred tens of thousands of losses on the Western Front. But they emerged as an elite force, victorious where others could not.
This year, we especially remember the Canadian Corps in Europe in 1917, a century ago. They faced unimaginable hardships and incurred tens of thousands of losses on the Western Front, but emerged as an elite force victorious where others could not. Tomorrow, November the 10th, marks the 100th anniversary of the end of the Battle of Passchendaele. In the ceremony of remembrance in Belgium, a torchlight procession will go from the Canadian Memorial to the Passchendaele Church. Notre collègue, le secrétaire parlementaire,
Our colleague, the Parliamentary Secretary for Veterans Affairs, is there now.
will be there tomorrow, with a Canadian Armed Forces contingent from the same units as fought in that horrific battle. Regimental representatives, the RCMP, actual veterans, youth, Indigenous people, and the band of the Royal 22nd Regiment, the famous Vandues. Canadian pride. Notre gouvernement est déterminé à rendre.
Our government is committed to honoring and commemorating our men and women in uniform from every era and every generation.
We were all very proud to sponsor the 2017 Invictus Games in Toronto for injured, ill, and wounded military members and veterans. Prince Harry was there, and the Prime Minister and the former President and Vice President of the United States and the incumbent First Lady, and thousands of Canadians in the stands to cheer on the vets. These games demonstrated how far the dedication of these wounded warriors truly goes. Yes, they gained something from the camaraderie and the competition at the games, but we all gained so much more from their inspiration to persevere in the face of daunting obstacles. Honoring our women and men in uniform is a privilege. Nous encourageons tous les Canadiens.
We encourage all Canadians to remember and to express gratitude and appreciation for veterans, for the fallen, and for those who continue to serve.
Of Canada's veterans and all those who gave their lives in service. Think of the current members of the Canadian Armed Forces across this country and around the world. Think of men and women from every region of our country, every walk of life, every ethnic and cultural and religious background, from First Nations, Inuit and Métis communities, Francophones and Anglophones. Think of all those who have put service before self. And thank a veteran or a Canadian Armed Forces member when you see them. Ask about their stories and listen carefully to what they have to say. Most important, join the country for 2 minutes of silence at 11 o'clock on November the 11th to honor the memory of all of those who have served. Le plus important, joignez-vous.
Most important, join the country for 2 minutes of silence at 11 o'clock on November 11th to honor the memory of all those who have served.
On Remembrance Day, I'll be in the hockey arena in Regina with the Royal Canadian Legion. The stands will be filled. Soldiers and sailors and air personnel, cadets and Mounties, other police and peace officers and community groups will march in formation. The bands will play, speeches will be given, prayers will be offered, wreaths will be laid, the act of remembrance will be performed. And then at the end, the veterans will parade across the arena floor, some in wheelchairs, some with canes, some on their own. And the entire place will rise, and the applause will be loud and long, following their every step, saying thank you to real-life heroes, and also to those who did not come home. They shall grow not old, as we who are left grow old. Age shall not weary them, nor the years condemn. At the going down of the sun and in the morning, we will remember them. Parce que le Canada se...
Because Canada remembers.
The honourable member for Brantford Brant.
Mr. Speaker, on this, Canada's 150th year as a nation, I rise to honour the men and women who have served our country in uniform, past and present. During Veterans Week and on Remembrance Day, all Canadians are called to express our gratitude and thanks to those who have answered the call of duty to preserve our freedom, human rights, democracy, and rule of law. Their sacrifices have secured and preserved our way of life. We stand on the shoulders of brave, loyal, courageous, heroic men and women who have served in Canada's military. Selflessly around the world in World War I, World War II, South Africa, Korea, Rwanda, Bosnia, the Persian Gulf, Afghanistan, and in peacekeeping missions, Canadian men and women have bravely stood their ground with uncommon courage. 100 years ago, it is said that our nation found itself on the battlefields of the Great War. Ypres, the Somme, Passchendaele, Amiens, and Vimy. Our rock-ribbed, steadfast, determined, and brave troops showed the world what Canada was made of. George Harold Harry Baker, Member of Parliament for the riding of Brome in Quebec, was one of them. Harry was one of 50 members of Parliament and senators who enlisted to serve in the Great War. And Harry was the only one killed. He died in action at Ypres, West Flanders, Belgium, on June the 2nd, 1916. Today and every day since 1920, parliamentarians pass by the bronze statue of George Harold Baker in the foyer just outside the House of Commons, dedicated to one man, personifying a nation's loss and the spirit of those who served. Prime Minister King made these comments at the dedication. I quote, "The statue is personal in character, but is also essentially symbolic. It speaks of Canadians, approximately 600,000 in number, who enlisted for service in the Great War. And above all, of the more than 60,000 who gave their lives as the supreme sacrifice of this nation in the cause of the world's freedom. In my hometown of Brantford, Private Peter Alexander Belfour was killed at Vimy. Described at his memorial as a home-loving man who never sought strife of any kind and did not like war, he enlisted at age 30 and responded to what he believed was his call of duty. He left behind his wife and 2 young children. From 6 nations of the Grand River Territory, 18-year-old Private Isaac Claus, an Indigenous soldier, was killed in the Battle of Passchendaele on December 17, 1917. A telegram announcing the death of her son was delivered to his mother, Mrs. Aaron Claus, at their home at 69 Corners, Ohsweken. These are but 3 of 1.7 million Canadians who have served our country over the last century. In the First and Second World War alone, 116,000 paid the ultimate price, losing their lives. Ordinary Canadians from all walks of life, willing to face the horrors of war, regardless of time or place where they served. This is our collective heritage. Unconditionally and in every respect, our freedom has been won by their blood and sacrifice. Last Sunday, a Remembrance Day service was held at the Mississaugas of the New Credit First Nation, where military members of the territory were honored. Anishinaabe songs and prayers were offered in front of a traditional memorial built as a sacred burial mound. The ceremony included reading the names of 97 Anishinaabe veterans, many who served and paid the ultimate price in the Canadian and American Armed Forces. In closing, Mr. Speaker, I offer a poem read last Sunday and written by Stacey Laforme, Chief of the Mississaugas of the New Credit First Nation. It is engraved on a memorial stone mounted in front of the sacred burial mound. It is called Remember. To all those who have gone before, to all the people who have gone to war, to the men and women who faced death, to those who will never draw breath, to the mothers and fathers whose children gave all, to the husbands and wives whose mate answered the call, to the children who face life on their own, to everyone who talks to the name on a stone. No medal or ribbon can repay what we owe. The parade and applause are not enough, and we know. How to thank someone for everything you have and everything you are. Without you, never could we have accomplished so much or come so far. I want to say thank you, but no words are enough for what you went through. There is one promise I can give, the oath that I shall never break for as long as I live. I will remember that we owe all to you, a person, a people I never knew. I will remember, lest we forget.
The honourable member for London Fanshawe.
Mr. Speaker, it is my privilege to rise in the House today on behalf of New Democrats to honour the bravery and loyalty of the men and women who fought for the freedoms we cherish as Canadians. This week, we remember the service and sacrifice of all those who served. We remember those who put their lives on the line for our country and did not return home. and we remember those who did return but were forever changed. This year is a special year for Canada as we mark 150 years of Confederation. We also, this year, reflect on the anniversaries of significant military events in our history. 100 years ago, 100,000 members of the Canadian Corps took part in the arduous Battle of Passchendaele. In those dark and terrifying days of World War I, the Allied forces launched an attack to take back Passchendaele Ridge in the region of Flanders in Belgium. The battle was long and difficult, and the sacrifices were great. 4,000 Canadian soldiers were killed and almost 12,000 wounded. Canadian soldiers and their families paid a horrendous price for a battle that was later known for the senseless slaughter. All 4 divisions of the Canadian Corps took turns in the assault on the ridge. One battalion, the Princess Patricia Canadian Light Infantry, lost most of its junior officers in the first hour of the assault on October 30th. This year, we also mark the 100th anniversary of Vimy Ridge. Approximately 100,000 Canadian soldiers participated in the battle, fighting valiantly to capture the ridge, marking a strategic turning point for the Allies in the war. The success of the assault is attributable to the careful preparation by the Canadians and the use of the creeping barrage. The precise and timely use of aimed shell fire forced the Germans to take cover, while 15,000 Canadian troops followed behind the barrage and eventually overran and captured enemy positions before the German troops were able to react. The price was heavy. 3,600 Canadians lost their lives and 7,000 were injured. And 75 years ago, in August of 1942, almost 5,000 Canadian soldiers took part in the daring pre-dawn landing at Dieppe, Puy, and Pourville. The raid resulted in heavy losses. More than 900 Canadians lost their lives and nearly 2,000 were taken prisoner. This summer, Canadians had the honour to be in Dieppe along with the Minister, the Staff for Veterans Affairs, and 4 Canadian veterans who landed on that beach 75 years ago. The people of Dieppe, Pourville, Puy, and France have not forgotten the sacrifice of Canadians all those years ago. Our veterans marched proudly along the town promenade to the applause and cheers of the people who remain so grateful to them. And Mr. Speaker, I was taken by the fact that there was a young French soldier, armed in his fatigues. He looked to be about 21, and he wept openly when our veterans passed. These battles left scars on the soldiers, families, and communities, scars that never healed and should never be forgotten. And we should also remember the people on the home front who made incredible and important contributions to the war effort and in support of Canadian troops and personnel. Sadly, many are unknown to us, like the women in Stratford, Ontario, who worked in the rail yard repairing the locomotives and rail cars that took the supplies to the troops at the front during World War II. Most are remembered only in a photograph taken while they labored for the war effort. Men and women continue to serve this country, and we would be remiss if we failed to recognize their contributions, their bravery and valor, including those who served in the Korean War, during the Cold War, in peacekeeping missions around the world, in the war in Afghanistan, and those who serve here at home. We must also recognize those who have served this country with honor despite facing unique challenges to that service, including those from the LGBT community, Indigenous people, and individuals who experienced military sexual trauma. We honor your service and your dedication to Canada. And of course, there are the families of serving members and veterans who welcome home family members forever scarred, and they support and advocate and care for their loved ones. On November the 11th, I invite all the members of this House, as well as all Canadians, to honor the valor, devotion, and loyalty of the men and women who have served Canada. They deserve our ongoing support and gratitude and to be treated with the greatest respect. It's essential that this week's reflections translate to concrete actions for tomorrow. The transition to civilian life can be difficult and can come with great and many challenges. The road to healing is not a seamless one. Thus, we must listen to our veterans and their families to ensure that they receive the support, help, and recognition they need and deserve. We must honor our sacred obligation to these brave men and women. We shall always remember their courage and valor today and every day, and we must make absolutely sure that we have lived up to the obligation we owe them, lest we forget.
Est-ce qu'il y a le consentement unanime?
Is there unanimous consent of the House for the Honourable Member of Terrebonne to add his sentiments? The Honourable Member for Terrebonne. Thank you, Mr. Speaker. Dear colleagues, this weekend we all have the duty to honour those men and women who have fought for their country as we mark Remembrance Day. Duty is a word that comes up often when we talk about our troops who are currently deployed. Soldiers, officers, junior officers, we salute you, and we thank you from the bottom of our hearts for the sacrifices you have made daily, here and abroad. We are proud of you. Your loved ones are proud of you, and Quebec is proud to be represented by you in all four corners of the world. We are forever in your debt, and it is our duty as parliamentarians to remember it. Duty is a word that these men and women understand better than anyone. They who leave behind families and friends to risk their lives in the hope of contributing to making a better world. Duty is a word irremediably heavy for those men and women who did not come back the same from the front. Those whose scars serve as a constant reminder of the trials that they survived, or those who will carry on for the rest of their days with a burden others can only imagine. Duty is also a word that carries an irremediably heavy meaning for the families and the descendants of those who fell on the field of honor. They have paid the heaviest of tributes so that others here and elsewhere may live more gently, humanely, democratically, and with more dignity. Let us never forget the freedom that we enjoy is not a gift, but a legacy. It is a legacy for people like you and I who, every day, every minute, have accepted the possibility that some may lose their lives so that strangers may live their own. I know that in this House, many colleagues are veterans. We, more than anyone, have the duty to never forget the importance of the decisions that are made in this House. We have the duty to never forget that the choices made here affect the lives of our fellow citizens, men and women, whether it be a matter of national defense or any other issue. We who have seen our brothers in arms fall, we who have experienced it and will never be able to erase from our memories, have the duty to keep that torch burning. We have the duty to keep their torch burning and to remind our colleagues and to call them to order if, one day, the least bit of disillusionment were to darken their gaze. If one day, the common good were not the one and only driver of what they do. Because democracy, Mr. Speaker, comes at a high cost, I remember.
Does the House give its unanimous consent to the Honourable Member for Saanich Gulf Islands to add her words? Agreed. The Honourable Member for Saanich Gulf Islands.
Merci, Monsieur le Président.
Thank you, Mr. Speaker. Thank you to all of my colleagues this morning for this moment of remembrance. On Remembrance Day, we will all be in our ridings to spend moments with our communities in order to remember.
As the Honourable Minister for Public Safety has so beautifully conjured for us the event that he will attend in his riding, all of us will be at familiar places, our town centres, our cenotaphs, gathering with our veterans, and as the Minister reminded us, sometimes we notice that someone we saw last year is no longer with us. One of the war veterans and heroes I have the privilege to know in my own community of Sydney is Charles Chick Goodman, who was one of the few Canadians to receive the Medal of Honor from the French government, the French Legion Medal of Honor for his role in D-Day. I just got a note from his wife to say that he's feeling fine, but thinks the march is too much for him this year, and can I meet them later to have a cup of tea at the Naval Club, which I will. Come to know a wonderful gentleman named Ken Curry, who fought at Dieppe. Ken was too young to enroll in the military, lied about his age, and when it came time to be sent overseas, he needed a note from his mother. He went to Dieppe, and as the carnage occurred all around him, he wondered why he'd asked his mother to send that note. So many brave men and women continue to go into dangerous places to protect that community center, that cenotaph, that village, that place that they know. And increasingly, Canadians are called to go to places where the connection between our safety and security at home and the dangerous places they go, whether in Afghanistan or elsewhere, have been more tenuous. My thoughts turn today to Trevor Green, who now lives in Nanaimo. He was the Canadian officer who, in a show of respect in meeting with elders in the Taliban, took off his helmet and was attacked from behind with an axe. Trevor Green struggles every day and fights every day to be able to walk again. He has such enormous courage, and he always says that he wished that when he first enrolled, he would have been able to wear the blue beret. He sees his role as someone who defends Canada as someone who wants to make and keep the peace. So in that spirit, I want to remind us that this building was built after one of the most devastating of wars took so many young lives in the First World War, which was supposed to be the war to end all wars. And in that moment of armistice, the initial thought for this Parliament as it was being rebuilt after the fire was that the central architectural feature, the tower, would be called the War Tower. And then they changed their minds and decided it should be called the Peace Tower. So as we remember and honor all those who fought, who served, who died, who came home shattered, who came home only later to take their own lives, all the horrors of war, we honor those who served. And our prayer is always for that name that's on the central tower of this building. Our prayer is always for peace.
Je remercie l'honorable ministre de Sécurité.
I'd like to thank the Honourable Minister of Public Safety, the Honourable Member for Brantford Brant, the Honourable Member for London Fanshawe, the Honourable Member for Terrebonne, and the Honourable Member for Saanich Gulf Islands for these comments.
Would indulge me, I would like to add a word, although I can only guarantee it'll be far less eloquent than those who have preceded me. On Saturday, I will be here in Ottawa at the National War Monument for the ceremony here, and it'll be the first time that I will not be in my riding at a cenotaph for many, many years. It'll be different, but I will be thinking on that morning of my great uncle from Cape Boyle, Newfoundland, whose name was Private Walter Green. And he served in the First World War, received the Distinguished Conduct Medal after serving at Gallipoli, was injured in France, was out for a year, then went back and was killed in the First World War. And it affected my grandmother, of course, throughout her life. And I never knew him as a result of that. And I say this because, certainly not because I can attach myself to his valor or his self-sacrifice. That would be entirely wrong. But to say that I have admiration, great admiration for what he did and what so many Canadians did in self-sacrifice, and all those Canadians who have served our country, or so many years, pardon me. Back to work. Reports from interparliamentary delegations. Presenting report committees. Honourable Member for St. John's East.
Thank you, Mr. Speaker. Further to motion M39, proposed by the member for Fundy Royal and adopted by this House. I now have the honour to present in both official languages the 14th report from the Standing Committee on Citizenship and Immigration to Atlantic Canada, Moving to the Future. And I would like to thank all members of the committee for their hard work, and all members, especially those from Atlantic Canada, who came to our meetings, observed and participated in the testimony. Conformément à l'article 100.
Pursuant to Standing Order 109, this committee asks the government to table a comprehensive report in response to this report. Introduction of private members' bills. First reading of Senate public bills. Motions. Presentation of presenting petitions.
For South Okanagan, West Kootenay.
Well, thank you, Mr. Speaker. I rise today to present a petition from over 100 young Canadians from my riding of South Okanagan, West Kootenay, and also the adjacent neighbouring riding of Kootenay, Columbia, and that these young Canadians point out that Canada has endorsed the Paris Agreement on climate action. Canada has current greenhouse gas reduction targets that are not consistent with the Paris Agreement. And so they ask the government to take meaningful steps to support the future of young Canadians and fulfill Canada's obligations under the Paris Agreement by adopting a detailed climate change action strategy that includes science-based targets for greenhouse gas reduction with a plan to meet them, including but not limited to eliminating fossil fuel subsidies, implementing a comprehensive and steadily rising national carbon price beyond 2022 that rises to $150 per ton by 2030, and redirecting investments into renewable energy systems, energy efficiency, low-carbon transportation, and job training.
The Honourable Member for Calgary Confederation.
Mr. Speaker, I am pleased to present several petitions today from people in and around Calgary. These petitions were submitted by Dr. Robert Meloff and Dr. Michael Ma. These physicians are concerned about recently proposed tax changes and the impact it will have on their ability to continue to provide quality health care. I have heard from many medical practitioners that are concerned, and many have signed these petitions. The petitioners are asking that the government abandon their proposed tax changes so that Canada's medical community can continue to invest in quality care. Thank you.
The Honourable Member for Algoma, Manitoulin, Kapuskasing.
Merci, Monsieur le Président.
Thank you, Mr. Speaker. I have the pleasure of tabling a petition with for the Minister of Transport. The people who have signed this petition remain concerned because the Algoma Central passenger train has not been restored into service. They are saying that the economic impact on the region is getting worse, and that there is no reliable or safe alternative to get to their properties and businesses. The signatories are calling on the Minister of Transport to commit to helping to put this passenger train back on the rails. The people who have signed this are from Sault Ste. Marie,
ainsi que
as well as from Michigan. Thank you, Mr. Speaker.
The Honourable Member for Renfrew, Nipissing, Pembroke.
Mr. Speaker, I'm pleased to present a petition signed by residents and visitors to the beautiful riding and scenic riding of Renfrew, Nipissing, Pembroke. The petitioners call on the government to ensure that campgrounds with fewer than 5 full-time, year-round employees be recognized and taxed as small businesses.
Here, here.
Yeah, here, absolutely.
Member for London Fanshawe.
Thank you, Mr. Speaker, and I have a petition from a number of Londoners who are concerned and wish to protect the Thames River system. As you will recall, the Conservative government stripped environmental regulations covered in the Navigable Waters Act, leaving hundreds of rivers and streams, lakes, very vulnerable. And in terms of the Thames, it's a very unique heritage river with many species at risk that are found along its banks and in its waters. Now, unfortunately, the Liberal government has failed to keep its promise to reinstate the environmental protections gutted from the original act, and so these petitioners call upon the Government of Canada to support my bill, C-355, which commits the government to prioritizing and protecting the Thames River by amending the Navigable Water Protection Act.
The honourable member for Sarnia Lambton.
Thank you, Mr. Speaker. I'm pleased to present a petition today that is related to the proposed tax changes from the Finance Minister affecting private corporations operating in Canada. And so the list of people from my riding includes doctors, farmers, small businesses, and they're calling on the Minister of Finance to cancel the proposed tax increases and to honour their election promise to lower the overall small business tax rates. Thank you, Mr. Speaker.
Honourable member for Abbotsford-Temiskaming. Thank you very much, Mr. Speaker. I'll be tabling two petitions calling for a pan-Canadian food strategy. Food is fundamental, and unfortunately Canada has no food strategy, and so we're calling on the government to put one in place. It will allow Canadians to remain healthy, to eat fresh local foods, and to benefit from the delicious flavors that our country has to offer. So we're calling on this government to put this national food strategy in place.
Saanich Gulf Islands.
Merci, Monsieur le Président.
Thank you, Mr. Speaker. I have three petitions today, and I will try to present them very quickly and effectively. The first petition is about the protection from sea to sea to sea.
To work with other branches to improve the creation of marine protected areas. The second petition, Mr. Speaker, from many residents of Saanich Gulf Islands calls on the Government of Canada to move forward with a national affordable housing program. They note the plans of the Federation of Canadian Municipalities in this regard. The third petition, Mr. Speaker, calls for a national strategy for environmental education. It also comes from residents throughout Saanich Gulf Islands and asks for those in the House of Commons, although recognizing education is largely provincial, these petitioners see there's a role for a national strategy to encourage environmental education. Thank you, Mr. Speaker.
Honourable member for Sherbrooke. Thank you, Mr. Speaker. I hope that you will all also be indulgent with regard to me. I have three petitions.
It's an electronic petition, and it was signed by 703,086 persons in Canada, all across the country, and they are stating the fact that there is currently no election law at the federal level that allows elected politicians to be removed from Parliament. So they are, the undersigned are calling upon the House of Commons in Parliament of Assemble to pass a bill that allows for recall referendums.
The second petition, Mr. Speaker, concerns a practitioner, Falun Gong, who is in prison, a Canadian citizen. So the petitioners are calling on the Government of Canada to condemn the arrest of this person in China, and they're calling for this person's immediate release because it's a Canadian citizen. And the last petition is signed by hundreds of people in Sherbrooke. It was signed in the summer concerning the fight against tax havens, and they want the government to acknowledge this increasing phenomenon, and they're calling on the government to take concrete actions to fight tax evasion, as we saw with the KPMG affair. Presenting petitions.
Paper, the Honourable Parliamentary Secretary to the Government House Leader.
Yes, thank you, Mr. Speaker. The following questions will be answered today. Question 1189, question 1191, question 1193, question 1197, and question 1208. Furthermore, Mr. Speaker, if the government's responses to questions number question 1188, question 1190, question 1194, and question 1199, as well as starred question number question 1224, could be made orders for return. These returns would be tabled immediately.
Pleasure of the House that the aforementioned questions be made orders for return and that they be tabled immediately. Agreed, and so ordered. The Honourable Parliamentary Secretary.
Yeah, then, thank you, Mr. Speaker. Finally, I would ask that the remaining questions be allowed to stand at this time, please.
Agreed. Agreed, and so ordered. Orders of the day. I wish to inform the House that because of the ministerial statements, government orders will be extended by 32 minutes. Orders of the day.
Orders of the day, government orders, government bills, commons, resuming debate at third reading of Bill C-17, an act to amend the Yukon Environmental and Socio-Economic Assessment Act, and to make a consequential amendment to another act.
Resuming debate, the Honourable Member for Saskatoon-Grasswood.
Thank you, Mr. Speaker. It is my pleasure to rise today to talk about Bill C-17, an act to amend the Yukon Environmental and Socio-Economic Assessment Act, and to make a consequential amendment to another act. To be honest, this bill is regressive. It reverses several positive steps taken by the former Conservative government in Bill S-6. That was done in 2015. It is a poorly conceived piece of legislation which, if passed, will gain votes in southern part of this country at the expense of northern Canada. On October the 3rd, we heard testimony at the Indigenous Affairs Committee from a Mr. Brad Thrall, who is the president of Alexco Resource Corporation. He summed the problem up best, I think, Madam Speaker. He said, "I'm urging deferral of Bill C-17's passage until all affected and interested parties can deliberate, and mutually determine language to preserve the reassessment and timeline provisions currently within the Yukon Environmental and Socio-Economic Assessment Act. Repeal of the reassessment and timeline provisions as anticipated in Bill C-17 without replacement language ready to go will perpetuate economic uncertainty and will negatively impact the competitiveness of Yukon and will diminish economic and social opportunities for all those Yukoners. Why would we want to pass legislation that will diminish economic and social opportunities, especially in the north? The population of Yukon, according to the last census in 2016, was just under 36,000 people. It's a small jurisdiction then. And so you can understand that the benefits and opportunities of one operation can have tremendous benefits for First Nation and all Yukon residents in terms of tax dollars, in terms of health care, in terms of education, employment, and benefit agreements. The mining industry contributes 20% of Yukon's GDP, and Bill C-17 would immediately increase the regulatory burden on proponents. It would slow down the review process by increasing the number of projects that need to be reviewed and removing the timeline for approval. Mining representatives testified that over the past 8 years, the time period required to deem our project proposals adequate was increased more than 5-fold. Removing the timelines put in by the former Conservative government will damage proponent and industry confidence in the regulatory regime and cause companies to take their investment elsewhere. And it's already happening, Madam Speaker, in this country. The Prospectors and Developers Association told us they have definitely seen a decline in investment in Canada the past 2 years. And if you don't believe me, just look at what Shell did with the Carmen Creek project in Alberta. It was an investment roughly of $2 billion. Shell sold the assets in Carmen Creek while going to Europe citing a more stable investment regime in that country and that area compared to one in Canada. This was a major opportunity lost not only for the people of Alberta, but for the people of Canada and the people of Northern Alberta. Mr. Thrall went on to testify at our committee on October the 3rd that the current legislation allows proponents of certain projects to apply to decision body, usually Yukon or First Nation governments under Section 49.1, to allow the project to proceed without the need for reassessment. This allows previously assessed projects to proceed to the authorizing process without duplication. As we all know, the reality of mining is that during the process, new or extensions to existing ore bodies may be identified, and these discoveries may require slight modifications to mine operating plans under the current legislation. While these modifications would generally not require a complete project-wide reassessment. However, if this bill, C-17, is passed, they would, even though there is no significant environmental or socio-economic impact and no change in the production stream. Mr. Thrall went on, and he continued on October the 3rd, on the environmental side of our business, we are required to go back through an entire environmental assessment to maintain a water license to extend the operating period for various water treatment facilities. Now, ironically, these same facilities were mitigating historic environmental liability, but this simple extension required 134 days of YESIP's time to assess the entire project yet again. So please understand that we firmly support a rigorous environmental assessment process for the Yukon. For new projects, when fundamental changes are made to existing projects, however, small changes to a mine plan or environmental facilities should not require back to square one assessment. If set back to the previous legislation, uncertainty will prevail. And investment, the jobs, the benefits, and the opportunity for residents and communities will then be compromised. This is just another example of the Liberals making promises without thinking of consequences. The Liberals could have worked to find a solution addressing everyone's concerns rather than rushing forward and choosing to handicap the Yukon's development for years to come, possibly even decades. Then we had Mr. Jonas Smith, the project manager, Yukon Producers Group, and he gave a compelling testimony to our Indigenous Affairs Committee on October the 3rd of this year. His focus was on the matters of reassessment. Mr. Smith explained the burden which will be placed on industry, municipalities, and all Yukoners by Bill C-17. He told us the absence of a reassessment provision will not only negatively affect proponents, but places a strain on the financial and human resources of publicly funded assessors and governments as well. Another very recent example from a Yukon mine ramping up to production revealed that in the last few months, when the Bill C-17 has been making its way through Parliament, the company was once again subjected to an expensive, time-consuming, ultimately unnecessary reassessment. In this case, YESIP ultimately determined that reassessment and any further mitigation beyond the original assessment were not required. Yet, despite this relatively favorable outcome, the process that led to it still consumed considerable resources from the company and YESIP's assessment office. More delays. It resulted in a missed season of work for that company up north, where those financial and even human resources could have been put to far better use, employing the citizens of the affected First Nations and the community where it operates. As I mentioned previously, since Section 49.1 was enacted in 2015, over 100 projects have applied for exemption from reassessment. These were not only mining proponents, but municipalities as well. The City of Whitehorse, a major employer to the territory's capital, received this determination under Section 49.1 for one of its permanent renewals. The project had been assessed once by YESIP back in 2013. Now, since that time, only changes in relation to the project were minor and regulatory in nature, but there has been no significant changes to the project, and therefore an assessment really was not required. It has been suggested, given the number of Yukon's economic sectors that have benefited from this reassessment provision, including industry and municipalities, that removing it before its replacement is in position is like ripping the roof off your house before deciding what to replace it with, and leaving, in this case, the Yukoners out in the cold for the rain and the snow in the process. Well, Yukon's mining industry is modern, it's responsible, it's innovative. It is a partner at the forefront of research and relationships that balance economic, social, cultural, and environmental values. And it and its supporting service and the supply companies are our territory's largest private sector employers. It contributes, like I mentioned, Madam Speaker, 20% of the GDP, a significant number in a small developing jurisdiction of just under 36,000, otherwise dominated by the public sector. The mineral industry is committed to working with all orders of government to provide opportunities that allow Yukoners to grow up in the territory, to study, to train in the territory, to pursue rewarding and well-paying private sector jobs and careers. In closing, Mr. Smith added on that October 3rd meeting, in conclusion, he said, Madam Chair and two committee members, the Yukon Producers Group proposes that a committee of interested and affected government and industry parties be struck to work on the replacement for the reassessment and the timeline provisions and provide its recommendations for this replacement before the bill C-17 receives royal assent. If replacement provisions are not in place beforehand, industry, municipalities, and all Yukoners will suffer. Mr. Burke, the president of the Yukon Chamber of Mines, told us the following on October the 3rd. I would like to draw your attention to Minister Bennett's commitment in a letter to the Yukon Chamber of Mines, which was dated July 6th of this year. Once amendments to Bill C-17 have been made, the department then is willing to work with Yukon First Nations, the government of Yukon, and stakeholders such as your organization to review these issues in order to identify possible short-term administrative or even long-term legislative solutions. Well, we appreciate that commitment. However, it is imperative that all orders of government work to undertake and implement solutions to these issues in advance of the passage of Bill C-17 to ensure continuity for all parties involved. The time to start this work is already in the past. Our concerns for the future of business have been shared with all levels of government. We strongly urge you to begin this work and establish a timeline to report progress on this front. Mr. Burke went on to tell us on that meeting on October the 3rd here that the Yukon Chamber of Mines and our membership support the need for a robust environmental review process. We represent a science-based industry composed of geologists, composed of engineers, tradespeople, and other professional and non-professional occupants. And this has made and will continue to make significant investments in reducing the impact of our business has on the environment. We do not want to save money at the expense of the environment. This is a myth. So let's talk about this again. We do not want to save money at the expense of the environment. That is a myth. We are at the forefront of reconciliation, and we invest in the backyards of Yukon First Nations. We are at the forefront of reconciliation as we partner with Yukon First Nations and provide economic opportunities where, in many cases, as we know, few other opportunities exist in the private sector in this country. We support the passage of Bill C-17 in order to reconcile with Yukon's First Nations. We urge the federal government to immediately engage with the First Nation governments and the Yukon government to find short-term administrative, or as I mentioned, long-term legislative solutions to the impact of the removal of the reassessment and the timeline contained in the Bill C-17. The impact of the Bill C-17 without addressing these concerns will have a serious negative impact on investment, mining, and exploration projects in the Yukon. The Yukon Chamber of Mines urges that this work be undertaken to implement solutions to these in advance of the passage of the Bill 17 to ensure continuity for all those parties involved. The government has claimed that all stakeholders are 100% behind Bill C-17. Well, that's simply not true, Madam Speaker. The support was not an unconditional rubber stamp. In fact, the support is contingent on what has been promised by the now Minister of Indigenous Affairs and Northern Relations. They emphatically told the committee, and I will quote, "The federal and territorial governments must work immediately with First Nation governments to address the concerns and risks associated with the removal of the provisions addressing the reassessment and timelines from the Act." I will reiterate the commitment the minister made to the Yukon Chamber of Mines when she was up there in July. She wrote, "Once amendments to Bill C-17 have been made, the department then is willing to work with Yukon's First Nations, the government of Yukon, and stakeholders such as your organization to review these issues in an order to identify possible short-term administrative or long-term legislative solutions." I hope the minister is listening to what stakeholders are telling her. We had 3 excellent people that came to our meeting on October the 3rd to address this situation. But you know what? That was back in July when the minister addressed these concerns in the Yukon. So now we're into November. The months have passed. All stakeholders, including Yukon First Nations, are ready to collaborate to ensure the regulations have something in place to address these major concerns. But the minister's office, how surprising, remains silent. Madam Speaker, it's imperative that the minister follow through on her commitment that she made in July and do so very quickly. Bob McLeod, who is the Premier of Northwest Territories, told the Arctic Circle Assembly on October 13th, a month ago, the people of the Arctic want what everyone else wants. They want good jobs, Madam Speaker. They want a good standard of living. They want to be healthy. They want to be educated. And most of all, they want a sustainable future for themselves and for their families, based on their own vision and their own priorities. Thank you, Madam Speaker.
Questions and comments? Questions et commentaires. The Honourable Member for Prince Albert.
Well, thank you, Madam Speaker. You know, Madam Speaker, I am a very lucky person. I get to represent the great riding of Prince Albert that used to be held by the former Prime Minister Diefenbaker, who had a great respect for the North, who actually looked at the North as opportunities and brought the North into Canada. Then I also had the privilege to serve under Prime Minister Harper, who also looked at the North as an opportunity and looked at its potential and its people and said, how do we include them in Canada, make them part of the process? And I look forward in 2019 to kicking the Liberals out of office and sitting with Prime Minister Scheer, so that he can actually do the same thing as Prime Minister Diefenbaker and Prime Minister Harper.
I just want to remind the member that he can't mention names of sitting members or sitting leaders in the House.
I do apologize.
The honourable member.
But I do look forward to a new Conservative Prime Minister in 2019 so that we can address all the mistakes that this government here has passed on to the Canadian people. You know, Madam Speaker, I just think of all the election promises we've seen from this government. Sunny ways, open, transparent government, keeping their promises, doing things differently, supposedly. Well, they are doing things differently, Madam Speaker. We can just look at the committees. They've used 50 adjournment of motions procedures. Conservative governments never ever did that. So I asked my member, my colleague, as he talks about the North and the advantages of the North, as he looks at what they want and heard in committee what they were asking for, has this government actually done the proper consultations to bring forward a piece of legislation such as this? Have they actually done the work, or are they just doing what they want to do like they've always done in the past?
The honourable member for Saskatoon Grasswood.
Thank you, Madam Speaker. I think it's obvious the Liberals have had 2 years right now, and we're still going on to bring a fairly simple piece of legislation. So this bill, C-17, the North is crying. They want in. You know, the reassessments that they're going through up there is just simply ridiculous. They start a project, they may find, as you know in mining, there's opportunities up there. When you start drilling, you might want to go in a different direction. So instead of getting it assessed at that point and moving on, they have to get everything else reassessed from square one. We heard this from the stakeholders. This is a regressive situation that they're going through. Jonas Smith, Brad Thale, and Mike Burke talked about that in committee on October the 3rd. There is nowhere else in this world that this would happen where you start over from square one. You might have a project you're a year in or 18 months in, and you want to extend a situation, but you got to start all over again. And it's human resources. We heard in my testimony, they lost a whole year up there, a whole year of employment, a whole year of economic benefit for an area in this country that desperately needs it right now.
And comments. The Honourable Parliamentary Secretary to the President of the Treasury Board.
Well, thank you very much, Madam Speaker. And I appreciate the comments of my colleague opposite, but it just reminds me of the previous Conservative government's gutting of environmental regulations, from environmental assessments to the Fisheries Act and on, the Navigable Waters Protection Act. And so to the member, does he believe that the economy and the environment go hand in hand, or does he believe that it's all right to only consult the economic stakeholders and make changes that move the dial away from environmental protection having a role in how government regulates in this country?
Before I recognize the member, I just want to remind the member from Prince Albert to ensure he indicated how long he's been in the House, and he knows what the rules are. And when he was speaking, he had the privilege of having individuals listen to him without being interrupted, and I would expect the same respect when other people are actually speaking. So the honourable member for Saskatoon Grasswoods.
It's an interesting question, Madam Speaker. It's interesting because on October the 3rd, as I was talking about when we had these 3 business people from the Yukon talk about the environment up there, it's a myth. They're well ahead of the current government. You know, mining industry in this country is innovative. They care about the environment. They want to start relationships with First Nations and government. As I said in my speech, it's all a myth. These companies are well ahead of the government that's well behind. But I will say this. Yesterday was one of the darkest days in the province that I represent in Saskatchewan. Cameco, one of the greatest companies in my province, was forced to lay off 845 workers from northern Saskatchewan. Why? Because of commodity prices. Cameco has been a strength for Indigenous voices in my province. They didn't want to do this, Madam Speaker, but they were forced to. And they're going to start the layoffs in January, hopefully bring them back in 10 months' time. These are the very people in our country that we want to help, Indigenous voices. And yet one of the major employers of my province yesterday was forced to lay off 845 of these people. They're decimated at MacArthur River and you know, Key Lake. Madam Speaker, we got to work with companies. Companies have got to work with governments. We understand that. But employment in areas of northern Saskatchewan, in the territories and in the Yukon is important if we're going to move our economic base forward in this country.
Questions and comments? Questions et commentaires? L'honorable député.
The Honourable Member for Salaberry-sur-Roi. Thank you very much, Madam Speaker. I'm very disappointed that the Conservatives are opposed to C-17 because this would allow Indigenous communities in the Yukon to have decision-making power and autonomy. When S6 was tabled, it was questioned and even challenged, and it's before the courts. Indigenous communities decided to press the pause button on that challenge in order to see what would happen with C-17, because they support C-17, even though there are still measures that need to be taken in order to ensure that the rights of Indigenous peoples are respected. So it's rather difficult to understand why the Conservatives are against this bill when it's what the Indigenous peoples in the Yukon want. And it's been stated over and over again in this House that relations between Indigenous peoples and non-Indigenous peoples have to improve, and there has to be a nation-to-nation relationship. And the Conservatives seem to be against this. I don't understand why we can't respect this relationship in this House.
Grasswood.
Thank you, Madam Speaker. Well, simply put, in my speech, I talked about a project that was started that should have been in operation, that wasn't in operation because of the reassessment that is going on. They start a project, they could get people in the north employed, and now they want to reassess from square one. So now we've lost a whole year of up north of mining. We've lost, the company has put hundreds of thousands of dollars into human resources. The economic spin-off from up north has been lost for that year or 18 months. Why would we support this, the revision to Bill C-17? We want to get people working in this country. This addresses that. Exemption of project from reassessment when the authorization is renewed or amended unless there has been a significant change to the project. A significant change. Some of these are not very significant, so we can continue on and people can continue to work. But if we got to start over from square one, that's ridiculous. It totally is. And the economics of the Yukon in this case, and First Nations up there, are the ones that are suffering.
A brief question. Questions et commentaires. The Honourable Parliamentary Secretary to the Government House Leader.
Yes, thank you, Madam Speaker. I disagree with much of what the member across the way is saying, trying to give an impression that is just not true on a number of accounts. I know she said brief, Madam Speaker, so let me be very brief. We have seen prosperity in all regions of the country. It's a government that truly cares. It's unfortunate whenever there is a layoff of any nature. We try to do whatever we can to improve the conditions so that we all have a better way of moving forward, Madam Speaker. My question to the member is, would he not at the very least acknowledge that we have seen substantial growth, over right around 500,000 jobs that have been created in all regions of our country, and that, I believe, is a good indication of the policy in investing in Canada's middle class. Will you not acknowledge that?
I have to give time for the member to respond. The Honourable Member for Saskatoon Grassroot, in 30 seconds, please.
Thank you, Madam Speaker. We have an unemployment rate of nearly 10% in the province of Alberta. We have mines in my province, as I've just mentioned, the two mines with 845 people laid off. We had an opportunity now in this mine situation, Alexco, in the Yukon, to hire people, and they can't do that. So, you know, it might be rosy in some areas of this country, and I accept that, but other areas of this country are not doing so well, namely Saskatchewan, Alberta, and northern Canada.
Resuming debate. Reprise de débat. The Honourable Parliamentary Secretary to the President of the Treasury Board? No? Change the mind. Resuming debate on C-17. Is the House ready for the question? The question is as follows. Ms. Bennett, seconded by Mr. O'Regan, move that Bill C-17, an act to amend the Yukon Environmental and Socio-Economic Assessment Act, and to make a consequential amendment to another act, be now read a third time and do pass.
It is the pleasure of the House to adopt the motion.
On division? I declare the motion carried on division. Orders of the day.
Third reading of this bill, troisième lecture de ce projet de loi.
Orders of the day. Ordre du jour.
Orders of the day, government orders, government bills, commons. Resuming debate on motions in Group 1 of Bill, report stage of Bill C-45 regarding the Cannabis Act.
Oui. Je vais juste voir d'où ce que je suis, là. Je peux pas voir. The resuming debate, reprise de débat. The honourable member for Coquitlam, Port Coquitlam.
Thank you, Madam Speaker. I'm pleased to rise today to speak in support of Bill C-45, an act respecting cannabis and to amend the Controlled Drugs and Substances Act, the Criminal Code, and other acts. I think all members will agree that protecting the health and safety of Canadians is a key priority for all orders of government in Canada. With this in mind, on April 13th, 2017, Bill C-45 was introduced in this House. Its goal is the creation of a strict national framework for controlling the production, distribution, sale, and possession of cannabis in Canada. The bill would provide legal access to cannabis where adults could obtain it through an appropriate legal framework, sourced from a strictly regulated industry or by growing it safely and in limited amounts at home. Le projet de loi établirait également.
The bill would also establish controls to protect youth, including prohibition from selling cannabis anyone under 18 years of age, as well as restrictions on marketing and other promotional activities that target youth.
Growers and manufacturers of cannabis would require a federal license and be subject to strict oversight regime intended to control product safety and quality and to prevent diversion to the illegal market. The effective oversight and control of cannabis cannot be achieved through working in isolation from our partners in the provinces, territories, and municipalities. From the outset, our government has been clear that the control and regulation of cannabis requires a pan-Canadian approach involving all orders of government at all stages of development and implementation. This reality is reflected in the important role that our provincial and territorial partners played in the work of the Task Force on cannabis legalization and regulation. The task force was established in June 2016 with a mandate to provide advice to the federal government on how to legalize, strictly regulate, and restrict access to cannabis. Input from the provinces and territories, as well as from Indigenous communities, was essential to the successful work of the task force. The provinces and territories nominated experts to serve on the task force and made suggestions as to who should be consulted. They met, these individuals met with the task force and shared their views on cannabis legalization and regulation, and how best to achieve our shared objectives of better protecting public health and safety. Il ne devrait pas être étonnant que
It should not be surprising that the provincial and territorial advice has helped to develop many provisions of Bill C-45.
Consistent with the task force report, Bill C-45 proposes a shared framework for the control and regulation of cannabis that would require ongoing federal, provincial, and territorial collaboration. The bill sets out clear controls and standards around cannabis and provides flexibility for each government to work within their own jurisdictional authority and experience. Those who are best placed to implement each aspect of the framework would do so. At this time, I would like to explain how the various roles and responsibilities would be shared between our governments, beginning with the federal role. Bill C-45 proposes that the federal government would be responsible for establishing and maintaining a national framework for regulating the production of cannabis, setting standards for health and safety, and establishing criminal prohibitions. This would include establishing restrictions on adult access to cannabis and establishing serious criminal penalties for those operating outside of the legal system. Creating rules to limit how cannabis or cannabis accessories could be promoted, packaged, labeled, and displayed that would be in line with the rules in place for tobacco products. Instituting a federal licensing regime for cannabis production that would draw on lessons learned from the current system for access to cannabis for medical purposes. Establishing industry-wide rules and standards for example, serving sizes or potency limits, as well as the tracking of cannabis to prevent diversion to the illegal market. Creating minimum federal conditions to provide a national framework to protect public health and public safety, and enforcing cannabis importation and exportation prohibitions at the border except when legally authorized. En même temps, le projet de loi.
At the same time, Bill C-45 recognizes that the provinces and territories, as well as municipalities, have an important role to play in the new system.
The legislation would respect that provinces and territories, together with municipalities, have the authority to tailor certain rules in their own jurisdictions and enforce them through a range of tools, including administrative sanctions. Consistent with the recommendations from the task force, the provinces and territories working with municipalities would be able to establish rules around where cannabis-based businesses could be located within a community and also where cannabis could be consumed in public. Provinces and territories could also set additional requirements to address issues of local concern. For example, provincial and territorial legislatures would have the authority to set a higher minimum age for cannabis possession. Provinces and territories could also set more restrictive limits on possession or personal cultivation, including lowering the number of plants or restricting where they may be cultivated. Thus, Bill C-45 is drafted in such a way as to provide the provinces and territories with the ability to establish stricter rules under their own authorities. We are pleased to see that the provinces and territories are already taking action to prepare for legalization and regulation of cannabis. From coast to coast to coast, provinces and territories are continuing the conversation with Canadians about how best to regulate the sale and distribution of cannabis in their towns, cities, and communities. While provinces and territories will decide on a system that responds to their particular circumstances, it is clear that all jurisdictions share our government's responsibilities. Keeping cannabis out of the hands of youth and shutting out organized crime and protecting public health and safety. This is true for all orders of government. Thank you, Madam Speaker.
Questions and comments? Questions et commentaires, l'honorable député, the honorable.
Thank you, Madam Speaker, and thank you to my colleague across the way there from Coquitlam, Port Coquitlam, and having served with him on the Committee of Justice and Human Rights, and being together with him one of the only two non-lawyers on the committee, I know that he's a very common sense and practical kind of person. And so my question to him would be on this legislation here. Does the legislation really meet the objectives that the Liberals have stated it is, and that's to minimize the access that youth will have to cannabis? Does allowing every household in Canada to have 4 mature marijuana plants in there, does he really believe that this will minimize the exposure that youth have and the access that they have to cannabis?
The honourable member for Coquitlam, Port Coquitlam.
I thank the honourable member from Provincial for his question. And I also appreciate serving on the Justice and Human Rights Committee with him. Yes, in answer to his question, will it serve the needs of protecting Canadians, protecting youth? Absolutely. It also recognizes the role of parental responsibility in their own households. In the same way that parents and adults in a household now protect their children from access to alcohol that may be widely present in the home. If there is cannabis present in the home, if they are growing cannabis in the home or whatever, it still is part of parental responsibility to maintain control of that, in a responsible way, as they look after their children, as they will do throughout their lives. Thank you.
And comments, the honourable member for Kootenay, Columbia.
Thank you, Madam Speaker. And I'd like to thank my colleague from Coquitlam, Port Coquitlam, for his speech. I lived in Lincoln Park and Port Coquitlam for 10 years and know how important this issue, I still have friends that live there, is to the people of Port Coquitlam. In my own riding, I held a town hall about a year ago, and 3,300 people stayed on the phone for an hour to learn about this initiative and, of course, to express some of their concerns. And about a year ago, I met with the Canadian Nurses Association and asked one of the nurses there, so what do you think about legalization of marijuana and some of the concerns? I appreciate that the member talked first and foremost about safety. And she said, well, I can tell you this, that in Colorado, where marijuana has now been legal for a couple of years, she has a friend that works in emergency rooms in a hospital in Colorado. And this friend of hers said the number one thing bringing people through the doors now of emergency rooms in Colorado is related to marijuana, either from impaired accidents, both automobile and otherwise, and paranoia from combining mental health prescription drugs with marijuana. And so I would like to ask the member, do you feel comfortable that the proposal you have forward will actually keep Canadians safe?
I just want to remind the member that he's to address the question to the chair and not to the individual member. The honourable member for Coquitlam, Port Coquitlam.
Thank you, Madam Chair, and I thank the member for his question. Yes, this legislation will keep Canadians safe in many respects, in many ways. For example, currently, marijuana is very widely used among our youth. Canada has one of the highest per capita rates of marijuana use among youth than any developed country. The problem with that is that the marijuana they're getting is from an unknown source of unknown potency and unknown quality. And it also it puts them into contact with the black market, which is a gateway to many, many other serious drugs and serious substances. So by providing a controlled source of qualified, of marijuana that its provenance, its potency, and its purity is known, will help that situation, but it will also provide a way for people to buy and sell it legally, controlled in the same way that tobacco is, in a similar way as tobacco is, which the biggest effort to keep children out of using marijuana is going to be around education, not by prohibition, and not by threatening them with some sort of criminal prohibition. devolves upon all the adults in the equation to look after the children, to keep them educated, to advise them of the dangers of this substance.
Time is up. Resuming debate, reprise de débat, l'honorable député de Mégantic-Lérable.
The honourable member for Mégantic-Lérable. Thank you very much, Madam Speaker. One thing I've noticed is that I don't feel a lot of passion on the side of my government colleagues when it's time to talk about Bill C-45 to legalize marijuana. There are a lot of people who are just reading prepared speeches and don't really seem to believe in what they're saying. Living in a rural region, living in a community that is very worried about what's happening in Canada for the first time in its history, I can tell you that I cannot sincerely, honestly conceive that in their hearts, the people on the other side are pleased to be proceeding with Bill C-45, Madam Speaker. I'm not the only one who's saying this. The opposition is very strong in my riding. It is also strong on the side of police organizations and municipalities, provincial governments who are being imposed this legislation, as well as the illogical agenda of the government when it comes to Bill C-45. Doctors, psychiatrists, scientists, leaders all over the country. And before doing this speech, I asked some of my citizens to tell me about their point of view on C-45. Here's a few of the comments that I received. I'm no longer from the region, but I am 200% against. We prevent people from smoking cigarettes everywhere, but people are really going to complain when pot stinks a lot more. Legalizing this drug, what an idea. Another comment, Madam Speaker. We already have trouble managing drunk driving, and now we're going to add another problem on the roads with this legalization. The rate of accidents on the roads has increased in other countries where cannabis was legalized. Surely we will not be an exception. I'm not the one who's saying this. Another, 100% against. I see the ravages that drugs have, and it's not pretty. This can also lead to harder drugs. Consumers will say, it's not a bad thing, it's illegal, this is a dangerous idea for our youth, end quote. Do you want more? Politicians don't seem to have sufficiently consulted experts on this subject, and they are already having trouble providing mental health care. How are they going to manage when the consumption of this drug may lead to more depression among the general population? That's very worrisome for the future. End of quote. Madam Speaker, if the process had been done correctly, these individuals would not be so worried. If it was to really meet a need in the general public, these individuals would have the answers to their questions and they would not be so concerned about the effects of legalization of cannabis and their impact on the roads, on youth. This youth that they claim to be wanting to help by legalizing marijuana. Not long ago, I heard a comment, Madam Speaker, saying that these young people, because of the legalization effect, will feel perhaps much more attracted to marijuana because it's just going to seem normal. And I'm trying not to get emotional with regards to this file, but it's very hard for me, I must admit. Madam Speaker, July 1st, 2018 is in 9 months. In Ontario, a deputy commissioner confirmed before the Health Committee that training for police officers will require more time and more resources. Two things that are currently lacking, Madam Speaker. This is how he described the chances that police will be ready for July 1st, 2018. He said it's impossible. He also added that the damage that could be done between the law going into effect and the ability of the police to apply it means that we're going to encounter a seriously difficult situation. This is a message that was repeated The Canadian Association of Chiefs of Police testified before the Justice Committee. Will we be able to meet the objectives of public safety that Canadians expect of us? As was only 10 months away from the deadline, let me put this into perspective. There are 65,000 police officers in Canada that need to be trained to correctly understand the bill once it passes. For most of them, provincial governments are still trying to figure out regulations and implementation, and it's going to have a direct impact on law enforcement activities. Honestly, we do not currently have the capacity necessary to meet the great needs for training.
Madam Speaker, the police forces themselves are saying it. Why are the Liberals so hell-bent on pushing this act through? What are they hiding? What are they hiding? Why are they in such a hurry? Who do they need to be accountable to? It should be to Canadians. It should be to the police forces. It should be to psychiatrists, physicians. Who is this government trying to pander to with going so quickly with this cannabis bill? Madam Speaker, the impact on youth is tremendous, and I have a lot of testimony to that effect. The government claims one thing, and it is totally false. The impact on young people when they are allowed to consume cannabis at an age of less than 25 has been proven that there are permanent and lasting effects that can be very, very harmful for their mental health, for the development of their brains. I'm not going to start quoting scientists and studies that have been done because there are too many, Madam Speaker. But what I take away from all this is that if the government goes forward with this, then on July 1st, 2018, Canada will change. Canadian society will change. The Liberal government and all Liberal members are going to wear this, Madam Speaker. The member for Compton-Stanstead, the member for Shefford, the member for Saint-Maurice-Champlain, the member for Quebec, the member for Lac-Saint-Jean, the member for Argenteuil, La Petite Nation, the member for Gaspésie, les Îles de la Madeleine, the member for Chicoutimi-Le-Fjord, the member for Louis-Hébert, the member for Avignon, Métis, Le Matin, the member for Bon-Missisquoi, the member for Saint-Jean, and so on, and so on, and so on, Madam Speaker. All of those members will wear the responsibility for what is going to happen after July 1st, 2018, Madam Speaker. It will be their fault. Madam Speaker, they still have the opportunity to get things right. But if they continue to try to ram C-45 through and impose it on Canadians, then after July 1st, 2018, it'll be too late. The police forces have said they won't be able to turn the clock back. The damage will happen. And that is where this government is heading. That is where this government is bringing our society to, and that is where this government is bringing Canada to after July 1st, 2018. It'll go down in history books, Madam Speaker. There was a before July 1st, 2018, and now there will be an after July 1st, 2018. That is the reality, Madam Speaker, and that is what we need to fight at all costs. And I hope that the members that I named and all the other ones, like the member for Pontiac, the member for Pierrefonds-Dollard, the member for Dorval-Lachine-LaSalle, the member for Bourassa, the member for Laval-les-Îles, I hope that they will finally understand before the irreparable occurs. We're at a tipping point. Individually, the members of the Liberal government must take their responsibilities with regard to their fellow citizens, the young people in their riding, with regard to Canada as a whole. Madam Speaker, I see that the member, just wait, I don't want to get this wrong. I believe it's the member for Scarborough. I believe, regularly, he defends the Liberal government's agenda on cannabis, this reckless and irresponsible agenda that they will put into place after July 1st, 2018, I invite him. He should come to our ridings. He should come to talk to our police chiefs and our young people so that they understand that July 1st is too early. Canada is not ready to deal with this change. Madam Speaker, I prefer the Canada before July 1st, 2018 than the Liberal Canada after July 1st, 2018. Thank you, Madam Speaker.
Questions and comments. The Honourable Parliamentary Secretary to the Minister of Justice and Attorney General.
Thank you very much, Madam Speaker, and I thank the member for his comments and also for his invitation to come to his riding and to give them the facts, to give them information, not to cause fear, but to help them be better informed. And I found intriguing, Madam Speaker, the member's comment that he prefers the situation as it currently exists. Now, let's be clear what that situation is. Today, we have the highest rates of cannabis use among our children of any country in the world. The member apparently prefers that. The current supply of cannabis that's being sold to our children comes from organized crime. They make billions of dollars from that. The member prefers that. And I'm just curious, Madam Speaker, does the member not see that by the imposition of a strict regulatory regime around the production and the distribution of cannabis, we have an opportunity to do a better job of protecting our kids, a better job of making our communities safe, displacing organized crime from this business. And so the current situation, which quite frankly I find unacceptable, but the member opposite laments its passing, I'd like him to make an observation on why the current situation is his preferred environment.
The Honourable Member for Mégantic-L'Érable. Madam Speaker, we are using facts. Look at what happened in Colorado. They legalized cannabis and now consumption has gone up. That's a fact. And that is why I prefer the situation prior to July 1st, 2018 than after. And I might remind the member for Scarborough Southwest that he himself was a police chief, highly respected, Madam Speaker. His colleagues say that they will not be ready for July 1st, 2018.
This officials tells MPs they won't be ready for legal cannabis. Ça, c'est la réalité.
That's the reality, Madam Speaker. Those are the facts. And I'm sick and tired of hearing them tell us the opposite. In my riding, in my high schools, it is not true that there are more consumers than people who don't smoke. That's not true. There are many fewer people who consume cannabis these days, but unfortunately, with the legalization and normalization of cannabis, the opposite is going to happen. More and more people will consume cannabis. That's what's going to happen. Questions and comments? The Honourable Member for Trois-Rivières. Thank you, Madam Speaker. And I'd like to thank my colleague from Mégantic-L'Érable for his speech. Now, there's one particular point that I found very interesting. When he held the Liberal government responsible for all of this, but it seems to me that in this Parliament, we were all elected as legislators. So this is a botched bill, obviously, but I can't understand why my colleague as a Conservative is going to wear this responsibility, whereas his party proposed 0 amendments to this bill. Not even an amendment to delay the coming into force of this bungled bill. And in my colleague's speech, I shared some of his concerns that are being experienced by the people in his riding, because we see it in many ridings, the exact same thing. But why, then, did the Conservatives not move any amendments to this bill that is such a botched one? The Honourable Member for Mégantic-L'Érable. Madam Speaker, when an apple is rotten, you don't cut it into pieces to try to cut out the bad pieces. You just throw the whole thing out. That's what should be done.
Questions et commentaires on the top of...
Questions and comments. We have time for a very brief question.
Sarnia Lambton.
Thank you, Madam Speaker,
Very
and I'd
brief.
like to thank my colleague for his speech. This government is continually saying that this bill will keep cannabis out of the hands of our children, but we can see that that's not true, and the provinces disagree. I see that the New Brunswick Health Minister just came out with some added provisions to try to protect children home grow. I see Saskatchewan advocates looking for more things, but this bill in Section 8C allows children 12 to 17 to have up to 5 grams. Could the member share the experience in Quebec about what they think about those provisions?
Dans 30 secondes pour le...
In 30 seconds for the member of Mécan-Éclairable. Madam Speaker, everyone agrees that it is completely absurd to say that young people aged between 12 and 17 should be in possession of marijuana, but you know what? That's what's going to happen, especially since this bill is going to allow for people to consume cannabis at home. Who's going to start counting the number of leaves on pot plants in people's houses to see whether they're young people who are aged 12 to 17 might not have stolen a few leaves? It's nonsensical, reckless, and disrespectful of Canadian youth.
The Honourable Parliamentary Secretary to the Government House Leader.
Yes, thank you, Madam Speaker, and it's a pleasure to rise and hopefully share a bit of information that will be of benefit, and hope to get a number of the Conservative members to maybe rethink some of the spin that they're hearing from their Conservative caucus colleagues, or possibly even their research team. I don't know exactly where it is that they're getting their facts from. You know, even just the last question of the 5 grams. You know, it's illegal, a criminal offense under this legislation if you have 5 grams of marijuana in your possession. And this is something in which we need to recognize, and below that it is under provincial jurisdiction, or will be under provincial jurisdiction. But let me start off by first commenting, I was really touched by the comments made. Tomorrow is the day in which we remember, by the comments that were made earlier today by representatives of all political parties. And as someone that has served in the Canadian Forces, I had the opportunity to participate in many marches in remembrance. And just to briefly provide a comment of respect for those individuals back in the early 80s that I marched with, war vets, and just to applaud and recognize the ultimate sacrifice and what they did to make Canada what it is today. Having said that, Madam Speaker, I wanted to maybe make a realization for the Conservative Party across the way. I understand the Democrats and the Green Party will be, in essence, supporting what is being suggested by the government through the legislation. Canadians need not be surprised. This is something in which we talked about in the last federal election. It was an election platform that this is, in fact, what we would be doing. And at the end of the day, we have seen a great deal of support towards what the government is moving forward on. I am really surprised in terms of the degree in which the Conservative Party seems to want to fight this issue. And what surprises me most is the fact that they don't have any problem using misinformation. You know, we need to realize, and it's interesting, the questions and the comments that are often referred to, and how, you know, even when you pose the question, and it was just posed by the parliamentary secretary, you know, in Canada today, we have the highest consumption rate in terms of individuals, young people that are engaged with using cannabis. That means we have more young people per capita that have tried out or using cannabis than countries like the United States, the UK, Australia. Already, what we do know is that our system is not working, that we needed to be able to address the issue. Now, it might affect some ridings more than others, Madam Speaker, but at the end of the day, it is a national issue that needed to be addressed. We have already too many young people that are, in fact, being encouraged. There is a criminal element out there that want young people to be taking cannabis, Madam Speaker. They want them and they encourage them to sell it to young people because they have a financial interest, vested interest, to get young kids on cannabis. And this legislation, in good part, is going to be dealing with that. The Conservatives seem to have no problem with people going into our schools saying, buy this bag of cannabis or marijuana for a cost, and then that child is going to be, or student is going to be experimenting and who knows what in regards to it, because there is a criminal element that's out there trying to get our kids smoking marijuana and using cannabis. And we don't know what's inside those bags that are being circulated in our schools, or those, I don't know what they call them, cigarettes, tokes, or whatever it's referred to. Madam Speaker, excuse me for not necessarily knowing the actual word. We have no idea in terms of what it's being laced with or what is being sold to our children in our schools. What we do know for a fact is that we have too many young people in Canada that are engaged and being enticed to participate in the consumption of cannabis or marijuana. We finally have a government that is actually saying that, look, we are going to strictly regulate, we are going to legalize, and we are going to restrict access to cannabis. In my opinion, in the area that I represent, I believe that that is good news. Because every year we get gangs or that criminal element that literally makes hundreds of millions of dollars. And a major part of that is done through the selling of cannabis to our young people. And when I say young people, we're talking 12-year-olds, 11-year-olds, 13-year-olds, Madam Speaker. So when they talk about, well, the impact on the brain and a young person's growth, there is no question that, yes, we need to be concerned about that. But if you're really concerned about it and you want to do something about it, I would suggest to you, you might want to consider voting in favor of this legislation. If you really are sincere with the comments about concern about young people. I'm concerned about the young people that I represent in Winnipeg North. I want to see less money going to the criminal elements in Winnipeg North. And I want to see fewer young people at the age of 11 consuming cannabis. And I believe that this legislation is a giant step in the right direction to enable that to happen. You know, the Conservatives seem to believe that if this legislation passes, there's going to be people that are going to be driving around streets all over Canada that have consumed cannabis. Have I got news for them, Madam Speaker? That's happening today. And what did the Conservatives do when it came to training our police or our law enforcement agencies? They committed $2 million. Now, I looked to my parliamentary secretary. I believe it's somewhere around $150+ million, $161 million that this government is committing for training of our law enforcement officers and providing the type of equipment that's going to be necessary. So not only are we doing the right thing by bringing forward the legislation, we're also providing the financial means that are necessary to assist our law enforcement agencies. I don't share the same opinions of the Conservative opposition that seems to think that our law enforcement agencies cannot be ready in time. I think the resources and the sense of commitment that we see day in and day out from our law enforcement officers will ensure that, in fact, we are in a ready position to be able to deal with what will be good, sound legislation, Madam Speaker. There has been a great deal of effort in bringing forward this legislation that we have here today. I made reference to the fact that we had an election platform. Canadians have been consulted extensively on this issue. We've had a task force on it. We've got standing committees that have dealt with it either directly or indirectly. There has been a great deal of debate, not only here in Ottawa, but in our constituencies. We now have before us legislation that will make a positive difference, Madam Speaker. I want to bring it down, with 1 minute left to go, Madam Speaker, I want to bring it down to the real grassroots communities in which we represent. I believe today that there are far too many dollars flowing to the criminal element in our communities, and marijuana is one, or cannabis is one of those things that continues to contribute hundreds of millions of dollars every year to that criminal element. I believe this legislation is going to help get rid of that, Madam Speaker. And by doing that, what we're going to see is fewer young people at a younger age that are being engaged, because you've taken the profit away from the criminal element, and the criminal element has a financial interest to try to get our young people on or trying cannabis, Madam Speaker. And that is one of the reasons why we have more young people in Canada than any other country in the world that is currently using cannabis.
Questions and comments? The Honourable Member for Trois-Rivières. Thank you, Madam Speaker, and I'd like to thank my colleague for his speech. In this House, there are 338 members, and the government has a slight majority, which allows it to drive our legislative agenda, and which just brings us to this bill proposed by the Liberal government. But all 338 of us are the ears and the voices of the citizens we represent. And it seems to me that we, on this side of the House, as the opposition, should not turn a deaf ear to what our citizens are saying. So out of 338 amendments that were moved by the NDP to try to improve the flaws in this bill, how is it that no amendment was accepted by the Liberals? It troubles me. Do the Liberals know everything about absolutely everything?
Terry?
Well, Madam Speaker, what I can tell the member, whether it's this legislation or other pieces of legislation, what we have seen, I believe, is a change in attitudes at the Standing Committee. And I'm very familiar with the amendments and the process in which amendments are brought forward. And if, in fact, at the end of the day, a member has a substantial amendment and is working within the Standing Committee, and the Standing Committees control the committee and what's being debated on the committee and the votes and so forth. We have had standing committees with this government where we've had amendments brought forward and passed, opposition amendments that have passed. Many opposition amendments actually passed on a wide variety of pieces of legislation. Contrast that to the former government, where I could not name one amendment in years where they had the majority government that ever passed. We have a government that's listening. We have a government that's very responsible with all the ideas that are brought to the surface. I don't want to comment specifically on the amendments that the member across the way might have brought forward, but I do believe that this government gives consideration to all amendments. Thank you, Madam Speaker.
Questions et commentaires? Questions and comments? L'honorable.
The Honourable Member for Montmagny-Lillet, Kamouraska, Rivière-du-Loup. Madam Speaker, I've been listening to my colleague defend this bill, and he's obviously very passionate about it. I'm not sure why, because I have children. I also have grandchildren. And the Liberals, as of the 1st of July 2018, want us to live in a society whereby a child of 12 years old would have access to marijuana legally. And quite honestly, I cannot imagine that we in a developed country will be living now in a country where children are being given the message that using drugs on a daily basis is that easy, and that that idea will be so acceptable in Canada. So I'm asking my colleague, does he have grandchildren? And when he gets up one day and realizes that it's so easy to get drugs on the street corner, does he think it'll be so good for his grandchildren?
The Honourable Parliamentary Secretary to the Government House Leader.
Yes, Madam Speaker, I do have grandchildren. And like the member across the way, I don't want as much as possible for my grandchildren to go in a direction that I think is unhealthy for them. That's one of the reasons why I think this is good legislation. I don't want some 22-year-old individual trying to sell my grandchild on marijuana or cannabis, because if he sells them that little bag of marijuana, he's going to make money, which totals millions and millions of dollars into criminal activities, Madam Speaker. And that is what's happening today. It's out of concern for my grandchildren and the children of Canada that I believe that we need this legislation passed.
Resuming debate, reprise de débat, l'honorable député.
The honourable member for Portneuf, Jacques Cartier. Thank you, Madam Speaker. I'd like to first to congratulate my colleague from Winnipeg North as being the hardest working parliamentarian. So congratulations, colleague. Now, just allow me, Madam Speaker, to add to this that it's not because you work very hard that everything you're doing is right. Now, there was a municipal election in Quebec on the 5th of November, and in the 28 municipalities in Portneuf-Jacques-Cartier, there are now newly elected individuals. There are those who were re-elected, and I congratulated all councillors who were elected. But these municipal councillors, these mayors, will have a problem to manage in 8 months now. These newly elected officials will have the responsibility in their municipalities to ensure that life continues after the 1st of July 2018. They are going to have to make some decisions, Madam Speaker. For example, monitoring parks. What will be happening around schools? My colleague earlier spoke to this. There are 12-year-old children who are going to be able to have drugs in their pockets. So let's be clear. Their young people are more easily influenced than adults, and so I'm very concerned. Elected officials also will have to be considering road safety. Yes, it's a provincial jurisdiction, but they also have local responsibilities. Quite recently, there was a jurisdiction established by the province of Quebec whereby additional responsibilities are given to municipalities to set, for example, speeds in neighborhoods and monitor those speeds. So it's very sad that I have to get up in the House today to speak to a bill that will be destroying our young people. This bill, an act respecting cannabis and amending other controlled drugs and substances and amending the criminal code and other acts, is a bill that will affect municipalities, yes, but we also have to talk about the other level of government, the provincial level. The provincial government now will be inheriting most of the problems, and will there be financial compensation? Well, the federal government will get that because the drugs will be legalized. However, health is a provincial jurisdiction, and it has been shown beyond a doubt through many studies that there is an impact on people, and in particular on young people. There's also the issue of road safety and road monitoring. How will our good police services ensure that they can monitor road safety? Yes, training has been mentioned, investment has been mentioned, training in the States has been mentioned, but we're just not ready, Madam Speaker. We need to take time. And what about managing people? The Minister of Labour in Quebec doesn't know what to do. People are going to be coming in after having used drugs, and they're going to be coming to work. And it's going to be much more difficult to check their state of mind compared to if they had been drinking. There's someone in Quebec City who said, a teacher who said, what will we do on campuses? How are we going to manage this? These are all questions that have not been answered. But the government has its idea now. It has decided, it's made up its mind that it's going to all happen on the 1st of July. But where is the urgency to bring in this legislation? Mr. Speaker, I understand that we need to act on the issue of use. But it's not because there's a problem that they can't control that we should simply trivialize it and legalize it. We have to act responsibly. We have to take the time to find the right solutions. And I don't think that this is the right way to tackle the problem. We need to work on prevention. Mr. Speaker, we have to encourage our young people to get involved in sports, arts, and to be involved in the community. I have 500 organizations in Portneuf-Jacques-Cartier, and their problem is that they can't renew their membership. They can't find new volunteers. Why wouldn't the federal government set up a program to encourage our young people to be more involved in their communities? Because when they're involved in their communities, when they're involved in sports, where they're involved in dance, macrame, whatever, the arts, well, that's what they think about. They are not just sitting idly and thinking about what they can get up to and how they could be using marijuana. Now, I just want to be very clear on something, Mr. Speaker. The government opposite has set out some very clear goals, and I'm going to read them. It says it to protect the health of young people by restricting their access to cannabis. Mr. Speaker, they're going to be able to get it anywhere. They're even going to be able to get it at home because they'll be allowed to grow the plants. Second, to prevent people from having access to incentives to use. Well, it's going to be everyone. To allow legitimate production of, to allow legitimate growing of cannabis and to allow legitimate use. But the police services have said we're being naive in thinking that police services will be able to reduce organized crime activity. That's just being naive. And that is something that the Canadian Police Association said to this government. It also says that they will use appropriate sanctions to limit activities. Well, 12 to 17-year-olds are going to be able to walk around with 5 grams. Do you know what that represents? That represents 10 to 15 joints, depending on how big they are. One of the goals also is to reduce the burden on the courts. Yes, we agree, Mr. Speaker, with decriminalization, but you need to make the distinction between legalization and decriminalization. All many of the 338 members of Parliament have probably sometimes acted inappropriately as young people. That's true. So you can ticket some of these activities. It also says that there will be quality control, that there will be awareness reigning amongst the population on the health risks. Well, Mr. Speaker, now they're saying, well, it's not good for your health, but we're going to legalize it anyway. We're saying don't use it, but we'll make it more accessible. Mr. Speaker, I'm getting up in the House today to protect our young people. That's what's important for a self-respecting society. So it's being naive to think we can reduce criminal activity. I think we need to protect young people of 25 years and younger because all studies show that brain development ends at 25 years old. So why would you take that risk for 18 to 25-year-olds? You're treating them like laboratory rats. We're the first G20 country to legalize this drug. Why? We're going to end up simply being a laboratory. That's unacceptable. What we're doing is sacrificing a whole generation, and that's a lack of respect towards our young people, and it also means you don't believe in their future. Mr. Speaker, what I think is that this government is here for the wrong reasons. It's spending. It's got out-of-control spending. It's been caught. It's stuck. It wants to make money quickly. So this is irresponsible. They lack a vision, and they're using our young people to get money into the coffers. But what they haven't said is they haven't said what the expenses will be, what the expense of the impact on young people will be. I think there has to be a more respectful process. We need to take time. Even the taxes are provided for in the 2017 budget. Is this just a waste of time, Mr. Speaker? They're going to do this on the 1st of July anyway. They haven't accepted any of the amendments that the NDP have brought in. They're just going to steam ahead on the 1st of July. Why? Well, because they just want to collect their money. They want to collect money for the purposes of the descendants of Pierre Elliott Trudeau. But what they're doing, actually, they're taking money out of the pockets of Canadians, and they're wasting our young people. We're wasting their youth. I'd like to tell this government to come to its senses, slow down on implementing this legislation, and I would call on this government to be serious, to respect our young people. I'm rising today on behalf of our young people. Thank you, Mr. Speaker. The Honourable Member for Scarborough Southwest.
First of all, I'd like to begin by simply advising the member I spent most of my adult life fighting crime, and you can reduce crime and violence in our society, but not through tough talk, through smart action. And Mr. Speaker, I also wanted to clarify something. The member opposite said that he supports decriminalization. And I might suggest to him that we've recognized the harm that can be visited on young people from being criminalized and getting a criminal record. And that's why we have set a limit. If a young person under the age of 18 has more than 5 grams, that will be a criminal offense. But below that, we've worked with the provinces and territories so that they may enact provincial legislation that will enforce an absolute prohibition on the possession, purchase, and consumption of cannabis. So in every province, there will be a provincial offense that will prohibit a person under the age of majority in that province from possessing cannabis. It'll give the police the authority to seize that cannabis. It'll give the police the authority to ticket for that offense. And what it will not do, Mr. Speaker, it will not give that kid a criminal record. And I have spoken to people on both sides of this House, and we all care about our kids. We care about their health, we care about their safety, and we care about their outcomes. And one of the greatest impediments to their outcome is that criminal record. And so this government has listened to that. And we have done exactly what the member wants us to do. We've removed the threat of a criminal sanction from those kids, but we have enforced the prohibition through smart provincial regulation, exactly, by the way, as we do for alcohol. And if you look at those provincial regulations that are coming forward, you'll see that you're getting exactly what you think is the right thing to do. And so if you are aware of that's happening, does that ease your concern with respect to young people having prohibited access to this drug?
The Honourable Member for Portneuf-Jacques-Cartier. Mr. Speaker, first of all, in fact, I do know about the past of my colleague, his past experience, and I'm surprised and disappointed with his position because he's saying that because in the past there were these penalties on young people and it didn't have an effect, well, in that case, we just have to step back, give up, and just not tackle drug distribution. Mr. Speaker, I'm sorry I have to say this, and please correct me, but, I mean, that's cowardly. It's unacceptable. Because it's skirting one's responsibilities rather than tackling the problem head on just because you can't control it. You say, oh, well, we'll just legalize it. So what that means is that if there are other problems in society, one will decide, well, because one doesn't have control and one doesn't have the means to find a solution, well, we'll just give up. And then we'll just open up the way. It's irresponsible. So unfortunately, I didn't understand the question because it was so long, but I hope I did answer well. Questions and comments. The Honourable Member for Salaberry-Sirois. Thank you, Mr. Speaker. And I'd just like to follow up on what my colleague just said about criminalization. All studies show that criminalizing people and increasing mandatory minimum sentences on cannabis-related offenses has not worked. It has not reduced use among young people. It has not led to a decrease in organized crime linked to cannabis. And on the contrary, there are statistics about drug-related offenses that in 2014 showed that after repressive legislation was passed by the Conservatives, there was a jump in the use of heroin, and in trafficking, heroin use increased. So those mandatory minimum sentences did not work for the war on drugs. So why don't the Conservatives want to try a new approach, one that's based on public health? Because currently, the number one drug in Canada, the number one drug that is used is cannabis, and people who use it the most are young people between the ages of 12 and 25 years old. So we need to use a new strategy. We need to ensure that we can continue to work with young people, do preventive work. And obviously there are flaws in this bill, yes, but we can work on the flaws to improve this bill. The honourable member for Portneuf-Jacques-Cartier in 45 seconds or less. Thank you, Mr. Speaker. If she'd listened to my speech, she would realize that I do admit there's a problem, and I do acknowledge that we need to find solutions. Decriminalization isn't just a magic wand. It's one step. But let's take the time to figure out what the best way to go ahead is. Earlier, I said, if we want to protect young people, then we need to protect people from 25 years and less. Now, I didn't have time to go through everything, but I think there should be a prevention program. There has to be a program that encourages young people to get involved in sports and volunteering. And we have to find a way to reduce distribution amongst young people. Resuming debate.
Well, thank you, Mr. Speaker, for the opportunity to engage in this debate. Bill C-45 is, of course, the bill that will legalize marijuana in Canada. And when we talk about legalization, we have to understand what this legislation does. It normalizes the use of marijuana in everyday life across Canada. That's what it does. Like cigarettes, which were normalized many years ago, same thing with booze, marijuana will now become an accepted part of Canadian life. And the message we send to our children is a terrible one. It is one that says, we give up, we surrender. We're no longer going to take action to eliminate the use of marijuana and other drugs in our society. We're simply going to do, as my colleague said, the coward's way, acquiesce and legalize it. And Mr. Speaker, I'm absolutely confident that this Bill C-45, representing the normalization of the use of marijuana in Canada, is going to become a massive public policy failure for this Liberal government. Just like its tax reforms, where they attacked small businesses, where they attacked diabetics, where they attacked those who are getting employee discounts, where they attacked the mentally ill. That has become a massive policy failure. And this Bill C-45 is also going to become a massive policy failure for the reasons that I will articulate. The bill effectively legalizes the sale and use and cultivation of marijuana. And as I said, it normalizes its use. We have worked so hard as a society to discourage cigarette smoking. And yet here we are, opening the door to what is arguably an even more dangerous substance. And the irony is that this government, while it's passing this law to legalize the use of marijuana, is then engaging in a public relations and communications strategy that says to the young people who will now be purchasing marijuana, oh, you shouldn't buy it because it's very dangerous. We don't want you using marijuana. But we're actually going to legalize and normalize it. I mean, the hypocrisy in that is jaw-dropping. Now, I was an elected official in the city of Abbotsford for many years. I was very pleased to serve there as a city councillor. And I can tell you that as city councillor, one of the biggest challenges we had was the growing of marijuana plants in homes. Now, many of these were illegal grow-ops, but eventually medicinal marijuana was approved for use in Canada, and homes are now growing this under the auspices of this providing them with some kind of medicinal relief. But what has happened is that you have communities and neighborhoods within Abbotsford that are wonderful neighborhoods, but they have houses in which marijuana is grown. Historically, what they did is they would cover the windows with foil, and the stench emanating from those properties was overwhelming. There was a constant stream of neighborhood members who would come to us as council members complain about this. Now, this bill actually authorizes the growing of marijuana plants at home. And I can assure you, Mr. Speaker, many Canadians, unfortunately, will take that opportunity to grow more than the 4 plants that are allowed under this legislation. And that is going to result in continued challenges with our neighborhoods across Canada. Now, there was a stated objective of this government that they wanted to protect youth, and that the regulation and the legalization of marijuana was going to achieve that end. Now, they've stated that they also want to eliminate organized crime. But we know that children under the age of 18 are not supposed to be buying marijuana. Anyone over the age of 18 under this legislation can now legally purchase and consume marijuana. But those under the age of 18 can't. Ironically, those between the age of 12 and 17, they're allowed to possess small amounts of marijuana. So where are they going to acquire that marijuana from? They can't buy it legally, so who are they going to go to? Well, organized crime is going to supply that drug. There's a bigger problem, Mr. Speaker. All the research, the medical research, the scientific research, says that marijuana use among young people has a very negative impact on the developing young brain. And I just question this Liberal government. Why would they want to legalize a drug that we know is going to be used by our youth in increasing numbers because it's going to become that much more available to them? Why would we allow this to happen when it is very clear from the medical literature that the use of marijuana amongst young people invariably leads to significant mental health issues? In fact, I'm predicting, Mr. Speaker, if this legislation passes, that in 5, 10, 15 years from now, Canada will face a mental health crisis. All of these youth who will now have greater access to marijuana will be suffering from significant challenges, mental health challenges. What a terrible legacy for us to leave behind for our children. Now, I wanted to address the issue of the timing of this legislation. As you know, the Prime Minister has said, I'm going to ram this thing through and implement this legislation by July 1st of 2018, so next year, July 1st. Yet we've heard from the police chiefs across Canada that it's impossible for them to get ready and implement this legislation with all the challenges this bill represents. We've heard from communities across the country, from my own city of Abbotsford, which has communicated with the federal government, made a submission to the committee that studied this bill, and has said, please, you can't do this by July 1st. The provinces and the territories are saying, Mr. Prime Minister, July 1st is way too ambitious to implement this plan. We're not going to be ready for it, and because we won't be ready for it, our police services won't be ready for it, our educational system won't be ready for it, Canadians won't be ready for it, generally speaking. It is going to result in a fiasco. But that's what we've come to expect from this Liberal government. It doesn't matter what file they touch. It ended up being a huge mess. Whether it's an ethical failure like that of the finance minister, whether it's the Prime Minister and his fundraiser having offshore accounts. Mr. Speaker, nobody trusts this government anymore. There's been a fundamental breach of trust. When I look at some of the other challenges, I want to be very clear that we support ticketing the possession of small amounts of marijuana. So the decriminalization, when it comes to small amounts of marijuana, we're supportive of that. We don't want to leave young children with a criminal record. But this bill goes far beyond decriminalization. It is clear-cut legalization of the use of marijuana and the normalization that follows. I would also highlight we run a huge risk as we normalize the use of marijuana in Canada, where you're entitled by law to have possession of small amounts of marijuana. Many of our Canadians are going to be traveling. They will have used marijuana regularly. They will have some of it in their glove compartment. They come to the U.S. border. And suddenly the border agents, they say, hey, what do you have in your car? Do you have any guns? No, we don't. Do you have any drugs? No. So they rifle through the car, and suddenly they find out there's marijuana in the glove compartment. And what happens to those people? They'll probably be apprehended on the American side. They'll have a criminal record on that side of the border. They'll have to go through the legal process there. Just one of the small, many consequences that this bill will generate. And finally, just a note, Mr. Speaker. It's very clear that this government has run out of money. That's why they're taxing Canadians to death. They've gone after small businesses, diabetics. They've gone after employee discounts. They've gone after the mentally ill. And now they're going after marijuana. They're going to tax marijuana more and more because they're running short of money. Can you imagine that being a pretext for passing a bill like this, which will have enormous consequences for Canadians? I say to my Liberal friends across the way in closing, give your heads a shake. Reconsider what you are doing here. This is bad policy. It's going to hurt future generations of Canadians. Don't do it.
Questions and comments. The honourable member for Kingston and the Islands.
Thank you very much, Mr. Speaker, and I appreciate the comments from the member from Abbotsford. We get along great on the Environment Committee. We had a great discussion this morning there, and regrettably, I see some challenges with what he's presented here today. In particular, he talked about normalizing the normalizing the use of cannabis. Is he aware of the fact that 21% of the youth currently have used marijuana? Is he aware of the fact that 30% of young adults use marijuana? I don't know what more is required for him to realize that it's already a problem. He then talked about access to cannabis, and in particular the access of young individuals, to young children to cannabis, and how legalizing it is somehow going to make the give rise to the criminal activity behind production and distribution. Well, I ask him then, how many of the young people are getting, brewed at home alcohol or tobacco that's been grown and dried at home and rolled into cigarettes at home? It simply will not work like that, Mr. Speaker. The reality of the situation is when we can legalize to regulate the production, when we can then start to, like we have with cigarettes, properly inform and educate and inform children about the challenges, we will then be so much more successful. And I'm not creating a brand new scenario here. This has already been the case. We've already seen this happen with alcohol and tobacco. We have a much higher success rate at keeping them out of the hands of children. I'm curious if he'd like to respond in light of the fact that, I bring up that so many youth are already experimenting with cannabis.
Before we go to the honourable member for Abbotsford, I want to remind the honourable members, I know a few of them are getting antsy and, I won't say yelling, but suggesting. When I do say questions and comments, I leave it to the members to say either ask a question or make comments. I'll leave it to the honourable member for Abbotsford.
Well, thank you, Mr. Speaker, and I did want to reciprocate the comments to my colleague. We do work very well at committee, and we get a lot of things done, which indicates that there's a lot of goodwill around the Environment Committee table. He has suggested that a significant percentage of Canadian youth already use drugs to some degree. And he's right. So he asks the question, isn't this already a problem? Yes, it is. And this bill will make that problem worse. Much, much worse for the reasons that I articulated. Just because there are youth that have been using it illegally, like our Prime Minister used marijuana illegally, just because they are using drugs, that doesn't mean this is good for them. It doesn't mean that we should normalize the use. It means that we should find new and creative ways of discouraging the use of marijuana. The irony is, the government and this bill is legalizing the use of marijuana, and it's going to increase the usage of marijuana amongst our youth. At the same time, this government is establishing a policy to communicate with youth to tell them not to use marijuana. I mean, the hypocrisy is jaw-dropping.
Questions and comments? Questions et commentaires. L'honorable député de
The Honourable Member for Sherbrooke. Thank you, Mr. Speaker, and I'd like to thank my colleague for his intervention. But I'm having trouble understanding the logic of the Conservatives when we're talking about trying to find solutions to problems. Their first reaction, which we often hear from the Conservative side, is the criminal code. All the answers are in the criminal code. We need to criminalize, as though to make something criminal were to solve the problem. And so I will ask my colleague, he talked about cigarettes, he drew an analogy with them, that we need to create awareness, and over time, we were able to cut down smoking rates, all the while knowing that this toxic substance is legal. Can everybody agree on that? And I'm wondering, when it comes to cannabis, why should we not use the same approach that we used with cigarettes, which is that we can make it legal and lead awareness campaigns that will reduce rates of use, as has been done, as has been successfully done with cigarettes. Why would we not have the same success with cannabis?
Thank you, Mr. Speaker. That's not a lot of time, but I'll say this. He suggested that we as a Conservative Party, we want to make the usage of marijuana criminal. Well, hey, newsflash, the use of marijuana in Canada and the selling of marijuana in Canada is illegal right now. And we want to preserve the state of the law as it is. The best thing we can do, and it's something that's been resisted by the NDP and the Liberals for time immemorial, is to come up with targeted mandatory minimum prison sentences for those who produce and for those who sell marijuana, especially those who sell marijuana to our youth. Because as you know, I articulated in my speech the terrible impact that marijuana usage has on the young developing brain. So we should be going after the predators that actually produce the stuff and sell it to our kids, rather than simply say, okay, we give up, we're going to normalize it. That is a backward solution.
Resuming debate, the Honourable Member for Langley Aldergrove.
Thank you, Mr. Speaker. A real honor and a privilege to represent my community of beautiful Langley Aldergrove. I want to thank the member from Abbotsford for his hard work, and truly we can say that, his hard work over the many years representing his community well. But he brought up so many good and important points, and I hope the government is listening. As he was speaking and as we heard questions, and I've been listening to the debate this morning, and I want to congratulate the Parliamentary Secretary for being recognized for having spoken more words in this Parliament than anybody else, and what a great record he has. He sure talks. So, Mr. Speaker, I also jotted down the Parliamentary Secretary, what he was saying in his questions and statements. He said, where are the facts coming from? And, you know, if the government doesn't know where the facts are coming from, we have a problem. Maybe this is one of the reasons why, Mr. Speaker, Canadians are very concerned with this government. They're losing trust in this government, and the decisions they're making are not logical. They said, and the member from Abbotsford just addressed the issue, it's a national issue that too many young people are using marijuana. Yes, they are. They are. It is a problem. So if 21% of children are using it, I took training with the RCMP, so I can, instead of riding around in the car, I took the bike training. It's a one-week course. And I wanted to be able to be with the RCMP members as they traveled on the bike units in different parts of the area, into the parks, and came across how are they dealing with the issue of drugs. And it was being confiscated from youth because it's bad for youth. And that's when it's illegal. Yes, youth are using it. Yes, it could be 21%. But it's a problem. And right now, they're confiscating it. They take their names. And I was very proud of how they were handling the situation. I agree with the member from Abbotsford that it should be decriminalized. It should be a ticketable offense. I don't believe it should be a criminal offense. But right now, it's illegal. We have a problem. I asked the Youth Advisory Board, and the very people that the government is saying, the 21% of children and 30% of young adults, they are on my Youth Advisory Board. And I didn't ask them what percentage of you or who's using and who's not. But these are bright young people that are going to be, hopefully, our leaders in the years to come. I said, what do you think of the government's goal of having it legalized by July 1st? Why July 1st? And they all smiled. And do you think they're on the right track? And almost all the hands went up, and they all wanted to have input. Overwhelmingly, they criticized the government. And in this Youth Advisory Committee, there are young people that are from all political persuasions. They're not conservatives. I didn't want just conservatives. I wanted a full spectrum representing our community of Langley-Aldergrove. And overwhelmingly, they said the government should not be moving so fast. They should be listening to the different police forces across Canada. They should be listening to health authorities across Canada, all saying Canada is not ready for this. Now, the Prime Minister may have smoked some joints or been in a room where joints were being smoked while he was the leader of the opposition, which is inappropriate. But because you can do something doesn't mean you should do something. And the Youth Advisory Board overwhelmingly said the government should slow the process down. Education, yes, it is a problem, so they need to educate youth on the risks associated. That's how we dealt with the tobacco problem. And it's been quite successful. And past governments maybe should have done more to address through education. Maybe there should have been research on what medical benefits there are from marijuana, because we do have a problem in this country with marijuana. But the logic of the government is, we have a problem, so let's legalize it, and that'll solve the problem. So logic would determine, and in criminology, you can determine what somebody is likely to do by past behavior. And that's in psychology, too. It's common sense, it's logic. And so why not look at what other jurisdictions have found by legalizing? Did it make things better, or did it make things worse? Well, actually, it made things way worse. You have actually criminology, the criminal connection to distribution of pot has actually increased in Colorado. And this is the facts and the research being done. In the years since it was legalized in Colorado, the state has seen an increase in marijuana-related traffic deaths, poison control calls for aid, emergency room visits. The marijuana black market has increased in Colorado, not decreased. And numerous Colorado marijuana regulators have been indicted for corruption. Oh. In 2012, we were promised, this is Dr. Harry Bull, the superintendent of the Cherry Creek Schools, said that we were promised funds from marijuana taxes that would benefit our communities, particularly schools. The superintendent says he was in charge of one of the largest school districts in the state, said, so far the only thing that legalization of marijuana has brought to our schools has been marijuana. So interesting in being with the police on the bike unit and then also in the cars as I seeing how they so professionally protect our communities, try to keep our communities safe in practical, realistic ways, and they confiscate. What the government is proposing is if somebody is driving a car and have some buddies in the car, if there is an open bottle of alcohol and in that vehicle, the police can confiscate the open bottle of alcohol. But the marijuana in the car, 30 grams, which is 60 joints, if there is 4 people in that car, every one of them can have a baggie legally by this government with 60 joints. 60 times 4? What? It's illogical to say this is how we're going to fight the problem. This is how we're going to fight organized crime. When the Liberal government says too many criminals are wanting our young people to use pot, and we don't. This is what the parliamentary secretary said. Mr. Speaker? What a joke. So they're going to go into competition with the criminal element. They're going to make sure that the quality of the pot is good and you can have lots of it. Everybody can have 60 joints if you're 18 and older. Now, if you're a child, and we would be confiscating this, children now, between 12 and 18, will be able to have 5 grams, which is 10 joints. Is that good to say you can have? It's illogical. So, Mr. Speaker, what the government is saying and what is reality, and learning from others that have made mistakes, the government is proposing going way beyond what Colorado did. There are going to be way more deaths on our roads. Our roads are going to be less safe, and they're rushing this before there's any technology to determine impairment. Exactly. Drug driving impairment. And we just dealt with C-46, which is, how is the government going to get tough when they kill somebody driving drunk? There's going to be at least a $1,000 fine for driving drunk by killing somebody. And on the second offense, you're going to get at least 10 days in jail. You're going to get a 30-day sentence for killing the second time. It is bizarre what the government is proposing. It makes our communities unsafe, and it's wrong. So I just remind the government, just because the government can do something doesn't mean that they should. Thank you.
Questions and comments? L'honorable député de Montarville.
The honourable member for Montarville. Well, you know, this is a lot of bombast. And so by trying to explain about decriminalizing cannabis, my colleague across the way is telling people, his parents in his riding, listen, it's okay. We'll keep organized crime in place. We'll keep the profits from organized crime. But also, they'll just give them a little ticket, and we're going to reduce crime. So this is completely illogical. How they have done nothing for 10 years, so how can the member tell me that the status quo is better than what we are proposing? Because we're talking about organized crime.
For Langley, Aldergrove.
Mr. Speaker, the member is quite wrong, and actually to insult police chiefs, health professionals, and saying that's bombast. There is a problem. The solution that the government is proposing is stubbornly moving ahead, and it's wrong. And Canadians, professionals, are telling the government they're wrong. And please reconsider what they're doing. We will, as official opposition, work with the government if they're listening to Canadians, if they're listening to the police chiefs, if they're listening to healthcare professionals, and they're going to do the right thing. We will support that. But what they're doing now is foolish and wrong.
Questions and comments? L'honorable député de...
The honourable member for Sherbrooke. Thank you, Mr. Speaker. I have to come back to what has been said, but my colleague isn't proposing any solutions. He thinks that the status quo is going to do the job. He thinks that keeping the cannabis, making it criminalized, as it has been over the past decade, is going to fix things. So how can the status quo be a solution? Would he at least acknowledge that what his government did for 10 years did not improve the situation? In fact, it got even worse. There's more cannabis consumption, and there has been over the past 10 years when his government was in power. So why is he standing here today telling us that he wants to fight cannabis consumption, whereas his government's strategy did nothing and, in fact, exacerbated the situation? So how does he explain that?
Mr. Grove.
Mr. Speaker, the member may have missed comments that were made in the House, and I don't know why he's missed those comments, but he's incorrect. I think all members realize in this House that there's a problem, and that we're open to discussion and make appropriate changes. The status quo is not working. That's been acknowledged by members on all sides of the House. The question is the Liberal plan the right one? Is it the solution? And professionals are telling us no. Others that have legalized, not even to the degree that the government is proposing, have warned us, don't do what you're doing because it's wrong, it's hurt. The actual small revenue that the government, federal and provincial governments will get, the small revenue will be outstripped dramatically by the social and medical costs. And so it will hurt Canada. And please, Mr. Speaker, I ask the government to please stop and slow down.
Questions and comments? We have time for a short question. The Honourable Member for Central Okanagan, Similkameen Nicola.
Thanks, Mr. Speaker, and I certainly appreciate this member's comments and his commitment to our shared province. The government has proposed legislation as what it feels is the proper approach to legalization. They're doing two things. Number one is they're saying that they're going to keep marijuana out of the hands of children. And the other thing they're saying is that they're also going to reduce or get rid of organized crime. The problem is, Mr. Speaker, you have a heavily regulated industry like tobacco, cigarettes. It's very regulated, but there is a tremendous amount of contraband tobacco because organized crime will move in. On the flip side, if you try to regulate something like marijuana to stop children from getting a hold of it, you kind of end up in this circle where you cannot achieve either goal because one is almost fundamentally at odds with the other one. This member has mentioned a third option. Could you maybe suggest what we would say is conservative policy in addressing marijuana and its use?
I won't, but I'm sure the Honourable Member for Langley Aldergrove will. The Honourable Member.
So it'd be great to hear from you.
Thank you, Mr. Speaker, and I thank the member for the question. And I think it's a genuine, important question. We need to have a true study on the benefits or possible benefits on medical marijuana. There is a lot of opinion on that. We've seriously considering that we should maybe decriminalize marijuana so it can be confiscated and it's a ticketable offense. Nobody should have a criminal record, I believe, for possession, unless they are part of a criminal element that is distributing it to our youth. The government is proposing that youth can now have it, which is illogical because their goals is they want to keep it out of the hands of children, but now they're saying that children can walk around, small children, with 10 joints in their pocket, and if you turn 18, you can have 60 joints in your pocket. Nobody should be having that in their pocket. Thank you.
Resuming debate, the Honourable Member for Senate Berry-Sauroy. Thank you, Mr. Speaker. Bill C-63 will legalize cannabis within the limits that my colleagues have talked about. Many decisions are up to the provinces, including the age of legal use, the system of outlets, and awareness raising. The government is pushing for a very tight deadline. We're talking about adopting this bill by July 1st, 2018, which is in only 8 months. And we know that in politics, 8 months goes by very quickly. We're still waiting to see what the measures the federal government is going to put in place to ensure that this bill is enforced all across the country. And despite that, it seems to me clear that this is a bill that should go forward. The support for legalization of cannabis, but it needs to be done effectively, and it must not be sold to children. And people need to be aware of long-term effects on health, and it needs to be accompanied by prevention and an awareness-raising campaign. The criminalization of cannabis and its ban, as advocated by the Conservatives, was a very bad and ineffective strategy to reduce the consumption of cannabis and illegal activities related thereto across the country. And I talked about this earlier, but if we talk about the statistics, because I want people to take my word for this, there were statistics that were published on offenses, drug-related offenses, published by the police in 2014 after the Conservatives had put in place a very backward-looking system where the mandatory minimum sentences had been put in place to manage drug consumption. So 1 year later, there was the adoption of the repressive statutes by the Conservatives mean that the traffic of heroin had gone up by some 72%. Consumption had not been reduced, on the contrary, and traffic had increased, drug trafficking had increased as well. So we have to ask, what strategy do we need to adopt to ensure that those who consume the most cannabis, that is people aged under 25, well, that segment of the population needs to be taken into account, and we need to stop burying our heads in the sand and saying, well, listen, this war on drugs has not worked, so what should the solution be? So the solution that the Liberals are proposing, which is to take a public health approach, is also something that we advocate, but there are many flaws in the Liberals' bill. Hence the importance of having a discussion. And unfortunately, we're at the report stage of third reading of this bill, the last reading of this bill, I should say, and we're concerned, we in the NDP are concerned because we moved a number of amendments where we're completely dismissed out of hand by the Liberals in committee. So let's talk about the task force report. Experts explained that we needed to reduce the burden on the police and the justice system with regard to drug-related offences. Canadians must be prevented by entering the criminal system and having a criminal record because of simple possession. And third, protecting the health and public safety by strengthening laws regarding to more serious cannabis-related offences. This bill legalizes cannabis up to 4 plants per home, but the enforcement date of the bill, that is July 1st, 2018, is too early. And over the past 2 years, 100,000 people have had a criminal record for simple possession, whereas the government wants to legalize it in less than a year. So how many other young people is the government prepared to put in prison for something that is going to be legal in about 10 months? Will they at least send a message to legal authorities and police officers to not apply this law until such time as the new law comes into place? The Liberals, within their own working committee, received the recommendation to decriminalize cannabis, but they're not listening to us. The Prime Minister said not long ago that rehabilitation was going to fix judicial problems and clear up delays, because we know that a number of investigations that were not pursued for cases that were much more serious than simple possession of marijuana. And we're still undergoing this with C-45, where they don't want to decriminalize now for now, but this contributes to the court delays that we're seeing. And it means that there are astronomical expenses regarded to people who are being convicted for simple possession. StatsCan and other organizations have shown us over and over that these criminal records affect young people disproportionately, people from racial backgrounds and Indigenous people. So how many of these criminals, how many people have been arrested for smoking a joint? How many pardons are we talking about? Because as elected officials, and the government, the Liberal government as well, need to keep their promises, but they need to make fair choices for Canadians regardless of their age and the color of their skin, and so they should decriminalize cannabis temporarily. I don't understand why this is a problem, because this was part of the Liberal Party's platform in 2015. These changes to the bill have taken too long, and yet they will not come into effect for 15 months. There's a crisis in the court system, and police resources and legal resources must not be devoted to convicting people for simple possession of marijuana. It's a substance that is about to be legalized in a few months. The task force continued with regard to prevention and education, saying this bill must protect young Canadians by keeping cannabis away from young people and ensuring that Canadians are clearly informed through a public health campaign. And with regard to young people in particular, they must understand the risks of consuming cannabis. C-45 imposes heavy penalties for anyone trafficking or selling cannabis to underage people. And yet, I don't understand where the public health aspect comes in. First, we need more scientific research on the effects, long-term effects of consuming cannabis, but also we need to know what the properties of the plants are. Some people already use cannabis medically. We're talking about people who use it for therapy, veterans, for example. Liberals say they want to protect young people, but so are they going to increase funding for research that is linked to chronic and long-term consumption and the effects of this on young people? I'm also looking at the 2017 budget, which announced a ridiculous amount, less than $2 million over 5 years for this public health education. We saw last year where the budget was being upped some $6 million over 5 years. And still, once again, that's a completely absurd amount. Awareness raising needs not only federal resources, but also funding programs for community organizations who are on the front lines. These last organizations, such as schools, try to inform young people, and they are on the ground and they are ready to step in. But how can $6 million help, a paltry $6 million, help the millions of community organizations that we have in Canada? Will this burden once again fall on the provinces? That is a question that we are wondering. If I compare us with Colorado, we simply are not doing what needs to be done. Colorado spends some $37 million per year on awareness raising and prevention alone. So 7 times more than what the Canadian government intends to do for this major bill that it is introducing and that it wants to come into force in less than 8 months, might I remind you.
We also don't know what the government will do with the money that it's going to collect from the sales of marijuana. What kinds of preventive programs will it put in place? And will there be funding for community groups? That is extremely important. And as I was saying, the bill raises many questions for the provinces. For example, will they need extra time to be able to adjust their regulatory frameworks? That's why we would have liked for the process to begin earlier or that it be extended beyond the 1st of July. So there are issues related to the sales, the legal framework for legalizing marijuana in order to minimize risk. There's another issue that has to be clarified. What will be the fiscal structure? How will taxes be shared between the federal government and the provinces? And Canadians expect the Minister of Finance to tell them that. The minister in Quebec has already told them how dissatisfied he is with the fiscal framework. There is a lot more I would like to say. I see my time is running out. What I'd like to say is that the NDP brought forward 38 amendments in committee, and the 38 were turned down. That's absurd. Thank you, Mr. Speaker.
For Scarborough Southwest.
Thank you very much, Mr. Speaker. I'd like to begin actually with a point of clarification for the member. I thank her for her conditional support for Bill C-45. I want to just simply advise her that the government has in fact announced $46 million for a public education program that will begin to roll out very, very shortly. I hope that addresses one of her concerns. But, Mr. Speaker, I seek clarification from her. The member stated that she supported decriminalization. But let's be really clear what decriminalization is. Decriminalization maintains the prohibition and simply replaces the criminal sanction with a civil penalty, a ticketing scheme with a fine. And so in an environment where the prohibition remains, one cannot regulate this substance. But when the member described her vision of decriminalization, she only said that the law would not be enforced. Not that it would be enforced in a different way with a different outcome, the civil penalty, but it would not be enforced. And I might submit, Mr. Speaker, to the member opposite that what she was describing is in fact legalization without regulation.
The Honourable Member for Salaberry-Suroît. Once again, Mr. Speaker, the Liberals are showing how out of touch they are with the NDP's recommendations. My colleague announced $45 million, but that's over 5 years. That's about $9 million. And that's supposed to include all drugs, not just for the legalization of marijuana. Now, in terms of his second argument about decriminalization, what we are calling for is that while we wait for this legalization to take place, while we wait, given that these activities are going to be legalized, why would the government not immediately decriminalize while we wait for the legalization? So we're not saying one is opposed to the other. We're saying, why would we be imposing on thousands of young people throughout the country a criminal record that will prevent them from working, from buying a house, from traveling? Because that really does prevent a young person from doing many things. And I'm talking about simple possession. We're not talking about more serious offenses. So that's the subtle difference. And I think my colleague opposite will understand what I'm trying to say. We're also saying more investment should be made in prevention. The community groups have been asking for this for years. They're lacking this in schools. I don't know if he's gone into schools, but I'm a former teacher. And there are many young people who have been under the effect of drugs, including marijuana.
Questions and comments? The Honourable Member for Sarnia-Lambton.
Well, thank you, Mr. Speaker, and I'd like to thank my colleague for her speech. She made many good points. It's clear that, the government's not going to achieve their stated objectives with C-45. It's certainly not going to offload the criminal justice system because there's more criminality in this bill than there was already. It's certainly not going to keep cannabis out of the hands of children because they're allowing home grow, and it's certainly not going to get rid of organized crime. And I think if you want to implement something, you tend to look at who else did this and who else did it, with positive results. And if you look at Washington State, they were the ones who came and actually reduced organized crime to less than 20%, and young children there are finding it hard to get a hold of marijuana. And what did they do? Well, they didn't allow home grow, except for the medically fragile, and they controlled all of the distribution. They took their medical marijuana system that was very well regulated and expanded that out. And so it seems to me that this bill falls really short in so many areas, but especially in the area of public awareness. There were clear testimonies saying we needed to get on that, and we only have 234 days left before the government's arbitrarily rolling things out. Could the member comment on the public education that's needed?
The Honourable Member for Salaberry-sur-Roi. Thank you very much, Mr. Speaker. Yes, in fact, as my colleague just said, there is not enough investment in prevention and in public awareness and education so that young people fully understand that we're not simply trivializing marijuana, that that's not what this is about. So we have to be working on the effects, and we have to invest in research into use, the effects of long-term use on the health of young people. So the Liberals have to invest more money into that area. And I can never say it enough. Prevention is so important. My colleague has spoken about that as well. Now, on the other hand, we have to stop criminalizing. We have to stop increasing the criminal burden on young people for simple possession. It has been shown in several studies that the war on drugs did not work. The use of drugs continued to increase. Drug trafficking continued to increase over the past 10 years, so we really need to change our strategy. Resuming debate.
Markham, Unionville.
Thank you, Mr. Speaker. I rise today to speak on an issue I care deeply about. I am thankful to have the opportunity to speak on Bill C-45. This is a piece of legislation that is pertain to an issue very close to my heart. Today, I am going to speak to why C-45 cannot be passed. I want to provide some context. Marijuana is a dangerous drug. With all the pro-marijuana publicity lately, it can be hard for many Canadians to remember that marijuana is indeed a damaging and addictive drug. Further, it causes harmful effects on youth brain development, a greater indecency of psychosis and schizophrenia. Conservatives oppose this legislation of marijuana in Canada. Our opposition is based on the concern we heard from the scientists, doctors, and law enforcement officers. Those who say this government plan is being rushed through without proper planning or consideration for the negative consequences of such complicated legislation. Most concerning is that this bill does not keep marijuana out of the hands of children, nor does it eliminate organized crime or address issues with impaired driving. As a result, Canada will be in violation of the 3 international treaties if this bill passes. The 3 UN treaties to which Canada is a signatory are the 1961 Single Convention of Narcotics, Drugs, in 1971 Convention of Psychotropic Substances, in 1988 Convention Against Illicit Traffic and Narcotic Drugs and Psychotropic Substances. The legislation will be compromising Canada's integrity in the world stage. How can Canada hold other countries to account on their treaty obligations when Canada does not honor its own? Almost daily, I hear about another new report about the harmful effects of marijuana. Yet this Liberal government refuses to consider the mounting evidence and the reckless pushing ahead with this legislation. The government claims they want to protect our youth, and this legislation will be regulating the industry and eliminating the black market. However, Bill C-45 will not accomplish even one of these goals. The Liberal government is not listening to the medical professionals. They are not listening to the police forces. They are not even listening to the concerned Canadian who believe this bill is fundamentally flawed and is being rushed through Parliament in order to meet an arbitrary, irresponsible deadline. For these reasons and many more, I am entirely opposed to this legislation. When it comes to our youth, I want to ensure that they are safe and able to have a better life and more opportunities than we did. Allowing easier access to drugs does not achieve that. Currently, the bill recommends the age 18 is the federal minimum. However, the provinces are being given the power to set a higher age. If we look at our southern neighbors, the United States, the state of Washington and Colorado have legalized marijuana at the age of 21 as a minimum. As of now, Ontario says they will set the minimum age of 19, Alberta at 21. This is not safe. A number of medical professionals have testified that brain continue to develop until the age of 25. According to the Canadian Medical Association, increased use of marijuana before the age of 25 increases one's risk of developing mental disorder such as schizophrenia, depression, and anxiety by up to 30% compared to those who have not used marijuana under the age of 25. Is this what we want for our children, Mr. Speaker? This is most certain not what I want for my children, my constituents, or Canadians. For these reasons, the Canadian Medical Association and various other medical professionals recommended increasing the age which the person can consume marijuana to 21 at the very least. The government will fail our children if they go through with this legislation. The second goal they claim to achieve through this legislation is regulating the industry. Let me explain why they will not reach this goal either. Bill C-45 allows for 4 plants per household with no height restriction on the plants. If grown in the optimal condition, this could yield as much as 600 grams of marijuana. The vast majority of witnesses at health committees spoke strongly against homegrown in their testimony, including most medical groups and the police forces that appeared. Allowing homegrown will cause certainly not regulate the industry. Further, police have said before the Health Committee that because they cannot see inside the homes, they will be unable to enforce a 4-plant household quota. Even more concerning is that the large network of legal homes grown could easily become an organized crime network. This is not regulating the industry. This is not eliminating the black market. This is internally inconsistent. This is also bringing me back to my worry for our youth. This bill does not keep marijuana out of hands of youth, which is one of the stated goals of the bill in 7A. If the marijuana is in the home, youth will have access to it. Not to mention the issue is of impaired driving that will increase as a result of legalization. There is currently no instrument that can accurately measure one's level of marijuana impaired roadside. Canada is unable to train officers at home on how to recognize marijuana impaired drivings. We do not have the technology or resources, so the government needs to send officers for expensive, lengthy training in the United States. Our police do not currently have the resources and the training required to manage the increased threat of impaired driving associated with the legalization of marijuana. This training currently has backlog and waitlist. Canada is not ready for this. As it stands, this legislation is not what is the best for Canadians. Mr. Speaker, Canadian families expect safe and healthy communities in which to raise their children. Elected representatives can and should provide guidance on drugs to reflect the view of all Canadians. Let us all remember we are talking about health and safety of Canadians, and they deserve better. There are only 233 days to go until the arbitrary date of July 1st, 2018. Let's not rush through this legislation. We need to do what is right for Canadians. The provinces, municipalities, and police forces are not ready to implement this legislation. I cannot support Bill C-45. Thank you, Mr. Speaker.
Questions et commentaires, questions and comments. Honorable député de
The honourable member for Montarville. Thank you. I'd like to thank my colleague for his remarks. I think his concerns are justified. However, here's the problem that I'd like to submit to him. We have a very high population between the ages of 17 and 25, and they use marijuana, and it's illegal. So why would we limit that age? How would that solve the problem?
Thank you, Mr. Speaker. There are many issues to solve this thing. The honourable member for Scarborough Southwest, he was the police chief in Metro Police, and he probably jailed 200,000 people, 300,000 people. That was the honourable thing to make sure the youth, they understand this drug is bad. It's issue with their mental development and many other issues. I think this is more from the liberal hypocrisy, since the Prime Minister smoked in his, as he said, his brother smoked and other family members smoked. This is just pushing through to our throat to the all Canadians. I think this is simply wrong to push through what somebody else's personal beliefs are. This is one of the other reason, and we will simply won't support it.
Questions and comments. The honourable member for Kootenay, Columbia.
Thank you, Mr. Speaker, and I'd like to thank my colleague for his words today. Last year, I held a telephone town hall, and 3,300 of my constituents stayed on the phone for an hour to hear from a panel I put together with an addictions expert, a municipal official trying to deal with some of the challenges, and a retailer. And they produced a list of questions and concerns, which I then submitted to the Minister of Justice and the Minister of Health, and was able to put together a very nice report that's available to my constituents. But the number one thing that came through all that was concerns about safety for children, safety for the public. And From my perspective, certainly, we need to make sure that education, and a lot of money goes into education moving forward to try and talk about the issues associated with marijuana use, but also to keep the public safe. So I'm interested, through you, Mr. Speaker, to the member, if you don't agree with the path that the Liberal government is currently on, what is the best way to keep Canadians safe moving forward, because mandatory sentences certainly have not worked in the past. So what does he see as a way to keep Canadians safer going forward?
Well, member for Markham Unionville.
Thank you, Mr. Speaker, and thank you to the member for his question. Mr. Speaker, I did the town hall meeting last year. 98% people said no to this legislation in Markham Unionville. And the second part there are many questions came out of it. This was the educating. How are we educating the kids? What is bad? If it's legalized, how much is our budget? The other questions came when this legislation go through. What happened if somebody had a glass of beer and he had the cannabis with him, he light up the cigarettes, the accidents. The police cannot handle the stuff what they're handling today, imagining we are more burden on the police. What happened to the kid who picked up a brownie at home who had these marijuana oil, all those things in it? A dope kept coming to the school. What happened to the person who showed up to work with impaired driving or impaired stuff at work, the accident? Who is picking up the police bills? According to the Colorado the report, they were looking for triple the cost for the policing. They were looking for triple the cost for paramedics. And they were or at least doubled or tripled the homelessness. The government hasn't done the homework. So they're pushing it through. They're pushing it fast. They're not ready. The police force is not ready. The people are not ready. People are not educated with all these things. We are simply requesting to the Liberal government to go back to the board and redraw the whole thing. What is the hurry of July 1st, 2018? We should be celebrating our birthday of July 2018. Why are we pushing it through?
Resuming debate, the honourable member for Brandon Souris.
I will take that. Thanks, Mr. Speaker. I'll get this podium set up. Mr. Speaker, today the House deals with one of the largest changes regarding controlled substances in my lifetime. Throughout the debate on the larger issue of legalizing recreational marijuana, I've discovered the issue is not as black and white as some members have put forward in their arguments. I want to agree with my colleague from Markham Unionville on many of the points that he raised. But I say that it's not as black and white, Mr. Speaker, and I'll give you an example. Every time the Liberal MPs talk about how legalizing marijuana will keep it out of the hands of youth, it's quite frankly asinine. And for anybody thinking that youth currently don't have access to readily accessible illegal marijuana is also rather absurd. I am well aware that Canada has some of the highest rates of adolescent marijuana consumption anywhere in the world. It is available far too often in our high schools, and I have heard horrible stories of how marijuana consumption has led to disastrous life decisions. Mr. Speaker, this can also be said for alcohol. It can also be said for crystal meth and for fentanyl and for cocaine. I don't for a moment believe that marijuana is in the same column as the illegal substances I just referenced. And it is not my intent to degrade those who consume marijuana for recreational purposes. My intent is to emphasize that we as parliamentarians should wade very carefully into the legalization of recreational marijuana, and where every home in Canada will soon be allowed to grow 4 plants. I have carefully reviewed many of the submissions to the Health Committee, such as the submission from the Canadian Association of Chiefs of Police, the Canadian Medical Association, and the Canadian Nurses Association, and the Federation of Canadian Municipalities. These are just a handful of the over 185 briefs that were tabled with committee members, and in many respects, the concerns that these well-respected organizations put forward were almost identical to those voiced by my constituents during the 5 town halls I hosted this summer on this topic. The best way to describe C45 is by quoting a Brandon Sun article that was published the following morning after one of our town halls. And for anybody who thinks the Brandon Sun is under the umbrella of Postmedia, I can assure you they are not. As the article stated, and I quote, "If a consensus can be drawn from a wide-ranging town hall in Brandon about the proposed legalization of marijuana, it's an acknowledgement the legislation is flawed," end quote. And I fully agree with what the article stated. That's why I submitted a brief to not only the Justice and Health Ministers, but to the entire committee that was tasked with studying this legislation. While not surprising, but it is still unfortunate to report, I received a boilerplate response from the Minister of Justice that did not even acknowledge the recommendations that I put forward. If a member of Parliament who is duly elected can't even get the correspondence team from the Minister of Justice's office to go above and beyond just copying and pasting, it begs the question, did this government have any intention of actually listening to concerned Canadians? Mr. Speaker, for a government that pretends they listen, the only way to get them to back down from a proposal is if thousands upon thousands of angry taxpayers show up en masse to town halls and write some of the funniest tweets I have ever heard. Mr. Speaker, or I have ever read, Mr. Speaker, pardon me. For example, during the taxpayers' revolt this summer, many farmers took pictures of themselves sitting in their combines while harvesting and referred to them as their tax shelters. So, Mr. Speaker, I'm asking the government to not only implement my recommended change of pushing back the bringing into force date of C45 to 2019, I asked them to listen to the Canadian Association of Chiefs of Police, who stated, and I quote, "Canadian Police Services will not be equipped to provide officers with the training and resources necessary to ensure the new regime within the existing contemplated timeframe," end quote. Or the Liberals listened to the Canadian Medical Association, who's recommending a comprehensive public health strategy with a health education component before C45 is implemented. And if the government thinks that within the next 6 months the police services will be ready, the medical community will be ready, our education system will be ready, and that municipalities and provinces will be fully prepared for July 1st, I would humbly remind them that their own government 2 years later still cannot accurately pay public service employees. It is sad to say, but this government's credibility on implementing and executing effective policies within a reasonable time frame is not that believable. And to my honourable colleagues from across the way, you have essentially ignored the plea from provinces and municipalities on asking for more time to properly prepare for your politically driven July 1st deadline. Not a single member of this House has any idea on what the rules will be in their communities because their municipal government has yet to determine what they will be. It'll cost serious money for municipal governments to properly train their law enforcement and bylaw officers, but yet will not receive the adequate financial assistance in order to do so. They are going to be stuck with all the headaches while the Prime Minister on Canada Day will proclaim that marijuana is now legal. And to expand on my recommendations to the government, the majority of my constituents believe that the federal government should not look to marijuana as a cash cow, but rather the federal government should provide a significant portion of the federal taxes they collect should go directly to municipalities in the same manner as the gas tax fund. And for any of my colleagues who believe that police and law enforcement agencies will see cost savings by the legalization of recreational marijuana, it would be naive at best to think that such a highly regulated, controlled substance, which will have more strings attached to it than even alcohol, will somehow free up their time. I have failed to see that any time that government decides to legislate, regulate, and control something that is actually results in cost savings. Now, regardless of the flaws found within this piece of legislation, there still was no overall consensus for my constituents if marijuana should be legalized, for recreational use. There were many questions surrounding the effects of one's cognitive abilities and a lack of general education surrounding its long-term impacts. And while we debate this legislation and have put a heavy emphasis on educating our youth, we must not forget that millions of middle-aged adults have next to zero experience with recreational marijuana, and that any education program must also include this demographic. It is absolutely imperative that the legalization of recreational marijuana is not rushed until the various law enforcement agencies, provinces, and municipalities are fully prepared. And I urge the government, if they plan on passing this legislation, that they rethink how the tax revenues will be distributed to those who will have to absorb many of the costs of regulating and policing. And I ask the federal government to heed the advice of the Federation of Canadian Municipalities to not move forward with this legislation until they receive further direction from their municipal partners. Now, Mr. Speaker, in closing, I am under no illusion that the government has any intention of listening to the concerns of the good people of Brandon-Souris. It would be an understatement to say that I have hesitations regarding legalizing recreational marijuana. Regardless of my personal trepidations, it is clear that the country is not ready for the July 1st implementation date in 2018. It was my hope that if the government ignored every single other concern or recommendation put forward, either by myself or stakeholders, that at the very least they would push back the bringing into force date as to allow more time to properly prepare. With that, I will finish my remarks and urge my Liberal colleagues to break ranks with their whip and urge the government to listen to their local law enforcement agencies, provinces, and municipalities to do the right thing. Thank you, Mr. Speaker.
Questions and comments? The honourable member for Scarborough Southwest.
Thank you, Mr. Speaker, and I want to thank the member from Brandon-Souris for his very thoughtful remarks, and I want to assure him that we've listened very carefully, and particularly the point he makes with respect to ensuring that training and education is available to all Canadians who may choose to make the decision to use these drugs, because there are significant risks that need to be properly managed, and that information can help people be safer. But, Mr. Speaker, I wanted to address some of the concerns that you raised with respect to what we've heard from law enforcement. And I've been engaged in that conversation for almost 2 years, and I wanted to share as briefly as I'm able with the member from Brandon-Souris. First of all, Mr. Speaker, in 2008, the Canadian Association of Chiefs of Police unanimously urged the government of the day to make resources available for the training of drug recognition experts and for all officers for standardized field sobriety testing. And that plea fell on deaf ears. In 2013, by unanimous declaration in their resolutions, they urged the government of the day to make available to them oral fluids testing, acknowledging that technology was being used in other jurisdictions to help keep our roadways safe. And Mr. Speaker, that fell on deaf ears. Additionally, very important advocacy groups around public safety, such as Mothers Against Drug Driving, urged the government to bring forward effective legislation to address some of these concerns. And prior to 2015, that plea fell on deaf ears. And so, Mr. Speaker, we've listened to those concerns from law enforcement. We've made available $161 million to provide the training, the resources, access to the technology, and the legal authorities that the law enforcement community has asked for. And when they came before us, naturally after a decade of being ignored, they were skeptical. But I have assured them, Mr. Speaker, that we are making those resources available to them and that they will have what they need to keep our communities safe.
The honourable member for Brandon-Souris.
Speaker, I appreciate my colleague's concern, but it's the biggest oxymoron I've ever heard. They obviously haven't listened to what has been said by the Canadian public, and they're the ones bringing forth the licensing of recreational marijuana, Mr. Speaker. So why the rush? If they need more time, they've got lots of it. They could do that and still put in place the proper analysis that these and training that the police forces across Canada have come to them to say that they need. The Medical Association has given them that background as well. Many reasons to take more time. the Nursing Association, as I said, the Federation of Canadian Municipalities, who all of these costs are going to be dumped on. This government is not going to make any money out of this process, Mr. Speaker. In spite of that's what they're trying to lead the public, that they need this money to bail themselves out of their huge debts. Mr. Speaker, they're not going to make a cent on this because it's all going to be used up in enforcement and administration.
Questions and comments. The honourable member for South Okanagan West Kootenay.
Well, thank you, Mr. Speaker, and I'd like to thank my colleague for his speech. I think everybody here agrees that we all want to make Canada a safer place. We all want our young people to be safer and healthier. But I think we'd all agree, perhaps, that the situation as it stands now is untenable. And I'm just wondering what my Conservative colleagues are offering up as an alternative to this pathway to legalization of marijuana. What did they do in the previous 10 years that helped the situation, and what do they offer up for the future?
The honourable member for Brandon Souris.
Well, I thank my colleague for his question as well, and of course that's exactly what I'm speaking of today. When I listened to the people at the 5 town hall meetings and other events that I was at throughout the summer in my riding, we felt that it was necessary to offer the plan that I did. I even sent a letter to the public budget officer back in June before the House rose for the summer, requesting all of the information around Bill 45 and the Enforcement Bill 46, and many, many questions about how much money will be spent on enforcement, what will be needed for administration, how is it going to be done. 2 pages of questions, Mr. Speaker, that I had on my own table to ask, and we got a reply back from the public budget officer that basically said, the government, I believe, has the information, but they won't give it to me, so I can't give it to you. And Mr. Speaker, I find that atrocious. If you broadcast out there what you think you're going to make for money in this process, and then are so shameful of the results of it that you can't even put out there what it's going to cost and what the administration is, it shows to me that the government doesn't know what those costs are. It shows that they've done this too quickly, too readily, without the detail behind it, just like they did with their small business tax program.
Resuming debate, the honourable member for Calgary Confederation.
Well, thank you, Mr. Speaker. Mr. Speaker, I do rise today to contribute to the debate on Bill C-45, which proposes to legalize recreational marijuana use here in Canada. The medicinal use of marijuana in Canada is, of course, already permitted when prescribed by a doctor, and I do support that measure. However, what we are considering here today is the recreational use of marijuana, using drugs for fun. The Health Committee, which I serve on, Mr. Speaker, heard back in September from over 100 witnesses from all across Canada and from all parts of the world. And they presented their thoughts and their concerns on a number of issues related to the legalization of marijuana. And we did hear from many who literally called marijuana a miracle drug, a miracle antidote for relieving and in some cases eliminating conditions such as epileptic seizures, migraine headaches, post-traumatic stress disorder, anxiety, depression, arthritis, I can go on. The testimony from these individuals, it was heartening, Mr. Speaker. Even hearing about the option for physicians to be able to prescribe marijuana instead of opioids such as OxyContin and fentanyl for treating chronic pain is enough to convince many that medicinal marijuana has a place in our society. However, Mr. Speaker, Canada is now on the verge of normalizing recreational marijuana use, and we have heard a number of serious concerns from a variety of stakeholders. Just a couple of weeks ago, I spoke at length on Bill C-46 and the issue of drug-impaired driving. So I won't reiterate what I had said back then, but I will say that drug-impaired driving is of deep concern to many, and we heard it day in and day out in committee. But I will focus on a couple of other serious concerns. As we've heard many times, there are many studies that show that marijuana does have a negative impact on the developing brain. The Canadian Medical Association, which represents 83,000 physicians in Canada, they came to committee and they said, Existing evidence on marijuana points to the importance of protecting the brain during its development. Since that development is only finalized at about 25 years of age, this would be an ideal minimum age based on currently accepted scientific evidence. And just last month, Mr. Speaker, at the World Psychiatric Association's World Congress in Berlin, the community was presented with further evidence that marijuana use by youth can facilitate the onset of schizophrenia and other psychosis conditions in certain people. Complications may include cognitive impairment, social isolation, and even suicide. Mr. Speaker, these are the doctors that are talking. These are the physicians and the scientists and the healthcare providers that are saying this. The reality is that not all our youth are aware of this body of scientific research, and so they are not making informed decisions when it comes to marijuana drug use, and that has to change. It is imperative that we inform our young people that using this drug, marijuana, will likely have serious, permanent, and negative effects on their brain and their mental health. Without question, the largest single concern that we heard in committee, in Health Committee, is that this Liberal government's complete failure to properly execute a public education campaign. In just 8 months, we will most likely have marijuana for sale as a fun recreational drug. Isn't that great? Witnesses testified that if we are going to achieve the primary results that we want, and that is to reduce marijuana use and lower youth consumption, then we need to educate Canadians well in advance of the proposed July 1st, 2018 legalization timeline set by this Liberal government. Unfortunately, there has been no real education campaign started by this government, and time is running out. It has not gone unnoticed that we are spending a great deal of time and money to legalize this marijuana, but very little time and money on a public education campaign. An immediate public education plan is critical. And this Liberal government, they claim that they have committed $46 million to a plan, but I haven't seen it in my community, and I've talked to healthcare people in my community. They haven't seen a dime of that. Even your former Liberal cabinet minister and head of the task force on cannabis, the Honourable Anne McClellan, she said in committee, and I quote, "I think the most important part of prevention, which we have learned from tobacco, alcohol, and probably some other things, I might include gambling, is public education." That's the lesson you hear over and over again in states like Colorado and Washington. You have to have a robust public education, and you need it out of the box early, unquote. Not a single witness in committee advocated against an early and intense public education campaign, Mr. Speaker. So why is not this Liberal government starting now with this education campaign? Another serious concern, Mr. Speaker, that has been brought forward in committee and was brought forward in committee is the impact that this proposed legislation will have on Canada in the eyes of the world. We heard in committee that there are 3 UN, United Nations, international treaties that are bound to violate, that we are bound to violate if this legislation is passed. We heard great testimony from Dr. Stephen Hoffman, who is a professor of law at the prestigious Osgoode Hall Law School, and he is also an expert in international law. And he is very concerned, as are we Conservatives concerned, that this Bill 45 would in fact violate international laws. The United Nations Convention Against Illicit Traffic in Narcotic Drugs and Psychotropic Substances of 1988 is one of the 3 major UN drug control treaties currently in force that we as a nation have signed on to and committed to. This particular treaty provides additional legal mechanisms for enforcing the 1961 Single Convention on Narcotic Drugs and the 1971 Convention on Psychotropic Substances, which is to limit exclusively to medical and scientific purposes the production, manufacture, export, import, distribution of, trade in, use, and possession of drugs. With the passing of this Bill C-45, Mr. Speaker, these three international UN agreements will put us in contravention. And this Liberal government has failed to tell us and has failed to tell Canadians, how will you handle this situation? Tell us, how are you going to handle this situation? You refuse to. And as Dr. Hoffman said, and I quote, I really would love to emphasize that the consequences actually are quite severe in the sense that it's not just our reputation, it's not just Canada standing on the global international scene. If we violate international law, we are actually undermining the best mechanism we have to get countries to work together and solve some of the biggest challenges we face in this world. One only needs to think about examples like serious issues of chemical weapons, or North Korea testing nuclear weapons, or even closer to home, the United Nations imposing illegal trade barriers against softwood lumber. Canada wants to be in a position that we are able to rely on our fellow countries, our partners around the world, to follow these rules that make Canadians safer, that make Canadian businesses prosper, yet it is very difficult for Canada to be taking moral stances on international laws if Canada is also violating them. Unquote. So to close, Mr. Speaker, I would like to quickly summarize, although I think I have 20 seconds. I will just put it at the end here and say, Mr. Speaker, that we are not ready as a nation to rush into marijuana legalization, and the consequences will be severe. So thank you.
Questions and comments. The Honourable Member for Whitby.
Oh, thank you, Mr. Speaker, and I appreciate my honourable colleague's speech, and I appreciate his concern for education. And we're taking a public safety approach to with Bill C-45, $240 million to support law enforcement to detect and deter drug-impaired driving, $161 million invested in training frontline officers, another $81 million for provinces and territories, and a $46 million public awareness campaign. Does he not agree that this is a comprehensive approach to providing education and training?
Honourable Member for Calgary Confederation.
Well, I'd like to thank the honourable member for your questions and your comments. I welcome the investment because we need it. Law enforcement needs it. They've told us in committee that they need the time, not the money. Of course they need the money, but they need the time, and they don't have enough time. July 1st is 8 months away, and they have clearly indicated to us, the Canadian Chief of Police Associations, the numerous associations around the country have said that thank you for the money, but we need the time. Thank you.
Questions and comments. The Honourable Member for, I'm sorry, let me just make sure I get the right one. Saskatoon Grasswood. My apologies.
That's fine. Thank you, Mr. Speaker. I want to commend the honourable member from Calgary Confederation for all the work that he has done on this. He has been a shining star in our party and the Health Committee for a couple of years. This is a very, very serious situation facing Canadians in the next 8 months. I was a trustee for 10 years. There has been no dialogue by this government. This government has not reached out to the Canadian School Boards Association. They haven't reached out to one province or territory dealing with how are you going to deal with 12-year-olds in school bringing 5 grams in their pocket. They haven't reached out to the Teachers Association in this country. And yet we're 8 months away. Their answer is simple, Mr. Speaker. We're going to throw some money at it and you decide. There is no game plan over there. So to the honourable member from Calgary Confederation, thank you for bringing this up. And education is first and foremost. How do you think this government should deal with it other than throwing money, which is 2 years too late at it?
The honourable member for Calgary Confederation.
Well, I'd like to thank the honourable member from Saskatoon Grasswood for his kind comments. Much appreciative. I am very passionate about this issue, that is for sure, as many of us are here in this House. I have a background in education. My family run a private school in Calgary, the Weber Academy, with over 1,000 children in our schools. And we care about these children. We care about informing them and educating them and telling them all about the harmful effects of marijuana. Yet, it's not happening in our school system. It's not in our curriculum. If it is, it's not enough. This public education plan that we need should have happened a year ago. Should have happened 2 years ago in anticipation of this bill being passed on July 1st. It's too late. By the time they legislate this bill into place, there will be marijuana on the streets with uneducated children throughout the country, unaware of the harmful effects of this drug.
Questions and comments? The honourable member for Beaches East York. We have time for about a 30-second question and a 30-second answer.
Thanks very much, Mr. Speaker. My friend just mentioned harms. 3,000 Canadians are born every year with fetal alcohol spectrum disorder. That's 3,000 Canadians, and that's just one issue. That's not counting drunk driving. That's not counting domestic abuse. That's not counting rape and sexual assault, including on campuses, and all of the harms that come from alcohol. Perhaps the member can explain to me why he thinks cannabis, point me to the evidence why cannabis is more harmful than alcohol, and why this member thinks we ought to throw young Canadians in jail for having a joint, but have glossy flyers come to my doorstep advertising alcohol.
The honourable member for Calgary Confederation.
Thank you, honourable member, for your question. Appreciate it. It is well known, and it was stated in testimony as well from the Canadian Medical Association, all about the very harmful effects of marijuana have on youth, on developing brains, and you know that. We all know this. You smoke marijuana during a brain development period between 0 and 25 years of age, you have high susceptible conditions that could occur to you. Marijuana is not medical, medicinal. I'm talking about marijuana on a recreational use. With children at this particular age, it will create a lot of problems with their mental health. There is clear evidence, scientific evidence, that marijuana causes, with many individuals with a developing brain, schizophrenia. Schizophrenia that has been blamed for many.
Resuming debate, reprise du débat. L'honorable député de...
The honourable member for Montmagny, Lillet, Kamouraska, Rivière-du-Loup. I would just like to tell the member that he'll have 10 minutes for his speech, and then the 5 questions will come after question period. The honourable member. Thank you, Mr. Speaker. I'm very honoured to be speaking to this bill and to represent the members of the people of my riding, and I do so with a great deal of pride. And, since I was elected, I began traveling around my riding. And last spring, I went to the schools in my riding, and I told the people in the schools what the Government of Canada does and how a bill is passed. And at that time, because the Liberal Party had already put forward a bill on cannabis legalization, I used that bill as an example, and there was already a draft of the bill, so we had an idea of what it was about, and I spoke about it very openly with students in the schools. These were elementary schools mostly, and some high schools, and a few cégeps as well. During those meetings, I went to 10 different schools, actually, and in some schools, sometimes I had 300 people, 300 students in the auditorium, usually children of about young people aged between 12 and 15, and as I was discussing this bill with them, and in the way it's explained, is stating that it would allow for the for cannabis to be grown in homes and that it would be legalized, and that there was really not a lot of substance in the bill around drug-impaired driving. And so we discussed many things about this bill, and I asked students if they agreed with marijuana being legalized. I asked them to raise their hands, and I was stunned to see that 80% of these young people in my riding said that they did not agree with marijuana being legalized. And we're not talking about seniors in seniors' homes. We're talking about young people in schools, and I was really stunned because I thought, well, you know, the sunny ways of Mr. Trudeau, the Prime Minister, his sunny ways towards openness and transparency, I thought about that, but these young people were clearly telling me that they were not at all in agreement with the legalization of marijuana. And in fact, that led to a very interesting debate among us, myself and the students. I also had the opportunity to meet with other groups of seniors, a number of people from seniors' homes and other seniors, a number of nurses who work with these people. And obviously, they told me very clearly that they did not agree at all with the legalization of cannabis. There's a type of hypocrisy. I can't even describe the depth of this hypocrisy of this government with regard to this matter, with regard to this bill, because this bill, among other things, flies in the face of 3 international treaties, with which the government claims to agree. And we're talking about the UN. They say that they're investing in the world and that they're back on the international scene. And but they're really going against the other drug treaties and drug control treaties in the world. But they don't seem to think that's important. The other thing is, with regard to science, Mr. Speaker, the liberals always boast about how they love science, and you know they talk about using fact-based evidence. They spout this all the time, and yet the science on this is very, very clear. I would just like to remind members that there's a speech being given right now.
There's a presentation being made, and I'm hearing a little bit of rumble, and I'm just having a hard time hearing it. So, out of respect for the speaker who's getting old and his hearing is going, I'd like you to maybe just keep the talking a little bit lower. L'honorable député.
The honourable member. Thank you, Mr. Speaker. That's very kind of you. Because you can see clearly the party across the way doesn't want to listen to what we have to say. No, I can tell you that because there were studies in committee, and the committee asked for amendments to be put forward. The NDP put forward 36 amendments. Every single one was turned down. And they said, well, the Conservatives said, or rather they asked us Conservatives to present amendments, and we said, why? You're going to turn them down anyway. So, once again, this is another absolute signal of hypocrisy, because we're also talking about growing 4 plants of marijuana in homes. I raised my children at home, and my children are raising their children at home. And I'm just trying to imagine, Mr. Speaker, having 4 marijuana plants in my house. And I could just imagine trying to explain to my children, now don't touch that. It's completely contradictory. It's totally hypocritical. How can you protect children if you're cultivating your own marijuana plants right at home? And if someone really wants to be productive concerning marijuana production, in 6 weeks that person can cultivate with just these 4 plants. I think I calculated, I can't remember the exact numbers, but it takes between 6 to 8 weeks. So imagine over 52 weeks, you can plant over and over again during the year. So that could be a lot of money. So I can imagine young children at home. They're going to help their children, they're going to help their parents water the plants so they can quickly go out and sell them. I mean, how can they be this blind? Don't they think that the children are just going to pick the leaves off the plants? Don't they realize that? Mr. Speaker, the government repeats over and over that organized crime will decline. But in Colorado, cannabis was legalized 4 years ago, and there was an increase in organized crime. It's not called organized crime for nothing. Those people know how to organize themselves, and they know how to react and to adapt to situations such as this one. Legalization of marijuana will absolutely increase organized crime, not the opposite. Another thing is, in this bill, they don't talk about byproducts at all. In Colorado, it is the byproducts of marijuana that are now more lucrative for the government in terms of sale taxes than the sale of marijuana itself. So there's people have already started to ask me if there's legislation regarding byproducts. You know, pretty soon it'll be the equivalent of people in SAQ and LCBO. It'll be the same thing with marijuana. Sure, I know they want it to be legalized across the country, but the reality is that organized crime is, they're just going to increase the potency of THC in the products, and that's what legalization leads to. We talked about training, Mr. Speaker. It's absurd. The money that they gave to that, come on, $40 million over 5 years, and they've just invested $500 million in an Asian bank. Come on. That money is being spent elsewhere. Why don't they spend it here on prevention and information campaigns? $40 million. Come on, Mr. Speaker. That is nothing. It's absolutely nothing to carry out prevention and awareness-raising campaigns. We proposed one single amendment, and that was to scrap the bill completely and to start over. The problem is that this government across the way does not listen to us. They don't listen to us at all. They didn't even take into account the 36 amendments from the NDP, and I'm sure that the NDP brought forward perfectly reasonable and intelligent amendments to improve this bill. So they think that they're infallible with regard to this. I can't believe it. There are people here, people who are watching us and listening to us, and I'm sure that those people don't all agree with the legalization of marijuana. There are 80% of people in my riding who answered a poll who said that they did not agree with the legalization of marijuana, but the government doesn't care. It doesn't listen. No problem. We're just going to push forward. How much time do I have left, Mr. Speaker? 12 seconds. Oh, come on. Come on. I could talk about this for hours. Those are the facts, Mr. Speaker. Once again, the hypocrisy of this government is total and stunning. Thank you, Mr. Speaker. The member will have 5 minutes for questions and comments after question period.
Labrador.
Thank you, Mr. Speaker. I'm pleased to stand today, and I'm proud to acknowledge the many contributions of our veterans and acknowledge the service of Inuit veterans in Canada. They have served our country with the utmost courage, bravery, and respect. One shining example of the efforts of the Royal Newfoundland Regiment is Jack Shywalk of my riding in Labrador, an Inuit from the community of Rigolet. Mr. Shywalk is remembered as the regiment's best sharpshooter, and it's said he credits his feat to the time he spent trapping, hunting, and fishing on the vast lands and waters of Labrador. At only 26, John entered the war effort and quickly rose through the ranks, ultimately becoming a lance corporal. Sadly, on November 20th, 1917, John and 6 other members of his regiment were killed in the battle. His loss was keenly felt by the whole regiment. Today we remember him, we remember all of our veterans, we continue to feel their loss, and we support their families, and we support those throughout our country. Thank you, Mr. Speaker.
The Honourable The honourable member for Caribou, Prince George.
Mr. Speaker, as we approach the 11th hour of the 11th day of the 11th month, let us all be thankful for all that we have. Across our nation, Canadians will pause to honour the sacrifice of those who have given so much for our freedom. Remembrance Day serves to educate our youth and future generations that the rights and privilege that we enjoy do not come without sacrifice. That's why I'm so proud to stand in this House today and recognize the hard work of the grade 5-6 students from Kersley Elementary School. They raised money to buy 3 plaques honouring those who fought in the Persian Gulf, Afghanistan, and in our peacekeeping missions. These new plaques will serve as a reminder for future generations that freedom is not free. I'm so proud of these students and their efforts to ensure that we honour those who in their service to our country and our community have paid the ultimate sacrifice. Those that continue the fight today, whether in our communities or in our battlefields overseas, or those who suffer quietly in the shadows, that we shall never forget.
The honourable member for Sydney, Victoria.
Mr. Speaker, today I rise to honour those who have served our country over the last 100 years. Over 1 million men and women served our country to make peace around the world, and thousands came from my home in Cape Breton. Since I became Member of Parliament in 2000, I had the honour of visiting grave sites throughout the world, where many gave the ultimate sacrifice and did not come back. I visited grave sites in Normandy, Vimy Ridge, the Netherlands, and Hong Kong. We must always remember those who gave their lives for our freedom. It's important we help those who come home. And it was an honour for me to be with the Prime Minister, Minister of Veteran Affairs, and many of my colleagues in this House to reopen the Veterans Affairs Office in Sydney this time last year. I commend all my colleagues in this House who will go home over the next few days and attend events in their ridings with the veterans and the constituents. Let us never forget the ultimate sacrifice our men and women made for us and continue to make for us every day. All gave some gave all.
The honourable member for Esquimalt, Saanich Sooke.
Mr. Speaker, today we're hearing many moving statements on Remembrance Day, but this afternoon I rise to mark another day of remembrance, the Trans Day of Remembrance, November 20th. People and communities across Canada and around the world will be remembering victims of transphobic violence and rededicating themselves to working to end discrimination against transgender and gender-variant people. Last year, there were 317 reported murders of trans people, and many more were victims of violence and discrimination. This includes the murder of Cici Thibert in Montreal on September 19th. And despite hopeful signs that came this week with the election of several transgender people to public office in the United States, there have still been 23 murders of transgender Americans so far this year. On this Trans Day of Remembrance, we in Canada can point to Bill C-16, which guarantees the same rights and protections in law that all other Canadians already enjoy. But it is clear that much more remains to be done to build a more inclusive Canada, one where transgender and gender-variant Canadians can participate fully, on an equal basis, and without fear.
Bravo.
The honourable member for Cambridge.
Thank you, Mr. Speaker. Recently, I had the pleasure to host the inaugural meeting of the Canada-Macedonia Friendship Group. A number of MPs came out to support this group, and we had the pleasure of hearing from His Excellency Tony Dmowski, the Macedonian Ambassador to Canada. I was proud to be elected chair of this group, and I'm looking forward to continuing the exchange of ideas and culture between our two countries. We are working towards hosting an event for all parliamentarians in the coming year. Building partnerships and connecting with the world is integral to how Canada operates on the world stage. Macedonia has strong ties to my riding of Cambridge, and many residents are among the 40,000 Macedonian Canadians calling our country home. Thank you to everyone who has supported this friendship group. Blagodaram, Mr. Speaker.
The honourable member for Brandon Souris.
Mr. Speaker, I rise to pay tribute to the Brandon Marlins team and the management and players from their 1999 to 2008 seasons for being chosen to be inducted into the Manitoba Baseball Hall of Fame on June 2nd next summer in Morden, Manitoba. The Marlins were assembled in 1995 by a late great athlete, Neil Andrews, who, with the help of many others, recruited a great group of athletes who had played together since they were 10 or 11 years old. Well, the entry of the Marlins into the league, with the entry of the Marlins into the league, it breathed new life into Brandon's baseball community, and fans were privileged to watch some of the most exciting baseball games in league history. It goes without saying that the Marlins are champions. They went on to win the Manitoba Senior Baseball League title in 1999 and proceeded to win again in 2001, 2003, 2005, and 2008, among other accomplishments. I know many of the players personally, and they are true leaders both on and off the field. I can think of no greater honor to recognize these gentlemen as being inducted into the Manitoba Baseball Hall of Fame, so their accomplishments will be remembered for generations to come.
The honourable member for Pitt Meadows, Maple Ridge.
Mr. Speaker, in a few days it will be a day of remembrance where we honour each and every Canadian who has served and fought for their country. Canadians like Margaret Rose Currie, who is from my riding of Pitt Meadows, Maple Ridge, was a champion of hard work. She was a selfless, loving individual and a veteran who served in the Canadian Armed Forces. Since 1976, she has been an active member of the Royal Canadian Legion. Mr. Speaker, even after Margaret retired, she continued to serve by being involved in multiple organizations and devoted her time by visiting local schools to talk about the importance of Remembrance Day. A passionate and unwavering woman who worked tirelessly as she touched thousands of lives and made a difference with every step she took. In August, sadly, Margaret passed away after spending over 40 years serving our community. On this Remembrance Day, I would like to ask everyone to honor and remember inspiring veterans like Margaret Rose Currie. Thank you.
The Honourable Member for Hull-Aylmer. Thank you, Mr. Speaker. I am honoured to rise today to speak about the only charitable organization in Quebec solely devoted to the fight against prostate cancer. Procure is an organization that specializes in research, awareness raising, information, and support for men and their families. As you know, Mr. Speaker, I am a proud supporter of Bow Tie Thursday. That is why I will take on the role of ambassador for Procure's Bowvember campaign. I invite all House of Commons members to get a bow tie by contacting my office, and I challenge everyone to wear a bow tie every Thursday in November in this House in support of the fight against prostate cancer. Let's make a difference together. Thank you, Mr. Speaker. The Honourable Member for Louis-Saint-Laurent. Mr. Speaker, I was born and spent my entire life in Loretteville, right beside the Indigenous community of Wendake. For 9 years, I have been proud to represent the Wendat, whether that's here in the House of Commons or in the National Assembly for 7 years. I know them, I love them, but most importantly, I respect them. For thousands of years, the Wendat have had their beliefs. And allow me to tell you what those beliefs are. They believe that when Yantik fell from the heavens, the geese caught her on their wings before laying her on the back of the great turtle, the leader of the animals. Great Turtle then became a beautiful island, our Earth. That is their belief. Not mine, theirs. Mr. Speaker, one can have two different attitudes towards beliefs, either contempt and ridicule or respect. We respect their beliefs. We respect all beliefs. And that is what respect for First Nations is.
The Honourable Member for Bay of Quinte.
Mr. Speaker, as MP for the Bay of Quinte, I'd like to recognize all of our Canadian veterans, past and present. My riding is home to one of the largest veterans populations in this country. Men and women arrive to serve, and many stay to contribute dynamically to our region in their post-service years. When I became MP, it was an honor to hire a veteran on my team. A veteran's empathy, expertise, and eagerness to build solutions are valuable tools that raise the standards of service we can offer to our veterans community. I'd like to commend all employers in the Bay of Quinte riding who have also embraced hiring a veteran. I call on each of my honourable colleagues to hire veterans in their offices. Likewise, let's encourage all other Canadian employers to follow our example and that of my community. It's Veterans Week. Hire a veteran. It's our best chance to turn our words into action and show everyone how much we value our Canadian veterans. Thank you, Mr. Speaker.
Honourable member for Etobicoke Lakeshore.
Mr. Speaker, I rise today to recognize the 2017 inductees into the Etobicoke Sports Hall of Fame. This evening, 4 worthy individuals will have their names added to the roster of great Canadians who've made significant contributions to the world of sport. Jockey Enrico Rosa da Silva, winner over 700 races. Award-winning sports writer Steve Buffrey, who covered the Olympics for 15 years, not to mention the Leafs, the Raptors, and the Blue Jays. I'm particularly proud of David Two Cups Bowen, who brought the Stanley Cup home to Mimico and to his parents Drew and Carol on 2 occasions. The second time as a result of his Cup-winning goal in 2013. Lastly, I want to congratulate my good friend, Councillor Mark Grimes. He's worked tirelessly for youth sport in Etobicoke. He was instrumental in building the MasterCard Centre in Etobicoke and BMO Field in Toronto. He is truly a builder, Mr. Speaker. I want to thank them both, congratulate them both. Boys, I can't be there tonight. Have fun, and let's go.
Honourable member for Souris Moose Mountain.
Mr. Speaker, tomorrow we will recognize the 100th anniversary of the Battle of Passchendaele, a defining battle in Canadian war history. The Battle of Passchendaele is remembered as one of the worst horrors of the First World War. The conditions for our soldiers were deplorable, with mud, water, and blast craters turning the battlefield into a literal quagmire. Sergeant Charles Pickney, Private William Doyle, Private William Hodgson, and Private Henry Siddle from my hometown were among the 15,600 Canadians who lost their lives in that battle. Sergeant George Mullen from Moosomin, Saskatchewan of the PPCLI was awarded the Victoria Cross for bravery in saving many lives. This Saturday, I encourage all Canadians to attend the Remembrance Day ceremony in their community to pay tribute to the brave men and women who have made the ultimate sacrifice so that we may enjoy a life of peace and prosperity in Canada today. Their country needed them. They answered the call. We shall not forget.
The honourable member for Sault Ste. Marie.
Mr. Speaker, today I rise in the House to congratulate the Marconi Club in Sault Ste. Marie on the success of their first annual joint banquet. My wife Lisa and I had the pleasure of attending and thoroughly enjoyed this event. I wanted to congratulate President Joe Orzetti of the Guillermo Marconi Society and President Nancy Frigomoni MacDonald of the Elettra Marconi Society for the progressive ideas in honoring the rich Italian heritage and culture we are lucky to have here in the Soo. This event could not have come together so beautifully without the hard work of Rosetta Sicoli and her legendary eggplant parmesan. Grazie to the entire Marconi Society for producing this historic event. I'm proud to say the Italian community in Sault Ste. Marie is a perfect example how multiculturalism and diversity can make Canada better. Buona fortuna, Marconi Club. Thank you.
The Honourable Member for Jonquière. Mr. Speaker, this Saturday, November 11th, we will be celebrating Remembrance Day. This is a time to remember all those men and women who served. This week, we have all been proudly wearing the poppy, a symbol commemorating all those who defended their nation, sometimes even sacrificing their own lives. This year, in my riding, the riding of Jonquière, there will be a very special ceremony to pay tribute to our veterans. I will have the honor of participating in a parade along with many members and veterans from the Canadian Armed Forces, the Saguenay Regiment, the Naval Reserve, the RCMP, and the Royal Canadian Legion from Arvida and Kenogami. You are all invited to come and take part in this ceremony that will take place in the very heart of Arvida's heritage city. Thank you, Mr. Speaker.
The honourable member for Niagara Falls.
Thank you, Mr. Speaker. I'm pleased to rise in the House today to celebrate the Justice Committee voting to keep Section 176 in the Criminal Code. And I would also like to thank those tens of thousands of Canadians who wrote and emailed their respective MPs to stand for their right to worship peacefully and in security. Parliamentarians heard the calls of citizens from across our nation, and because their voices were resoundingly clear, Mr. Speaker, Canadians and religious officials will be able to practice their right to worship knowing that they will continue to be protected in the criminal code. Now, Conservatives have always supported religious freedom and the protection of those freedoms because we know the disruption of religious service is serious and is not a mere mischief charge. It is a fundamental right that greatly affects all Canadians, regardless of whether or not they attend religious services. Mr. Speaker, today is a victory for all faith communities in Canada.
Honourable member for Canada Carleton.
Mr. Speaker, on November 11th, we honour the valour and sacrifice of those Canadian men and women who have served and continue to serve in the defence of peace, the protection of Canada and her allies, as well as in the name of freedom and democracy. This week, I had the great honour to join in the celebration of the 75th anniversary of 429 Bison Squadron, the squadron I once had the privilege of commanding. The squadron was formed in 1942 as a bomber squadron and still serves Canada with distinction 75 years later. Like the members of 429 Squadron, men and women of the Canadian Forces, past and present, have served in wars and combat missions, on countless United Nations, domestic sovereignty, rescue, humanitarian and disaster relief operations, all with unparalleled bravery and selflessness. To all those who have sacrificed so much, including the families who supported them, Mr. Speaker, I say, all of us say thank you. Canada is so very proud and so very grateful.
Questions orales, oral questions.
The honourable member for Richmond Arthabaska. Mr. Speaker, we plan to mark Remembrance Day on Saturday, and we found out this morning that the Liberal government is cutting allowances for elite soldiers if they are ill or injured for more than 180 days. More than 180 days. Once again, Mr. Speaker, this government, which claims to be fair and just, is proving to us that it is acting in total contradiction with itself. Can the Prime Minister explain to us why the government had no problem with cutting financial compensation to our soldiers and then shamelessly protects its rich Liberal friends like Stephen Brofman? Mr. Speaker, the health and welfare of our soldiers is an absolute priority for us. The change that has been made includes a grace period of 6 months to allow them to return to regular duty. The government has resolved to make sure that soldiers will receive fair compensation for the services they have rendered to Canada. That is why the government recently approved an increase for soldiers' salaries. Along with their base salaries, soldiers receive compensation for specific missions and for those that have higher difficulty, like those that do parachute missions and search and rescue. The honourable member for Richmond Arthabaska. Mr. Speaker, the decisions that we make reveal the values that we hold. The actions of this government are disappointing. It's a total lack of respect for the men and women in uniform who defend Canada by risking their lives. Going from one crisis to be managed to the next is a strange way to govern. Does the Prime Minister understand the additional pressure that this government is putting on soldiers and their families, these Canadians who are making the ultimate sacrifice for their country?
Persons with disabilities.
Mr. Speaker, our government is committed to our veterans, full stop. We have showed that since we came into power. We are investing in financial security. We have reopened offices. We have invested in frontline staff. We are delivering on mental health services to better support our troops, and we will continue to find ways to continue to help them build their lives after service. Our government believes in our veterans. We'll be there with them every step of the way.
The member for Richmond Arthabaska. Mr. Speaker, it is a fact. This government swore it would make mental illnesses a priority, and now it requires our soldiers who have had traumatic shocks to get over it in 180 days. 180 days, that's what they decided. The Liberal government seems to have a two-tier system, one for their Liberal friends and another for Canadian men and women, including our soldiers. Do the members of the Canadian Armed Forces have to scramble to go to work, still ill or injured, even if they're not ready for it, to avoid being penalized by this Liberal government?
Mr. Speaker, our government is fully committed to our Canadian Armed Force members and veterans and their families. We continue to build upon the supports we have in our mandate letter, whether it's reopening offices, that's investing in frontline staff, delivering on financial security, improving supports for mental health. I will let the member know we are really recently investing in a center of excellence for mental health for our veterans and their families to get the help that they need. We're standing by our veterans and their families, unlike the Conservatives ignored them for the 10 years that they were in office.
The Honourable Opposition House Leader.
Well, Mr. Speaker, last night we were shocked to learn that this Liberal government is stripping the pay of our brave men and women who are severely injured in the line of duty. This disgraceful decision to remove benefits from those who put their lives on the line for us is nothing short of cold and heartless. Will the Prime Minister do the right thing and reverse this shameful pay cut to our Canadian Special Forces?
The Honourable Minister of National Revenue. The health and well-being of our soldiers are absolute priorities. The changes we have made offer soldiers a grace period of 6 months to make a transition to their regular pay. Our injured or ill soldiers will have access to support mechanisms, and the goal is to help them to recover their health. The Chief of the Defence Staff is responsible for administering these policies. The Minister of Defence asked him to review this file to make sure that it is entirely relevant.
Prime Minister seems to have no problem making sure his friends are all taken care of, whether it's proclaiming Stephen Brofman innocent or turning a blind eye to the Minister of Finance blatant conflict of interest. But when it comes to doing what's right for our men and women in uniform and those who put their lives on the line every day, the Prime Minister has no time and zero sympathy. We can tell from that answer. Mr. Speaker, do the Liberals understand the damage that they are inflicting on our Canadian military by cutting the monthly allowances of these soldiers?
The Honourable Minister of National Revenue. Our government has committed to making sure that our soldiers receive fair compensation for the services they render to Canada. That is why our government recently approved a salary increase of 6.34% for most soldiers. On top of their base pay, certain soldiers receive special compensation for fulfilling unique missions where they are exposed to higher levels of risk or higher levels of difficulty, like parachute missions, search and rescue, and those who spend considerable time on the ground or on the sea. There's been an increase of 5.1%. Our soldiers are well paid. The Honourable Member for Rimouski-Neigit-Témiscouata-Les-Basques. Mr. Speaker, the Minister of National Revenue has been saying since the beginning of the week that her government has been able to recoup $25 billion by tackling tax evasion. However, the Canada Revenue Agency refuses to confirm if this money really has been recouped by the state. The minister's speech and that of the government keeps changing every day. The minister must stand up and end this culture of secrecy at the agency. What is the truth? Has the agency really recouped $25 billion, or did the agency just identify that amount? The Minister of National Revenue. Mr. Speaker, our government has fully committed to fighting tax evasion and aggressive tax planning. We are on our way to recouping $25 billion, which is the result of audits that have been conducted over the last 2 years. All of the companies and individuals impacted by these audits have received notices. The agency is currently collecting what is owed to Canadians. No one is above the law. The Honourable Member for Rimouski-Neigit-Témiscouata-Les-Basques. That's funny because she kept talking about different numbers. It's from 13 billion we went to 25. It's doubled.
Keeps boasting about the CRA's investigations into tax evasion, but she sets a double standard. Remember when the CRA offered a secret amnesty to KPMG clients who stashed 130 billion in the Isle of Man? While a quick visit on the Canada Revenue Agency's website shows the name of hairdressers, farmers, realtors who got caught, but nothing on KPMG clients. They keep bragging about how they got a carpenter to pay a fine, but when will this government take on the real tax evaders?
The Honourable Minister of National Revenue. Mr. Speaker, we are en route to recouping $25 billion, which is the result of audit activities led over the last 2 years. I would like to tell my colleague across the way that 2 years is 24 months and not 6 months. And we have invested $1 billion, Mr. Speaker. We continue to work. We are putting supports in place. Several jurisdictions. We are going to hire 100 auditors, and our actions are bearing fruit. The member for Rosemont-la-Petite-Patrie. Since the revelations on Stephen Bromfin regarding the Paradise Papers, the Minister of National Revenue keeps saying the same thing. The government has committed to fighting tax avoidance and aggressive tax planning. Wait, according to Revenue Canada's website, tax evasion means deliberately ignoring the law, and that's illegal. How can something illegal also be abusive? Is there something that's illegal that's not abusive? Is there acceptable fraud? Is the line between what's acceptable and what is abusive is whether you are a friend of the Prime Minister and the Liberal Party, the Minister of National Revenue. Our government has firmly committed to fighting tax evasion and tax avoidance. In our last 2 budgets, we set aside nearly $1 billion for this, and our plan is generating results. 627 cases transferred to criminal investigations, 268 warrants, 78 convictions, Mr. Speaker. We continue the work for all Canadians. Everyone must pay their fair share. The Honourable Member for Rosemont-la-Petite-Patrie. I have another number for the Minister, 22. That's the number of agreements that they have with tax havens, and they're not moving their little finger to change that. In an editorial, there was a question, what is the government waiting for to cancel these tax agreements by which a Canadian company registered in Barbados doesn't have to pay taxes here? What are they waiting for to look into what Canadian banks are doing? Those are excellent questions. Are they doing nothing because it benefits their millionaire friends on Bay Street? Is that what's going on? The Honourable Minister of National Revenue. Our government is well aware that this is an issue that implicates billions of dollars, and we have made historic investments. In our last 2 budgets, nearly $1 billion. The agency is using the information it has received through lists that are revealed by its partners in the OECD and BEPS, through which the agency is also a partner. That is how the agency was able to conduct nearly 1,000 investigations and has been able to lay criminal charges and look into corporations that are set up abroad.
For Provencher.
Mr. Speaker, new liberal ethical lapses seem to surface almost weekly, and they aren't just islands unto themselves. The finance minister hid his Morneau Chappelle shares for almost 2 years. Okay. He hid his French corporation, for which he was found guilty and fined by the ethics commissioner. And yet he still holds numerous numbered companies. Will the finance minister clarify for us today what other conflicts are lurking in the muddy waters of these other numbered companies?
Parliamentary Secretary to the Minister of Finance.
Thank you, Mr. Speaker. As I've mentioned time and time again in this House, the Finance Minister, when he arrived in Ottawa as an elected parliamentarian, he's done what's expected of all parliamentarians, all ministers. He's met with the Ethics Commissioner. He's always followed her guidelines. He's always made sure that he was in compliance with the rules. He's mentioned recently he'd go even above and beyond, divesting himself of all shares in Morneau Chappelle, placing all his assets in a blind trust. And the measures that he's put in place when he arrived were the ones recommended by the Ethics Commissioner, which were good enough for members on the other side of the aisle while they were in government, good enough for the member for Milton, good enough for Denis Lebel, which was to put in place a conflict of interest screen, which has been in place, which is still in place. Thank you.
Order.
Député de Beauport.
The Honourable Member for Beauport, Côte-de-Beaupré, Île d'Orléans, Charlevoix. Canadians don't even know where to look anymore. The Liberals' lack of ethics can be seen absolutely everywhere. What disturbs them the most is that the Minister of Finance, who is responsible for the country's budget, is hiding his assets in numbered companies. He hid his shares in Morneau Shepell for 2 years. He never revealed that he owned a company in France. He was found guilty by the Commissioner and, more importantly, by all Canadians, and he had to pay a fine. How many more conflicts may we find in the rest of his numbered companies? The Honourable Parliamentary Secretary. Mr. Speaker, the Minister of Finance has always worked transparently with the Ethics Commissioner, has always followed her recommendations, what is expected of every parliamentarian on both sides of the House, and he announced he'll go even further by putting all of his assets in a blind trust and by getting rid of his shares in Morneau Shepell. Between October 19th and 2015, he's going to make a charitable donation, and what they're trying to hide is their bad track record on the economy. This minister has created a great many jobs over the last 2 years, has generated growth, and for the last 10 years they had the worst performance of any government.
For Barrie Innisfil.
After the finance minister spent the summer attacking small business owners, it's become crystal clear the Liberals are the party of the privileged, and there are two sets of rules. There are rules for them and rules for the rest of us. While the minister hid his foreign corporation from the Ethics Commissioner, Liberal insiders were hiding their wealth in a complex web of offshore tax havens. Middle-class Canadians and those working hard to join it don't try and hide things from the taxman. They can't afford it. Mr. Speaker, why doesn't the minister publicly disclose what's in all his numbered companies?
Parliamentary Secretary.
Mr. Speaker, I'll reiterate again, the Finance Minister has done what's expected of all parliamentarians. He's worked with the Ethics Commissioner, in which we have the utmost trust to provide the right path forward for parliamentarians, for parliamentary secretaries, for ministers. That's what he's done, placing a conflict of interest screen, a measure which the Ethics Commissioner saw as the best measure of compliance possible, a measure which was good enough for members on the opposite side while they were in government. Now the Finance Minister has announced to go above and beyond her recommendations to continue the important work that he's been doing for 2 years for Canadians.
For Barrie Innisfil.
Well, the minister keeps saying he's disclosed all of his assets, but he told everyone 2 years ago he placed all his assets in a blind trust. He told the media, Parliament, he even told members of his own caucus he had a blind trust, but we know that wasn't the truth. Now he's asking us once again to blindly trust him. But if he really wants to repair that trust that he's broken with Canadians, the solution is simple, Mr. Speaker. Shine a light on what's in all of his numbered companies. Why is that so hard?
Honourable Parliamentary Secretary to Minister of Finance.
Thank you, Mr. Speaker. Here in this Parliament, we have an institution, Mr. Speaker, the Ethics Commissioner, whose mandate is to provide the right path forward to protect the integrity of Parliament, to provide with recommendations to make sure that all members follow the rules. The Finance Minister, when he was first elected 2 years ago, met with the Ethics Commissioner, disclosed all of his assets to her, followed the path that she set forward, placed in a conflict of interest screen, and has focused for the last 2 years to serve Canadians, serve the public, has helped to grow this economy at a faster rate than they ever could achieve in 2 years, and I fully understand why they don't want to talk about their record, why they don't want to talk about the Finance Minister's record, because when you contrast, it's clear who's doing the better job. Thank you, Mr. Speaker.
Honourable Member for Carleton.
The Prime Minister has gone on the hunt for wealthy tax cheats, but he skipped right over his Finance Minister, who had hidden interests in France and in Barbados, who skipped over his chief fundraiser in the Liberal Party, who's linked to a $60 million tax haven in the Caribbean. But he did find diabetics and farmers and now Special Forces soldiers. When will Sherlock Holmes realize that if he's looking for wealthy tax dodgers, they're all around him?
Order. I don't think that there's a Sherlock Holmes in the House, and of course, if there were, we wouldn't refer to him by name. So I would ask members to remember to address their questions to the chair, of course, but to mention the minister they're addressing it to if possible. If they're going to do that, that's fine. I do see the minister, l'honorable. Je vois que peut-être l'honorable.
I see perhaps that the Minister of National Revenue is rising to answer. Mr. Speaker, what the member in the opposition has to say is completely absurd and even irresponsible. No one is interfering with the work of the agency. The government has fully committed to fighting tax avoidance and aggressive tax planning. In our last 2 budgets, we invested nearly $1 billion. It's funny to hear the Conservatives talk about the importance of these issues when they did nothing about it when they were in power. The Globe and Mail did a report in 2014 on the fact that the Conservatives cut 50 managers who were responsible for international cases.
Well, there's no doubt that this minister is hiring a lot of tax collectors. The problem is they're going after the wrong people, diabetics and farmers and small business owners, not the real tax cheats. And as for her comment that nobody's interfering with CRA, well, maybe nobody except the Prime Minister and her. She wrote a letter on July 31st in which she said type 1 diabetics are unlikely to qualify for the disability tax credit, even when their doctors certify that they are. Will she withdraw that letter and tell her department to give diabetics back their tax credit?
The Honourable Minister for National Revenue. Mr. Speaker, our government has committed that Canadians receive the credits and benefits that they are entitled to. The eligibility for this tax credit has not changed. It's important to recognize that too many Canadians experience difficulties and they need help. That is why our government always has a humane, or rather human-centered approach. We have simplified forms. We have hired nurses, or rather nurse practitioners. We are putting everything in place to help people. The Honourable Member for Abitibi-Témiscamingue. Mr. Speaker, veterans are on the Hill today to ask the Liberals to respect their election promise and to give them their full pension. These veterans were betrayed by the Conservatives, and then they were disappointed when the Liberals, who had promised to do better, took them to court. In 2015, Liberals supported an NDP motion that stated that Canada owed a sacred obligation to our veterans. Are they going to keep their promise, provide complete pensions, and recognize again that we owe a sacred duty to our veterans? The Honourable Parliamentary Secretary to the Minister of Infrastructure. Yes, we do have a sacred obligation towards veterans, especially those who are in difficulty. We will help them. We offer services and benefits every day to veterans and their families. We are going to keep our promise to offer a lifetime award, and we will provide more details later this year. Thank you.
London Fanshawe.
Mr. Speaker, this government has repeatedly promised to bring back veterans' pensions, yet it continues to deny that the government owes a sacred obligation to our veterans. In fact, the Liberals hired the same lawyers as the Conservatives before them and have taken these veterans right back to court. So much for the word.
Shame.
Mr. Speaker, the Prime Minister has a choice. Will he keep his promise and bring back the full pension, or will he continue to deny the sacred obligation we owe Canada's veterans?
The Parliamentary Secretary to the Minister of Infrastructure.
Mr. Speaker, to be clear, we did not take these veterans to court. The Equitas litigation deals with issues that are addressed in the minister's mandate, including re-establishing lifelong pensions as an option. Unlike the Conservatives across the way, we could have addressed their concerns while in office, but we will deliver on our promise of a pension for life.
Order. The member for Calgary Shepherd.
Yesterday, I asked the Revenue Minister to release valuable information so that Canadians can understand how widespread the problems are with the disability tax credit for diabetics. The Minister has totally evaded my question. When it comes to the disability tax credit, Diabetes Canada has said, and I quote, that nobody is being targeted, except like the people with diabetes. Now, when will the Revenue Minister do her job, release the data on the disability tax credit, and come clean with Canadians suffering from diabetes?
The Honourable Minister of National Revenue. Our Speaker has committed to making sure that everyone who needs them receives the credits and benefits they are entitled to. We are moving forward with a national law for disabled persons that will eliminate obstacles and emphasize accessibility for Canadians that have a disability. We've facilitated access to tax credits. But for 2 years now, the amounts have not stopped increasing. We have simplified forms, we have hired nurse practitioners, and we are asking nurse practitioners to fill out those forms. The Honourable Member for Bellechasse-les-Étrements-Lévis. If the Minister of National Revenue says that the amounts have increased, how is it that a citizen in Saint-Justine who used to get the tax credit for disabled persons and now is being denied that credit by the National Revenue Agency? How is it that the Prime Minister, who gave me his word, he said that he's going to make sure the Minister of Health and the Minister of National Revenue are going to follow up? And where are we with this case of the citizen in Saint-Justine who is worried, who is not a friend of the Prime Minister, and who doesn't have tax havens to put her money into? The Honourable Minister of National Revenue. Mr. Speaker, our government has committed to making sure that everyone receives the tax credits and benefits that they are entitled to. The eligibility to this tax credit has not changed. And I would like to say to my colleague across the way that he knows very well that all the information from the National Revenue Agency is strictly confidential. I cannot talk about anyone specifically in this House, not today, not tomorrow, and not throughout my entire mandate. Thank you. The Honourable Member for Bellechasse-les-Étrements-Lévis. Mr. Speaker, we've had enough of empty words. What we need is action. What this citizen in Saint-Justine needs is action. And she wants to make sure that we stop attacking her savings because she's diabetic, she has children to take care of. And we want action, Mr. Speaker. Why are they defending their bagman who's saving billions in tax shelters and is not helping out this citizen in Saint-Justine? I'm waiting for action. The Honourable Minister of National Revenue. We are fully committed to fighting tax evasion and aggressive tax planning. It's funny to hear the Conservatives talk about the importance of tackling evasion and avoidance while they did so little while they were in power. 98 audits abroad. We conducted 223 investigations over the last year compared to the 10-year track record of the Conservatives. We did 335 investigations. These are concrete measures, and it shows that we take this situation much more seriously.
Ania Lampton.
Mr. Speaker, the clock is ticking for people with type 1 diabetes who've had their previously approved disability tax credits now rejected. That's because refusal triggers a letter telling them they're not eligible for retirement disability pension funds they've been putting money in for 10 years, and the account must be shut down. And what are the Liberals going to do with the funds that were supposed to help these people manage their disability? They're going to use them to pay for their out-of-control spending. How can they not see that this is wrong?
The Honourable Minister of National Revenue. Mr. Speaker, our government has committed to making sure that everyone receives the credits and benefits they're entitled to. Eligibility to the tax credit has not changed. It is important to recognize that too many people, too many Canadians, live with difficulties and need help. That is why we allow workers who have modest incomes to keep more of the money that they have dearly earned by increasing the working income tax benefit as of 2019. We are continuing to deliver to Canadians what we promised them. The Honourable Member for Laurier-Sainte-Marie.
Mr. Speaker, next week Canada will be welcoming the world to a conference on international peacekeeping, some 70 countries. And in the meantime, though, Canada still has not kept its promise to contribute to peacekeeping, and that is truly shameful. This government seems not in a hurry at all to keep its promises and fulfill its international obligations. So when is this government going to stop embarrassing us and finally announce its contribution to peacekeeping operations? The Honourable Parliamentary Secretary to the Minister of Foreign Affairs. Thank you, Mr. Speaker. we believe that Canada has an important role to play in terms of peacekeeping operations, and we are proud of our record, and Canadians expect us to make an international contribution. That is why we have committed to provide $500 million and troops for peacekeeping operations. Last week, we announced an action plan, an ambitious action plan for gender equality in peacekeeping, and we do it as Canadians expect.
Mr. Speaker, it's unacceptable that Canada will be welcoming the world to a conference on peacekeeping without making any specific commitment on a peacekeeping mission. To make matters worse, United Nations officials believe that the things being considered by Canada don't even match the UN's priorities. Now, with this conference just a few days away, it's still not clear if or how Canada will contribute. So again, Mr. Speaker, will this government be announcing a specific peacekeeping mission commitment before this conference opens?
Honourable Parliamentary Secretary.
Mr. Speaker, Canada has a proud history of peacekeeping, and our government knows how important it is for Canadians for us to re-engage in that leadership role in a modernized view of how peacekeeping is done through the United Nations. We committed personnel and $500 million to re-engage and take on a leadership role in peacekeeping operations. Last week, we announced an ambitious action plan that talks about gender equality in all of our engagement in fragile states, including in police and military deployments. Mr. Speaker, Canada will re-engage in a leadership role in peacekeeping operations around the world.
The honourable member for St. John's East.
Monsieur le Président, dans le budget de...
Mr. Speaker, in Budget 2017, the government announced that it would make parental and maternity leave more flexible and that it would improve support for caregivers.
Please, Children and Social Development, please update this House on recently announced measures our government is implementing to support parental benefits and those providing compassionate care.
Minister.
Thank you, Mr. Speaker. I'm delighted to take this opportunity to thank the member for St. John's East for his remarkable work on behalf of his constituents. I'm also delighted to have been able to announce this morning that the Budget 2017 enhancements to our EI system will take effect on December 3rd. This, Mr. Speaker, means that parents will have more support, more flexibility to look after their children. It also means that caregivers will have more flexibility and support to look after their dear ones when they go through difficult health circumstances. This is part of our plan to grow the economy, grow the middle class, and help more Canadians join the middle class. We'll celebrate that next week.
The honourable member for Beauce. Mr. Speaker, for weeks now, we've been calling on the Liberals because we want details on the scandals that we're discussing today in the House of Commons, especially with regard to tax evasion. Every time the minister talks about the number of investigations, but there are no comments on the details regarding the Liberals' cronies. So here's a simple question for the minister. Given that we discovered the Paradise Papers scheme, will all the cases quoted be investigated upon by her department, yes or no? The Honourable Minister of National Revenue. Mr. Speaker, we are firmly committed to working hard to fight tax evasion and aggressive tax avoidance. Mr. Speaker, it's curious to hear the Conservatives talk about the importance of tackling tax evasion when they did so little when they were in power. 244 cases have been referred to criminal investigations under the Conservatives, and yet we had 135 last year alone. Only 39 search warrants were executed in their last year of government, and we had 123 in the last year alone. While the Conservatives work for the wealthy, we are working for the... Order. The honourable member for Beauce.
Make it a little more specific for the minister. The Prime Minister's friends and bike man for the Liberal Party of Canada, Stephen Brafman, was referenced in the Paradise Papers. Yep. The Revenue Minister spoke about a full investigation into those exposed in these papers. So my question is very simple for the minister. Can the minister assure this House that Stephen Brafman will be investigated, yes or no?
Yes.
Minister of National Revenue. Mr. Speaker, my colleague across the way knows full well that I cannot speak about any specific cases, and I won't do it today, I won't do it tomorrow, or ever. It is the integrity of the tax system that depends on it, but I can promise you that our government is fully engaged in fighting tax evasion. And, Mr. Speaker, no one is above the law. The law applies to everyone.
The honourable member for Chilliwack Hope.
Well, Mr. Speaker, the minister just said she can't comment on an ongoing investigation, but that's exactly what the Prime Minister did. He said, we've received assurances that all of the rules were followed, and we're satisfied by those assurances. He's done exactly the opposite of what this minister promised had to happen. Apparently, if you raise enough money for the Liberal Party, your assurances are all you need to get off the hook. It must be nice, Mr. Speaker. So why are there one set of rules for the Liberals and one set of rules for everyone else?
The Honourable Minister of National Revenue. Mr. Speaker, the comments of the member across the way are completely false and irresponsible. No one is interfering in the work of the CRA. In the last budget, we invested historic amounts, Mr. Speaker, close to $1 billion. And it is very odd to hear the Conservatives talk about how important this matter is when in 2014 they cut 50 manager positions who worked on cases in the CRA. The former Minister of National Revenue, Jean-Pierre Black.
Mr. Speaker, what's absurd and irresponsible are the words of the Prime Minister who said, we have received assurance that all of the rules were followed, and we're satisfied with those assurances. He has let Stephen Bronfman off the hook based solely on his words. So the lesson for Canadians, if you want to avoid a pesky investigation, first of all, be rich. Second, be famous, but most of all, be a good, close friend of the Liberal Party who raises a lot of money. Mr. Speaker, why is there a different set of rules for friends of the Liberal Prime Minister and a different set for everyone else?
The Honourable Minister of National Revenue. Mr. Speaker.
Order. If there's any more chanting, people will be chanting outside. The
Honourable Minister of National Revenue. Order. Mr. Speaker, our government is firmly committed to combating tax evasion and aggressive tax avoidance, and our actions show that. We've invested close to $1 billion over the past 2 years. I might remind the members across the way that no one is above the laws, and the law applies to everyone in exactly the same way, and I find it quite stunning what the Conservative government is trying to do right now. What I am hearing from the other side is absurd and even dangerous, Mr. Speaker. No one interferes with the work of the CRA. We have a system that is fair for all.
The honourable member for Saskatoon West.
Mr. Speaker, the Prime Minister's special LGBTQ advisor said there is no link between an apology to the LGBTQ community and remedies. A year ago, the military ombudsman said that as soon as the minister gives approval, he would begin revising service records for veterans who were kicked out for being gay, lesbian, bisexual, or transgendered. And a year ago, every member of the Defence Committee voted for this process to begin. If there is no link between an apology and remedies, why are these vets still waiting?
Honourable Parliamentary Secretary for Multiculturalism.
Mr. Speaker, all Canadians should be safe to be themselves, love whom they choose, and be free from discrimination of any kind. We've already made significant progress on these issues with Bill C-16 and Bill C-39. Our special advisor on LGBTQ2 issues, the member for Edmonton Centre, has been working hard and consulting broadly with the community to ensure that when an apology happens, it will be thorough and complete. That applies to veterans who are LGBTQ as well. Funds have been allocated for things like the expungement of records, and we will be addressing the issues of veterans. Thank you, Mr. Speaker.
Honourable member for Vancouver Kingsway.
The government is committed to a long overdue apology to LGBTQ Canadians, but this is the same Liberal Party that promised to eliminate the discriminatory ban on gay men donating blood and broke that promise. Mr. Speaker, there is no scientific basis for this policy, and it constitutes clear discrimination today. How can the Liberals offer a sincere and meaningful apology to the LGBTQ community for past injustices when they are practicing discrimination in the present?
Hear, hear.
Honourable Minister of Health.
Thank you very much, Mr. Speaker. Through our efforts over the years, Canada continues to have one of the safest blood systems in the world. In June 2016, we took steps forward in reducing the barriers that prevent men who have sex with men from donating blood. Our government has also committed $3 million to Canadian Blood Services in collaboration with IMA Quebec to make further progress on this issue. This funding helped organize an international health conference on blood donor policy and will support behavioral research required to develop non-discriminatory practice and encourage the advancement of this technology. Thank you very much, Mr. Speaker.
Honourable Member for Foothills.
Mr. Speaker, under the previous Conservative government, Canadian pulse exports went from $1 billion to a record $4.2 billion a year, with exports to India at $1.5 billion. But negotiated exemptions for Canadian exports expired more than a month ago. Wow. And now we've learned there's a 50% duty on Canadian pea exports to India. Shameful. Mr. Speaker, how did the Agriculture Minister allow this situation to go from bad to worse? And when is he going to secure this vital trade market for Canada's pulse sector?
Minister of Agriculture.
Honourable colleagues' concern. And we are extremely concerned over India's increase in duties by 50% of all imported peas without providing any advance notice. We're raising our concerns with the Government of India, and we will continue to work with our farmers and colleagues to closely monitor the developments, determine implications, and raise these concerns with the appropriate Indian ministers.
Honourable Member for Foothills.
Mr. Speaker, a third of Canada's pulse exports go to India. The Minister of Agriculture must make this a priority. There is simply too much at stake. The inactions of the minister have very real consequences. Further delays will jeopardize Canada's $4 billion pulse sector. We have critical trade agreements that are in jeopardy, and this minister has been pushed to the sidelines. He hasn't even been invited to a vital trade mission to India. When it comes to these negotiations, when will the Prime Minister appoint a Minister of Agriculture Canadian farmers can trust will be at the table fighting for them?
Hear, hear.
Honourable Minister of Agriculture.
Thank you, Mr. Speaker, and I suppose I could say I appreciate the question, but it's a little hard. It's a decision that has been made by the Indian government. I think my honourable colleague is fully aware. We are fully aware of the importance of the export of lentils to India, but it was a decision that was made by the Government of India, and we are working with the Government of India to attempt to resolve this, and we don't want to complicate the situation anymore. Thank you, Mr. Speaker.
The Honourable Member for Banff Airdrie.
First, the Liberals made it more difficult for Canadians to qualify for a mortgage, taking away the dream of home ownership from thousands of first-time buyers. And now they're tacking on even more costs, adding thousands of dollars in expenses when Canadians build, sell, or renovate their homes. As the Canadian Home Builders Association said, you're talking about $30,000, $40,000, $50,000. Our concern is always about what this will mean for affordability. So why are the Liberals making home ownership more expensive for middle-class Canadians while owners of fancy French villas are let off the hook?
Honourable Minister of Social Development and Housing.
Thank you, Mr. Speaker. I'm delighted to be part of a government that knows how important it is for every Canadian to have access to affordable and adequate housing. In that context, Mr. Speaker, we have invested over $2.3 billion over the last two budgets to make sure that this is achieved. We're also going to be launching in the next few weeks the first ever national housing strategy with partners all across Canada. These partners have been waiting for us for a long time. We're back and we're going to be there to stay.
Member for St. Catharines.
Thank you, Mr. Speaker. Our government has committed to legalizing, strictly regulating and restricting access to cannabis. Through a public health approach, we are maximizing education and minimizing harm. Can the Minister of Health please update the House on our efforts to raise awareness of cannabis, particularly young people, of the risks of cannabis use? Thank you.
Minister of Health.
Thank you very much, Mr. Speaker. And I'd like to thank my honourable colleague from St. Catharines for his question and also his hard work. As he stated, our government has already begun raising awareness about the risk of cannabis use, especially for our youth. In this area, we are proud that we are investing $46 million, which will support awareness and health promotion activities, including for classrooms and youth organizations all across the country. Tomorrow, we are also hosting a symposium that will bring partners together across the country to identify priorities and actions, and also opportunities to promote partnerships with these agencies. Thank you very much, Mr. Speaker.
The honourable member for Calgary-Nose Hill.
Mr. Speaker, the Immigration Committee held 2 meetings to review how Canada is assisting Yazidi genocide survivors, and today I moved a motion to have the findings presented in a report, and one additional meeting to hear directly from genocide survivors that have been resettled to Canada. In a shameful display, and in front of Yazidi witnesses, the member from Surrey Centre moved to adjourn debate. The chair then shut down the committee without a vote on anything. I feel that this should be a nonpartisan issue. So will the chair of the committee correct his error and commit to holding an extra meeting and tabling a report on this issue?
The honourable chair of the Immigration Committee.
I want to thank the honourable member from Calgary-Nose Hill for her question, and also for her commitment and her work for the Yazidi women and men and children, girls and boys. The concern that she raised has come to our committee for the last 2 meetings. We have heard from officials and stakeholders, and there's now a motion on the floor that we extend that by at least 1 more meeting, and that motion will be dealt with at the next meeting possible. And I do need to add that very personally, I think that more information and better information is very important for us, as we all are very concerned about Yazidi men and women and their settlement in Canada. Thank you.
Honourable member for Edmonton Strathcona.
This government likes to deride the Conservatives for their failed action on climate change and Canada's melting Arctic. How then do they defend that it took a private petition just to get this government finally to provide just enough dollars to keep the lights on for 1 year for our renowned Pearl project? This government is granting a mere $1 million to a climate program once given $22 million overall by the Conservatives. Will this government respect calls by our nation's leading scientists and recommit long-term support for this critical climate change research?
Hear, hear. Honourable Minister of Science.
Mr. Speaker, our government understands that the Arctic matters more than ever before because of climate change. That's why yesterday, along with the Minister of Environment and Climate Change, I announced $1.6 million to continue operations and research at the Polar Environmental Atmospheric Research Laboratory. It is one of Canada's most remote scientific stations located on Ellesmere Island, and researchers there monitor the changes in the atmosphere, climate change, ozone, and the environment.
Honourable member for Beauport-Limoilou. Mr. Speaker, a dozen academics co-signed a letter in which they're trying to find out who the defenders of official languages are within the federal government. This question is neither rhetorical nor gratuitous, because for the past 2 years, the Liberals have been nonchalant regarding the language file. Yep, a partisan commissioner appointment, an agreement on Netflix with no French content, and an action plan that won't be completed, and a department that doesn't respect its obligations, especially with regard to RESDAG. Mr. Speaker, it is clear that the official languages aren't a Liberal priority. Why? Honourable Parliamentary Secretary to the Minister of Canadian Heritage. Mr. Speaker, both of our official languages are at the heart of our history and identity as Canadians. We are firmly committed to promoting the use of these languages in our society and to support official language minority communities. We are working to put in place a new action plan to support and promote the vitality of these communities, and it's a file that our government takes very seriously. The Honourable Member for Joliette. Mr. Speaker, the Minister of Revenue repeats over and over that her agency recovered $25 billion from tax havens. $25 billion, but her department's report today talks about $33 million for the last year. Oops. She's short just by $24 billion, 10 times less. Mr. Speaker, is she an exaggerator, or does she get mixed up between millions and billions? The Honourable Minister. Mr. Speaker, our government is firmly committed to collecting taxes and to combat tax avoidance and tax evasion. We are well on the way to recovering $25 billion, which are the results of audits carried out over the past 2 years. All companies and individuals affected by these audits have received notices of assessment. The CRA is collecting what is owed to Canadians, and no one is above the law, Mr. Speaker. The Honourable Member for Terrebonne. Mr. Speaker, yesterday I asked this House to support the unanimous request from the National Assembly of Quebec to grant Davie Shipyards its fair share. The 40 Phantom Liberals, Fordham Quebec Liberals said no, but I'll give them another chance. And yet their colleague from Nova Centre announced that Quebec wouldn't get anything because there were 32 members from the Maritimes who work for their region. How many jobs will have to be lost before the members of Quebec in this House start working for Quebec?
The Honourable Minister of Public Services and Procurement.
Thank you, Mr. Speaker. Mr. Speaker, our government is committed to working on the national shipbuilding strategy. This strategy represents a long-term commitment that will regenerate our maritime shipbuilding industry and support Canadian jobs. We are talking about $2 billion of opportunities that will be offered to Davie and other shipyards for the construction of small vessels and repair work and dry dock.
La Pointe-Lille.
Honourable Member for La Pointe-de-Lille. Talk, just to hide the fact that the Quebec Liberals are doing nothing. Quebec's going to be investing the government is going to invest $100 billion over the next 20 years, but nothing for Quebec and not a penny for Davie. Where are our tax dollars going? Where are the 40 Phantom Liberals who are supposed to be working for Quebec? 600 workers in Quebec are going to lose their jobs because the government refuses to lift a finger, the government here in Ottawa. So what are these 40 Phantom Liberals for Quebec doing? Are they afraid of offending the Maritime Liberals? The Honourable Minister of Public Services.
The government is committed to the national shipbuilding strategy. The strategy is a long-term commitment that will rejuvenate our maritime industry, support Canadian innovation, and result in jobs for Canadians across the country. As set out in this strategy, $2 billion in opportunities remain for Chantier Davie and other Canadian shipyards for small ship construction projects, as well as ship repair, refit, and maintenance. We're also committed to consulting the marine industry on other requirements that may arise following an open and competitive procurement process.
D'abord, je comprends que l'honorable député de Terrebonne se lève pour interrompre.
The honourable member for Terrebonne can finish, and then there are two more. The honourable member for Terrebonne. I'm asking for consent of the House to adopt the following motion: that this chamber recognize the expertise of the Davie and Lévis shipyards, which represent 50% of Canada's naval production, and that the government readjusts its national strategy. It's clear that there is no unanimous consent on the part of the House.
East, I understand, has a point of order.
Thank you very much, Mr. Speaker. Is the mic on?
Yes.
Yes, okay. Thank you very much, Mr. Speaker. Just during question period, the member from Don Valley West, the chair of the Citizenship and Immigration Committee, mentioned that at the committee, a motion was moved, and that motion related to the Yazidi's issue was to extend the study by one extra study and to report and to make a report coming out of that committee study. The member only suggested that it was to extend the meeting, and that is not factually accurate. So I raise that and bring that to your attention as a point of order, Mr. Chair.
Thank you, Member. Right. Sounds like debate. I'll have a look at what she's just said and consider that. Perhaps come back to the House if necessary. On that, Député de Louis Saint-Laurent.
The honourable member for Louis Saint-Laurent. The Minister of Revenue talked about the wealthiest paying their taxes. In the interest of fairness, I would ask the chamber to accept the following document, Minister of Finance, Annual Financial Report of the Government of Canada. And on page 16 it says,
by $1.2 billion, largely reflecting the impact of tax planning by high-income individuals. That's right. Je demande le consentement, Monsieur le Président.
I am asking for consent, Mr. Speaker. Is there consent? Is there unanimous consent? No, there is no unanimous consent to table that document.
I believe the Honourable Government House Leader is rising with the usual Thursday question.
Thank you very much, Mr. Speaker. As you are aware, this is our final day before we will all be going back to our ridings for I think what is probably one of the most important weeks for all of us as members of Parliament, as we celebrate, we honour, we think about the sacrifice that has been made. And Mr. Speaker, when I talk about celebrate, I think that word is a word celebrating the freedom that we have because of the cost that has been paid. And so as we get ready to do that, I know all of us have the same goals in mind, and that is to serve our constituency and to serve our veterans and those who are currently serving in the armed forces as we remember them and as we honour them. And so with that in mind, I would like to ask the government if they could let us know what they will be planning to bring forward when we return after our constituency week. Thank you.
Minister of Public Safety.
Mr. Speaker, as a small footnote in history, I used to have the honour of serving as the Government House Leader. So after an absence of 807 weeks, it is my privilege to answer this question once again on behalf of my current colleague, the Government House Leader. Just as a historical reference again, you might be interested to know that 807 weeks ago, what we were discussing in the Thursday question was reproductive technologies, public safety, competition legislation, species at risk, and pest control. In some ways, things never change. But, Mr. Speaker, to get to the answer, this afternoon we will continue with report stage debate on Bill C-45, which is the cannabis legislation. When we return after this constituency week, and let me associate myself, and I'm sure all members of the House, with the comments that the opposition House Leader made about the respect that we all have and must have for our veterans and for members of the Canadian Armed Forces. After we return from this constituency week, we will commence debate on Bill C-59, dealing with national security, and I would inform the House that in the interests of transparency, we will be referring this bill to committee before second reading, which will allow for a broader scope of discussion and consideration and possible amendment of the bill in the committee when that deliberation begins. Following this, Mr. Speaker, we hope to be back to the debate on Bill C-24, which is the Salaries Act, and our focus for the rest of the week after we return will be disposing of Bill C-45 at report stage and third reading. And finally, Thursday of that week will be an allotted day.
I thank the Honourable Opposition House Leader and the Minister of Public Safety, particularly for their words about Remembrance Week and what we'll be doing over the next while, and also the Minister of Public Safety for the little history lesson. I thought for a minute he might tell us about what it was like to be with Wilfrid Laurier, but we didn't get there. Sorry. Orders of the day.
Government orders, government bills, commons, reprise du débat à l'étape de...
Resuming debate. Report stage of Bill C-45, the Cannabis Act. 5 minutes for questions and comments after each member's speech. And the member from Kamouraska Rivière-du-Loup, questions and comments.
Government House Leader.
Yes, thank you, Mr. Speaker. And I'm wondering, you know, when I look at the issue of C-45, for me personally, it's one of saying that we need to do what we can for our children. And I hear a lot of the argument coming from the Conservative benches as saying that under the new law that somehow our children will be worse off. not recognizing, of course, that Canada already has the highest participation with youth in the world dealing or having consumption of cannabis or marijuana. And a big part of that driving force is the criminal element. The criminal element realizes that they can sell and make profit by selling to our kids. And I'm wondering if my colleague from across the way would just provide thoughts in regards to, would he not at the very least concede that for a criminal that this is a viable option for them to make money, to create profits for criminal activities by selling to minors, and that is something in which is happening today. We have far too many young people, and this is a step in the right direction in dealing with crime and dealing with young people and the whole issue of cannabis and marijuana.
The honourable member for Montmagny, Kamouraska, Rivière-du-Loup. Thank you, Mr. Speaker. I'm pleased with my colleagues' questions. I don't know if you remember, back in the 1980s, we brought in the GST, and the Liberal government was crying from the rooftops that it would eliminate the GST after they had originally and then actually the opposite happened, and worse even, they increased it a couple of times. We brought it back down under Mr. Harper, and now the Liberals are telling us they will impose a tax on a product which will be sold to Canadians. The taxes will be imposed on a product young people will be able to access. Why is the government raising taxes? To pay down its deficit. That's why.
Questions and comments? The member for Oshawa.
Very much, Mr. Speaker. And I want to thank my colleague for his excellent speech. But I want him to address something that we've heard over and over here. The Liberals, the deceitful approach they're actually bringing this towards Canadians. They've actually said the status quo isn't working. And I'd like to quote a study from the Canadian Community Health Survey and Mental Health back in 2015. It said the total percentage of teens aged 15 to 17, which is the target group, they've actually lowered their marijuana use from 40% to 25%. So in other words, the status quo lowered it 15%. They say that they want to keep this out of the hands of children, and they want to keep it out of the hands of organized crime. And experts at committee said this bill doesn't do it. Could he comment on the deceptive nature of the Liberals? They're telling Canadians one thing when they know the facts are not supporting this bill.
The honourable member for Kamouraska, Rivière-du-Loup. Mr. Speaker, this exactly shows the level of hypocrisy of the Liberals with regard to this bill. The facts are clear. Legalization of marijuana will not bring down pot use amongst young people. Quite the contrary. It's being legalized. Young people are being told by the government, go ahead, smoke up. That's the message which is being put out. So I don't believe that in terms of public health, my children and my grandchildren, especially my grandchildren who are growing up, they're very young, but they'll be growing up in a society where in July of 2018, at the age of 12, they'll be allowed to have 5 or 6 grams of marijuana. It defies understanding. If the government wants to protect children, what they're doing makes no sense whatsoever. A very brief comment.
Question or comment?
Thank you very much, Mr. Speaker. I'm really glad to hear the member talk about children and the impacts of cannabis to children. But what we know as a fact is that over 20% of children under the age of 18 are already have access to marijuana and are using it. 30% of young adults are already using it. We know the status quo isn't working. Why would the member suggest continuing with the status quo given that?
The honourable member.
Exactly the reverse of what my colleague just said. He said it in committee. They don't believe the facts. That's the reality. They don't believe the facts. They don't believe what people say to them. The police, everybody, the doctors, all the associations across Canada, they don't believe them. That's the fact. That's the problem with this government. They don't believe them.
Resuming debate. The honourable member for Richmond Athabasca. Thank you, Mr. Speaker. It's a pleasure for me to speak to this bill, C-45. It's an act that would legalize cannabis and that will take effect in 8 months. It has raised certain concerns by various organizations, police forces, and health groups. A bill of this magnitude and this complexity requires contemplation and thorough study. I think the only thing that matters to the government is the date of the next election, which is approaching steadily, and I say happily. This bill does not meet the objectives it purports to achieve. The objectives stated by the government itself, and I don't even think if it would pass a reality test. The government says it will be protecting the health of young people by restricting access to cannabis, but this will simply not be done. It will allow Canadians to grow up to 4 cannabis plants, so it will be impossible to control access to this drug, this plant, by children. And how will they stop consumption by young people? I think that according to some experts, we'll only be just changing the parameters of its use. Cannabis is a drug that is dangerous for young people, and it is said, quote, young people are particularly vulnerable to the effects of cannabis on their health because adolescence is critical for the development of the brain. You know that the brain continues to develop up to the age of 25. And the impact of marijuana on the brain are more significant, and this leads to a great concern with respect to mental health issues such as anxiety, schizophrenia, etc. And when we talk about those under 25 years of age, it could even include children of 12 years of age who could possess up to 5 grams of marijuana. Yes, you heard that. These young people could have up to 5 to 10 joints. So rather than protecting children, we're encouraging them to consume. The government hopes to reduce illicit activities linked to cannabis, but this is far from being certain. If there's no improvement brought to the bill with respect to packaging, distribution, etc., it's very unlikely, Mr. Speaker, that we will take this market away from organized crime. This is what they saw in Washington State and Colorado, and in other countries where homegrown plants did not limit the organized crime market, and it was used illegally. The Attorney General of Colorado, not a conservative, Mr. Speaker, who said that criminals would still be offering drugs on the black market, and he said that illegal activities have not been reduced since marijuana was legalized. Also, the government is tending to say that our roads will be safer, but where cannabis has been legalized, people driving under the influence of marijuana, this has not been reduced. Someone who talked about marijuana policy said, we feel that there are more accidents on the roads of Colorado because of the consumption of marijuana. And someone who has consumed marijuana has 5 times more chances of being in an accident than someone who is not. The federal government does not even still doesn't have, reliable scientific data with respect to cannabis, and we don't know what the limit is until someone's ability to drive is affected. So in the document that has been presented by this group, we see that things are rather nebulous, although this has been being looked into. So they don't have the facts they need, but they're rushing to get this bill passed. So imagine that someone wants to consume this and would the government has not looked into how to regulate the consumption of cannabis at home. So no quality control. They don't know about the toxicity, the degree of mold. And there are buildings in Ontario and Quebec which would make it such that cannabis should not be grown there because of the unhealthy aspect of the buildings. But the government thinks it's making says it will make the public more aware of the health risks attached to cannabis use. But what we have to do is to respond to the growing concerns of the police, of provincial governments, of Indigenous leaders who have all said they're not ready to implement the measures that the government wants passed. They cannot do this within 8 months. Various groups have been warning us about the idealistic and unrealizable goals of the government. There would have to be campaigns to make the ill effects well known, help to provide training for the police to deal with this issue, and they should not simply sweep this over to the provinces. To make the provinces have to deal with all the issues as well as the costs. I think that we have serious questions with respect to why the government is going forward so fast with this bill. It may be that it would help the public forget about their promises on changing our voting procedures in this country. But this type of engagement, this type of commitment would make necessary far more deep study, far more caution, and I hope that members in this House will vote on the side of caution and will not vote for this government, which would affect children. We want to make sure that children are safe, that our roads are safe, and we want to make sure that they speak more with the experts who have spoken to this issue.
Questions et commentaires?
Questions and comments?
Thank you, Madam Speaker. I'd like to know, does the member not realize that not doing anything is not an option anymore? Cannabis has been banned till this time, but the consumption of cannabis has increased. Today it's easy for our kids to buy cannabis more easily than buying a pack of cigarettes or a bottle of beer. Putting our heads into the sand and assuming that everything is all right is not an option, Madam Speaker. Madam Speaker, lot of stakeholders, let me just name a few. Canadian Association of Chiefs of Police, Canadian Police Association, Canadian Bar Association, Canadian Civil Liberties Association, Assembly of First Nation, Canadian Medical Association, Canadian Nurses Association. A lot of stakeholders have come out in support of this. Can the member not realize that it is best to regulate and educate so as to have a healthy growth than banning it outright?
L'honorable député de Richmond-Athabasca.
The honourable member for Richmond-Athabasca. Madam Speaker, I don't know where my colleague got that information, but runs completely opposite to the research I've done. It's true that there are a lot of people who can get their hands on cannabis. Do you think it's going to be any more difficult when it's going to be available in all kinds of places? That's completely false. That's burying one's head in the sand. And it's not considering the impact that this product will have on the public. And I'd like to say something. If this government would at least listen to the experts, they're all unanimous. And I'm saying this with emotion because I have children. These experts confirm that it's dangerous to consume marijuana under 25 years of age. And we're discussing this, but they're running counter to what all health experts say. Questions and comments?
Thank you very much, Madam Speaker. And to the member's last point, he said cannabis is dangerous when it's being consumed by young Canadians. And what we know is that 30% of young Canadians are currently consuming it. The status quo, the approach that we've been taking, is not working. It's time to try something different. And we don't have to look too far from where we've come with tobacco and alcohol and the way that we've been able to regulate those products to make sure that we can keep them out of the hands of children. That is the exact same attempt that we are striving towards now. Why can't the member and the opposition party see that the status quo is just not working?
The honourable member. Thank you, Madam Speaker. The member across the way is saying that these young people don't do these things, but they do consume things. It's not that something is legalized up to the age of at the age of 18. This doesn't mean people will consume less. I'm going to just give you some information here. Young people, according to Health Canada, are particularly vulnerable to consuming marijuana during this critical age, this critical time for the development of their brain. And according to what's happened in Colorado after marijuana was legalized, there were from 803 diagnoses of harm to the brain to over 1,000, over 11,000. So the figures are there to show that cannabis is dangerous. The honourable member for Rivière-Mille. Thank you, Madam Speaker. I commend my colleague. In Quebec, we did consultation on legalizing and regulating cannabis. And we talked to a Dr. Goyer, who's the Director of Public Health for the Laurentians. 32% of young people under 18 years of age have consumed marijuana in the last year, and in the Laurentians, it's 50%. So it's clear that what's going on now does not work, because they can buy alcohol and cigarettes. So we have to regulate cannabis as well as alcohol and cigarettes. The honourable member for Richmond-Arthabasca. Madam Speaker, my answer is a simple one. Yes, we all know that there are young people who consume, but it's not by legalizing that we're going to have them consuming less. There are all kinds of specialists who are extremely worried about the legalization of drugs and the message we therefore send to young people. If they put the same energy into creating programs to make young people aware of the problems, that would be a good thing. Thank you, Madam Speaker.
The honourable member for Souris Moose Mountain.
Thank you, Madam Speaker. I'm glad I had a chance to speak on C45 regarding the legalization of cannabis across Canada. I would like to recognize the work of my colleague, the member from Sarnia-Lambton, and thank her for the tireless efforts in ensuring that all aspects of this matter are considered before this legislation moves forward. There are many areas of concern surrounding this bill, mainly in the areas of how the legalization of cannabis will affect the general health of our population, and also regarding the issues surrounding youth. I myself have had some deep-rooted concerns about what the legalization of cannabis could do to Canada's youth, and will discuss these concerns in my remarks. Madam Speaker, I think that it is necessary to point out just how rushed this piece of legislation is. The government has set an arbitrary date of July 1st, 2018 for the legalization of cannabis. This means that by that date, all the provinces and territories, including the municipalities and the police forces within these regions, will need to have implemented the legislation that allows members of the public to access recreational marijuana. This is a huge ask. There needs to be a time for the appropriate authorities to figure out just how they're going to handle this new endeavour. It is a serious matter and should absolutely not be rushed. I worry that the Liberals are more focused on keeping a campaign promise than they are about the health and safety of our communities here in Canada. Indeed, this is one promise that we wish they wouldn't keep, given the wide-ranging implications that it could have on society. This legislation needs to be picked apart with a fine-tooth comb to ensure that every aspect of it is considered by the provinces and territories, those responsibility it is going to be to implement it. Less than 1 year from now is not enough time, and the government needs to realize that. Madam Speaker, in my previous life before becoming a Member of Parliament, I was a chiropractor in my hometown of Estevan. Having a medical background allows me to see this bill through that lens and gives me a unique perspective on just how the legalization of cannabis could affect the general health of our country. I have also been very involved with sport in both a medical capacity and as a coach for youth. So I will draw upon those experiences when discussing the use of recreational cannabis. As most of the members of this House likely know, Bill C-45 recommends at the age of 18 as a federal minimum for access to recreational cannabis. While the provinces are being given the power to set a higher age, the federal legislation puts it at 18. This creates an issue from a medical perspective, given what we should all know and what healthcare professionals have testified before committee, that the brain continues to develop until the age of 25. In fact, increased use of cannabis before the age of 25 increases one's risk of developing mental disorders such as schizophrenia, depression, and anxiety by up to 30% compared to those that have not used cannabis under the age of 25. This is a very significant number and should not be ignored. For this reason, the Canadian Medical Association, or CMA, recommends raising the age at which a person can consume cannabis to at least 21. This reflects the assumption that if the age is raised too high, illegal consumption of cannabis will continue. Madam Speaker, I need to reiterate and point out again the fact that the CMA is bending when they say that the minimum age of cannabis consumption should be 21. All scientific evidence to this point states that there are significantly increased risks for the use of cannabis under the age of 25. And I believe that it is simply irresponsible for the government to set the minimum age at 18, let alone at 21. This also leads me to the question, what is this government's motivation? They say that they are the party of scientists and constantly remind us of just how important science is. And yet on this issue, they're choosing to ignore the facts. It is clear and utter hypocrisy. The science is clear on this health issue. Could this be because they're trying to appeal to a younger demographic of voters in hopes that they will win the next election? Is it appropriate for them to ignore the health and safety of young Canadians so that they can rush through legislation that will make them appealing to young voters? Furthermore, if it comes out 10 years from now that the effects of cannabis use are much more damaging than was initially thought, as it was with tobacco, will this government be responsible for that? Given that there isn't a plethora of medical-based research on the long-term effects of cannabis use, and given how rushed this piece of legislation is, will these Liberals take accountability for the results of legalizing recreational cannabis use? I think not. I do not want to be the person who said, "I told you so," but I will. The Liberals need to do their job to ensure the health and safety of all Canadians, and this bill simply does not do that. Madam Speaker, another issue that I have with this bill, and that many others have expressed to me, is to do with the marketing and more specifically the packaging. All Canadians know that in recent years there has been a serious crackdown on how tobacco is marketed. We have all seen the grisly warnings on cigarette packaging, and I am sure that many of us are familiar with the idea of plain packaging and other measures that serve to deter people from tobacco use. We know the consequences of smoking tobacco, such as breathing problems, emphysema, and lung cancer. But 50 years ago, we did not. When this happens with cannabis, who will pay that bill? It will be the taxpayer once again, whom the Liberals have no problem in deferring their expenses to. Bill C-45 has absolutely zero provisions with respect to how cannabis can be marketed. While tobacco products need to be covered in warnings and hidden from view behind a store counter, cannabis will be allowed to have bright, flashy packaging with no limitations as to how it can be marketed. To me, this is a clear double standard. Both products are harmful to your health. So why is one regulated and the other isn't? It is yet another major oversight that this bill does not deal with. Of course, there's also the matter of public safety in general, and how the legalization of cannabis could have serious negative impacts on the well-being of Canadians. With respect to drug-impaired driving, the issue is simply not addressed at all in Bill C-45. A recent study by the Canadian Centre on Substance Abuse and Addiction put the cost of impaired driving from cannabis at $1 billion. If we look at our neighbours down south in the USA that have legalized recreational cannabis, we see that there has been a dramatic increase in the involvement of cannabis users in fatal car accidents. Not to mention the fact that there is currently no instrument that can accurately measure a person's level of impairment when you're roadside. We cannot forget that the impact of this legislation will have on our businesses, manufacturers, and employers. There are too many questions and no answers about the liability and workplace safety. This will affect on-the-job employee performance. But again, how do we test for this? The increased cost for the employer to put in policy, procedure, and implementation will further add to the increased economic burden they are already experiencing under this government. The legal technicalities and challenges will be astronomical, not to mention the cost to train a police officer, which will be charged to municipal governments as well as provincial and federal police agencies. Madam Speaker, it is absolutely irresponsible to move forward with the legislation that is clearly missing some major provisions that would keep our country and Canadians safe. There needs to be some sort of public education program before the legislation is put in place. And I repeat, before the legislation is put in place, so that Canadians, and especially our youth, can actually understand the risks associated with partaking in recreational cannabis. 1 month, 2 months, 3 months, even 9 months, assuming education starts today, is not enough. It astounds me that this was not considered by the federal government when drafting this legislation. And as with other matters, such as the framework for palliative care, I would not be surprised to hear that they are hefting the responsibility over to the provinces and territories, rather than taking on this task themselves. This government needs to put their grown-up pants on and take on the responsibility to look at all aspects of this legislation instead of focusing on what makes them look cool. Madam Speaker, in conclusion, we on this side of the House oppose the legalization of recreational cannabis based on evidence and testimony from professionals such as doctors, lawyers, scientists, law enforcement officials, and many others. We will do everything possible to ensure that cannabis does not end up in the hands of children, something that this bill would actually allow. Unlike the Prime Minister, we will listen to the experts on this matter who say the bill is flawed. I call on the government to stand up and do what is in the best interest of Canadians, and not what is in the best interest of their political goals. This issue is more than politics. It is the health and safety and well-being of our country that is on the line here. Thank you, Madam Speaker.
Questions and comments? The Honourable Parliamentary Secretary to the Minister of Justice and Attorney General.
Madam Speaker, just to provide some reassurance to my colleague across the way, he speaks about the lack of legislation dealing with impaired. I'd remind him that just last week this House passed Bill C-46 in third reading. His party did not vote for that bill, but that bill provides all the authorities now required to keep our roadways safe. And we've included in the passage of that bill, as it heads to the Senate, a promise of all the money that has been asked for and required to train the police and to provide them with the technologies. He mentioned that he's concerned about the lack of regulations regarding packaging, promotion, advertising, etc. The legislation does allow for that, and those regulations are also under development. He talked about the public education campaign. Our government has committed $46 million for that training. And finally, he talks about the expertise. Madam Speaker, about 18 months ago, we formed a task force. That task force had representatives and experts from the areas of public safety, justice, public health, and problematic substance use. They've received over 30,000 submissions from Canadians across the country. They received over 700 written submissions, and they held hearings in every region of this country where they heard from literally hundreds of experts. Based on that testimony, they provided a series of recommendations to this government, which this government took very, very seriously. We have, in fact, engaged very broadly with that level of expertise. This is public policy based entirely on that evidence, and I hope, in the knowledge of that, will provide some of the reassurance that my friend opposite seeks.
The Honourable Member for Souris Moose Mountain.
Thank you, Madam Speaker, and I thank the Honourable Member for his question. And he brought up a number of points, and he talks about money that's being put forward to education. And, Madam Speaker, that money for education, as I stated in my speech, is not there today. It's not educating these young people. This legislation is going to allow for marijuana access to 12-year-old children. This is going to allow for children to have up to 5 grams of marijuana to walk around through the schools wherever they are and have that on their hand. And that is a shame that we see that and we hear that from this legislation. And we talk about educating children, and here we're leading them by giving them the access to this medication. He talks about the legislation about dealing with impaired driving. And the member may not know, Madam Speaker, but I was a victim of, as 16 years old, by an impaired driver who was stoned. That impaired driver got off free of charge. I was left for dead on the side of the road, Madam Speaker, brain matter draining out the side of my ear. Half of my face was gone. It took me years to recover from that. And this man stands here in front of me, unfortunately, Madam Speaker, and tells me this about this legislation being there to stop people off the road. That won't keep these people off the road. They're going to be out there, and they're going to be driving because there's no way to test them. There's no piece of equipment that they're going to be able to take and handle that and make sure that those people are off the road.
Comments, questions et commentaires. The honourable member for Saskatoon Grasswood.
Thank you, Madam Speaker, and I want to congratulate our colleague on this side for his personal story to this, because it's going to be the personal stories of all Canadians that will come out. This is just one of many that we've heard in the House. Madam Speaker, the packaging that my member from Souris Moose Mountain talked about is a major concern. This country has hidden cigarettes from consumers when you go into a store. And now we're hearing that the marketing of marijuana is going to be in bright packages. I just absolutely cannot believe this. We have spent the last decade hiding cigarettes from everyone in society, having big messages on the cigarette packages. Is this true that marijuana is going to be packaged in bright colors for everyone to see?
Member for Souris Moose Mountain, a brief answer, please.
Thank you, Madam Speaker, and I thank my honourable colleague from Saskatoon Grasswoods for his comment. It is true. If that legislation, as he said, we've spent basically many years trying to hurt small convenience store owners to sell tobacco and bury their product in behind their counter, hurting them in the sense that they are being not only being attacked by being small business owners by this government, but now they're going to be attacked on the people that they're out there selling marijuana are going to be able to market it in big, fancy, put nice flavors into it, sell it free of any hindrance. I was a regulator once, Madam Speaker, for the chiropractic profession. And regulation is one thing, but it needs to be done appropriately and it needs to protect the public. And this legislation does not protect the public.
Resuming debate, reprise de débat, the honourable member for Vancouver Centre.
Thank you very much, Madam Chair. And I listened with a lot of interest to the last speaker's, my colleague's remarks. And he's a chiropractor, and he said he was concerned about the medical hazards, and I believe him. I believe that he truly is. And I'm a physician, and so I would like to say why I support this bill. I support this bill, and I do know better, that's why. I support this bill because I think that what is most important to look at is a 2015 UNICEF report that came out and showed that, in fact, Canadian youth have the highest level of cannabis smoking in the developed world. But they also, at the same time, have the lowest level of cigarette smoking in the developed world. And the honourable member is right. Cigarettes are legal. They're sold, there are regulations, there are restrictions, there is legislation that talks about how they're sold and that talks about the packaging. The point is, 80% of Canadian youth in that survey said that it was easy to get marijuana. Now, this is it. If we are concerned about youth, and if we're concerned that youth, 80% of them have access to an illegal drug, and that they have the highest rates of smoking that drug in the developed world, it tells us that what we had been doing wasn't working. It tells us that our young people, who I agree with the member, whose frontal lobes are very susceptible to cannabis, etc., that our young people have no ability to stop them from getting access to it. and to all of the things that the honourable member spoke about impaired driving, etc., it also means that they're going to be driving impaired, that everyone is going to have access to this drug without any ability to regulate it, to look at it, to be able to look backward at what the surveys are showing us and what are the issues that are affecting people. It is obvious to me that we have to do this because we have to get rid of organized crime. The people who are profiting off our youth are organized crime because they're selling it to them. And what we're suggesting is, and I think that it is very clear in the legislation, that we are going to make this drug legal, and then we're going to regulate it, and we are going to put all of the legislation behind penalties for selling to a minor that is there for tobacco. Now, I don't know of any drug that is equivalent to tobacco. Tobacco is the only drug that when you use it as directed will kill you. Because you will get heart disease, you will get high blood pressure, you will get emphysema, you will get chronic lung disease, you will get stroke. So the issue is that we have this drug that is currently legal, that our children, thanks to all of the policies and the programs and the legislation that we put behind tobacco, are now amongst the lowest users of tobacco in the world. If we take that template and we look at that evidence and we suggest that currently when 80% of our youth can get cannabis, and currently when we know that we have the largest number of youth in the developed world smoking cannabis, we have to do something. So let us look at the experience with tobacco. Let us look at this. Let us continue to regulate it. Let's make sure that you cannot sell it to anyone under 18. Let us make sure that we are monitoring impaired driving and impaired use. And I mean, we know, for instance, that there are tools right now in which to monitor impaired driving. How many people we know at Christmas time we see the police on the road looking out for people who are drinking and driving? How much has MADD done to look at the issue of drinking and driving? I say to you, Madam Speaker, that what we're trying to do now is to try and get the same results so that we can have eventually our young people amongst the lowest users of cannabis in the world in the same way that they're amongst the lowest users of tobacco. Not to do this would be absolutely irresponsible of this government, given that evidence. And so I support this bill because I agree with our member that we have to keep monitoring. The only use of cannabis is not through smoking. We need to look at the impact of smoking cannabis or of using it in other forms. There are oil, there are leaves, there are brownies, there are all kinds of other ways of using cannabis. And how we look at the quantity, the quality of the cannabis and the quantity, because we want to make sure that people are not getting what they're getting now, which is the best, I understand, in my province of British Columbia, the best bud in the world. It comes from BC. So we need to be able to look at that kind of qualitative analysis in terms of the amount of cannabis in a piece of cigarette or whatever a person is using. These are important things for us to regulate and monitor if we really care about the medical effects and if we really care about the use of this. And yet, I point out, Madam Speaker, that cannabis has positive benefits, which I cannot say for tobacco. Cannabis has positive benefits, and we know it's used for neurological pain. It is used in terminal illness to deal with the side effects of chemotherapy. We know that it is useful in many instances. There's proof that it has some medical usage. How we monitor that will come through regulations. How we look at what the impacts are will come through regulations. It also means that when we have a piece of legislation and we do our homework and we do our surveys and we check out how many people are in fact using, now that how many children are using, what are the reasons that they still use, how can we tighten that legislation? All of those things are things that we will do the way we did with tobacco. But at the moment, Madam Speaker, I have to tell you that I see this as a good bill. Prohibition did not work. I see this as protecting our youth. I see this as preventing the supplier right now, who is organized crime, from being able to supply in the black market, in the schools and everywhere. I see the idea of putting a ban on promotion to youth, So that you're not going to have the nice, gaudy little things that appeal to youth. You're going to have packaging that's not going to appeal to youth. That's part of the legislation when we talked about looking at packaging. And the devil is in the details. So I think it's important to look at the fact that we're talking about non-promotional packaging to youth. I think it's important to work with the provinces because it is the provincial police and it is the city police who are going to be looking at impaired driving. We have tools now to look at impaired cannabis driving, and we're going to have the training ready and necessary for law enforcement officers. But what I like about this, which we never had when alcohol and tobacco are still legal, we never put the kind of money into that proactive public education, public awareness, public understanding that there are side effects to this particular drug, as there are to alcohol and tobacco, and that in fact appropriate usage, the amount of dosage, this is where we will be able to start building the research capacity, the indicators, etc., that will tell us what is the appropriate way to use this particular drug. But keeping it out of the hands of our children, Madam Speaker, is for me the priority. It is the biggest responsibility this government has. And looking at all of the evidence, and our friend talked about evidence-based decision-making, this is evidence-based decision-making. At least we will be keeping our children safe. At least we will be monitoring usage. At least we would be checking up on who is selling and why. And the penalties for people selling to minors is particularly high. What is it, a maximum of 3 years in jail, or is it $5 million or $3 million? So we're looking at the same kinds of penalties we have for tobacco. And yet I don't hear any one of my members across the way talking about tobacco. I don't hear them talking about the ills of tobacco and what maybe we shouldn't legalize tobacco. Maybe we should make tobacco illegal if they care that much for the health of Canadians. Maybe we should look at how we deal with alcohol, because at Christmas when the police are standing on the streets with their breathalyzer, they're checking for what drug? Alcohol. So we know that these drugs have negative effects. We know that one or two of them have some positive effects. I understand that there is work being done that says that red wine taken in moderate amounts is good for you, etc., for your heart and your blood pressure. So I am saying to you, Mr. Speaker, that we have a responsibility to bring forward this legislation. And anyone who stands up in this House and said that they care about our youth and they care about the health of Canadians would support this, because it's a way to begin to control something that right now is not controlled at all. Thank you, Madam Chair.
Questions and comments? The honourable member for Thornhill.
Thank you, Madam Speaker, and I thank my honourable colleague, a medical doctor by profession, for her speech today. Now, she mentioned the provinces. She mentioned prohibition. She didn't mention the fact that all responsibility for the sale, distribution, monitoring, and enforcement of the laws have been downloaded by this federal government to the provinces. And in my province, my riding of Thornhill is in the province of Ontario, where cannabis will be distributed, the Premier has told us, by what is known as the LCBO, the Liquor Control Board of Ontario. Well, it was set up after Prohibition to control the distribution of alcohol, but it should be rightly characterized today as the Liquor Promotion Board of Ontario, because once a month a shiny, glossy magazine comes out, delivered to virtually every Ontarian, promoting the variety of exciting ways people can consume alcohol. How can the member ensure and guarantee Ontarians that the LCBO will not promote cannabis in exactly the same way, which would be counter to all of the concern we hear from the government side about the status quo not working, Canada being the largest youth consumer of marijuana and marijuana products, and how can they guarantee governments like Ontario aren't going to actually accelerate and increase the number of young people using cannabis?
Honourable member for Vancouver.
Thank you, and I appreciate the question. My colleague is a very thoughtful man, and I appreciate his question. I think that the idea of downloading, as he calls it, the sale and distribution and use of alcohol of cannabis to the provinces. At the moment, the provinces are responsible for the sale, use, and distribution of alcohol. At the moment, the provinces are responsible for the sale, use, and distribution of tobacco. So we are actually following what is an appropriate place for this to be monitored at the ground level, not somewhere up on high at a federal government. But the overarching legislation is still there. Now, the idea of promoting it is an interesting one, because in the legislation, it talks about fines for promotion. And so, obviously, this wasn't so for alcohol. We have legislation here that looks at promotion. And so the provinces are going to be guided by that idea of promoting this drug and of promoting it the way we see, obviously, alcohol being promoted. So the question, obviously, is that I think that we have learned some things from looking at tobacco and alcohol, and we're implementing here with regard to promotion. It took us a long time to stop the promotion, if you recall all the nice fireworks that we had that were run by tobacco companies. It took us a lot of time, and I was one of the people who fought in this House for us to stop that promotion. So we learned a lesson. We're not allowing for that kind of promotion to occur. Thank you.
Questions and comments. The honourable member for Dauphin, Swan River, Nipawin.
Thank you, Madam Speaker. I was astonished to hear my colleague opposite talk about the health benefits of marijuana, cannabis. Here's the CMA position, Canadian Medical Association. The CMA has long-standing concerns about the health risks associated with consuming marijuana, particularly in the smoked form. Children and youth are particularly at risk for marijuana-related harms, given their brain is undergoing rapid, extensive development. I'd like to focus, however, on the government's claim that somehow legalizing marijuana will put pay to the illegal trade. We have a perfect policy experiment that has just happened in the last decade or so, and that's the case of cigarettes. Cigarettes are legal, they're controlled, so-called, they're kept out of the hands of children and so on, yet the illegal trade has not only flourished, it has expanded. And that's because as you increase the taxes on quote-unquote the legal tobacco, it's very easy for organized crime to undercut the so-called government cigarettes, and the exact same thing will happen with marijuana. You want to increase the tax, you'll make the price so high that organized crime will easily be able to undercut it.
I'm sorry. There's only so much time for questions and comments, and people have to keep their questions and comments short enough so we can get answers. The honourable member for Vancouver Centre, 30 seconds, please.
Thank you very much, Madam Speaker. I think, again, the member answered his own question. No one is talking here about raising taxes on anything. We're talking about regulating a drug that has very negative side effects. We're talking about keeping it out of the hands of our children. We're talking about regulating the ability to promote. We're talking about selling to youth. This is what we're doing here. We're not talking about taxes. I think the honourable member needs to read the legislation better.
Resuming debate, reprise de débat, l'honorable député d'Abitibi-Témiscamingue.
The honourable member for Abitibi-Témiscamingue. Thank you, Madam Speaker. I'm pleased to speak once more to Bill C-45 now that it is at report stage. I already had the opportunity to speak at second reading of the bill, So I won't come back to the issues I've raised before, but I'd like to speak to a few things that have been changed at committee. First of all, the limit of 100 centimeters was arbitrary. I did not understand why it had been put in there. But at committee, experts have told us that to limit the height to 100 centimeters would be a mistake because shorter plants have a higher THC concentration, therefore produce more psychoactive ingredients. And the taller plants had a lower THC concentration, so the height limit was removed. And that was a good thing. At committee as well, we unfortunately learned that the Liberal government's position is preventing us from having the best possible bill. There's so much partisanship that our party had asked to eliminate this height limit. We tabled the amendment. The Liberals voted against it. They would rather do that and introduce their amendment, which was almost identical, and they did so a few moments after rejecting ours. So that's probably not the best way to deal with an issue which is so important, and I'm disappointed with the Liberals' attitude. Also, at committee, we had not opened the door to studying edibles. But now edibles will be studied, but only in a year. And I'd like to speak to cannabis edibles. I think it's very important. What has to be understood is that as far as cannabis is concerned, if you take it as a dried herb, it is smoked. So inhaling cannabis smoke is toxic for the lungs. But regardless of what we'd smoke, be it tobacco or anything else, it's bad for your lungs because you're inhaling smoke. Based on the studies I've read, for the same quantity of smoke, cannabis smoke is 10 times more bad for the lungs. 10 times worse than cigarette smoke. I want to be clear. I'm not telling people to go smoke cigarettes. I just want to make sure that people understand that cannabis smoke is bad for your lungs. It's toxic when inhaled. Now, if you take cannabis edibles, at least you would eliminate the toxic aspect of inhaling. But why has the government chosen to first allow people to smoke weed legally and then to allow them to eat cannabis edibles? That doesn't make sense. And quite a few people in my writing said, first of all, we want to bring down smoking rates, and yet we're legalizing the smoking of weed. As well, if you take edibles, cannabis drops or cannabis oils, it's easier to better calibrate or control the content of the psychoactive ingredient in these edibles. So I'd like to talk about those two specific ingredients. And studies have had interesting things to say about this. So there are two active ingredients in cannabis. There's THC and CBD. Now, these two substances act differently. They're both present, and they'll act on the body in different ways. THC is the substance which makes people high. It's the more psychoactive ingredient. And THC can help alleviate pain, can stimulate appetite, relax muscles, control epilepsy, and control nausea. However, it is also the ingredient which makes people high. So that's THC. When it comes to CBD, this is an ingredient which is not psychoactive. It does not make people high. It can help control pain, control nausea, reduce anxiety, control epilepsy, help the immune system, help muscles relax. It's an anti-psychoactive ingredient. It reduces inflammation, helps control insomnia, and has a calming effect. The reason why I want to talk about these two ingredients is because many studies have pointed to the fact that increasingly pot on the street contains ever higher concentrations of THC and ever lower concentrations of CBD. Therefore, increasingly, there are more cases of psychosis in people because CBD levels are lower, and yet CBD has a neutralizing effect on THC, which can provoke states of psychosis. So on the street today, pot has more THC. Therefore, pot you can buy off the street is increasingly dangerous. The reason I want to talk about this now is because when you get into edibles, you'll be able to control exactly the levels of THC and CBD. So with edibles, you can prevent side effects from street pot. And it's one way of controlling side effects or the psychotic effects of the weed you can buy off the street. When you dry a plant, it's very hard to control its active ingredients. So we're going to be legalizing a product whose ingredients are more difficult to control, whereas we're waiting to regulate edibles where we can control the active ingredients, namely THC and CBD. That's a little strange as far as I'm concerned, and I think it would have made more sense to start by regulating edibles, regulating them, imposing limits, and so on and so forth. Another reason why it would be a good idea to begin by regulating edibles, apart from being able to control the levels of the psychoactive ingredients, is because it's easier to conduct research on edibles. Even though research has started on edibles, there isn't that much of it. Researchers are starting to study the physical effects of cannabis edibles. There's a lot of anecdotal evidence out there and not many formal studies. So at this point here, the results are not conclusive because, as I said, there's a lot of anecdotal evidence which has led to conclusions about the physical effects of edible cannabis. Many people will take cannabis for recreational reasons, but also because it does them good in some way. Some people might start smoking it recreationally and find out that pot helps them sleep better or helps them address some health concerns. So it's one thing to take pot recreationally, but it's not good enough to have only anecdotal evidence on the potentially positive effects taking pot recreationally might have in addressing health issues. So some people might smoke weed, but they will not know exactly how smoking it will affect them. Whereas with edibles, it would have been easier to calibrate the active ingredients. And it would have been easier to measure the effects on people's health of cannabis edibles. So it would make sense to regulate edibles now and not just start with dried weed. That doesn't make sense as far as I'm concerned.
Minister of Infrastructure and Communities has a point of order.
Yes, Madam Speaker. Madam Speaker, I would like to advise that the agreements could not be reached under the provisions of Standing Order 78-1 or 78-2 with respect to the report stage and third reading of Bill C-45, an act respecting cannabis and to amend Controlled Drugs and Substance Act, Criminal Code and other acts. Under the provisions of Standing Order 78-3, I give notice that a Minister of the Crown will propose at the next sitting a motion to allot a specific number of days or hours for the consideration and disposal of the proceedings at those stages. Thank you, Madam Speaker.
Thank you. Questions and comments? Questions et commentaires. The honourable member for Oshawa.
First of all, Madam Speaker, how outrageous is this when the Liberals want to bring in a piece of legislation that we've studied at committee and experts have said basically what they're telling Canadians it's going to do. This bill doesn't get the job done. Now, my question for my NDP colleague, I think many of the things that she brought forward are reasonable and sensible and really kind of identify the problems with this specific bill because it's not going to get the job done of what the Liberals have been promising Canadians to keep it out of the hands of kids and keep it out of organized crime. My question for her, though, is a question that many people are ignoring, and it's about the 3 international trade agreements that Canada has been a signatory to that basically has stated that we will not be legalizing marijuana. Now, if the Liberals wanted to get out of these trade agreements, they had to sign in July and stating that. What effect is this bill going to have on our international reputation, our international ability to trade, especially with our most important trading partner, the United States, especially when we're undergoing these NAFTA negotiations? Will it be detrimental, or will it help the border open up?
The honourable member for Abitibi-Témiscamingue. Thank you, Madam Speaker. I don't have the necessary expertise to know how free trade agreements will be affected by this legislation. Liberals will have to tackle that issue. That is, look at how this legislation will affect those 3 free trade agreements. But 2 U.S. states have decided to legalize pot. They've done so before Canada. So given that the Americans have legalized it in part of their country, I don't know to what extent this can negatively or positively affect our free trade negotiations. That said, it's clear that Liberals have to look into the matter ASAP again and see how this legislation will affect the 3 free trade agreements.
The honourable member for Kingston and the Islands.
Thank you very much, Madam Speaker, and I thank my colleague for her intervention this afternoon on this very important piece of legislation. The one thing that I'm curious if she can comment on is the government's plan to properly prepare for the implementation of this act. In particular, and I know we've heard a lot about this this afternoon, but in particular, $274 million to support law enforcement, another $161 million for training frontline officers, $81 million over the next 5 years for continued training of officers, $46 million over 5 years for public education, awareness, and surveillance. What does she think of that money? Does she concur that it is necessary to be putting the funds into the preparation as the government is doing?
The honourable member for Abitibi-Témiscamingue. Thank you, Madam Speaker. The problem with this current government is that it seems to think that throwing money at things solves problems. Understand that it's not the amount of money that counts, but how it is actually spent. What is the strategy behind this money? It's all very well and good to throw out an endless number of amounts. How is it going to be spent? Is there a plan? Where is it going to go? Does this government have a plan when it comes to spending money for this legislation or other legislation? They seem to think that money is a silver bullet. The Minister of Finance gives money out here, there, and everywhere. He's facing a conflict of interest. He seems to believe that money is a magic solution to every problem. This is not a matter of money. It's a matter of how it is actually spent. Sure, or rather, and sometimes less money spent well is better than more money being randomly thrown at a problem. So again, it's not the amount that matters. It's knowing exactly how to spend it. It's to have a strategy. And it's not just to give someone or an organization money and to let them run with it.
St. Albert, Edmonton.
Thank you, Madam Speaker. I rise this afternoon to speak on Bill C-45, the government's marijuana legalization legislation. It is a little more than 200 days until July 1st, 2018. A little more than 200 days before this government plans to legalize marijuana in Canada. And with a little more than 200 days to go, the provinces are saying they're not ready. Municipalities are saying they're not ready. Law enforcement is saying they're not ready and they can't be ready for July 1st. And in turn, this government is saying, we don't really care that you're not ready. We don't really care because we're moving ahead with July 1st, 2018, ready or not. Talk about irresponsibility on the part of this government. But then again, Madam Speaker, we're dealing with a reckless government, a government that is prepared to put the health and safety of Canadians at risk, all so that their pot-smoking Prime Minister can actually keep an election promise. The issues that municipalities and the provinces face in order to deal with the effects of legalization are manifold. The provinces are going to have to deal with issues around workplace safety, employment standards, traffic safety. Municipalities will have to deal with issues around licensing, zoning, enforcement, inspection. With so much work to do and so little time to do it, it is no wonder that the provinces and municipalities are saying to the government, slow down, give us time to do what we need to do. In that regard, Madam Speaker, some provinces have not yet even unveiled a plan, not even announced a plan to deal with issues around implementation and regulation of marijuana. Lisa Holmes, who was the mayor very recently of Morinville, about 10 kilometers north of my hometown of St. Albert, who appeared before the Health Committee in her capacity as the president of the Alberta Urban Municipalities Association, indicated that 96% of urban municipalities in Alberta do not have bylaws or policies in place to deal with the regulation of marijuana in their communities because there is a lack of clarity about the breadth of and substance of regulations both at a provincial and federal level. And with respect, and I would just add, Madam Speaker, that I think 96% of urban municipalities in Alberta, I think that that's not unique to Alberta. I think that you would find a similar pattern right across Canada. And with respect to law enforcement, it's clear that they're not ready. They're saying they're not ready, and they can't be ready. The government has basically put them in an impossible position with the rushed and arbitrary July 1st, 2018 deadline. Let's look at the facts in that regard. The Canadian Association of Chiefs of Police indicated that in order to deal with impaired drivers and the number of more Canadians who are going to be consuming marijuana, that in order to train their officers, that there is a need for about 6,000 officers to get training, and that for that training to take place, it's about a 100-day course. And they're saying, Madam Speaker, look, we can't take 6,000 officers off the streets for 100 days by July 1st, 2018. It's just impossible. Then there's the issue around drug recognition experts. Right now, there are approximately 600 drug recognition experts in Canada. It has been said that there is a need for as many as 2,000 drug recognition experts in order to deal with the effects of marijuana legalization. Now, when an official from the Department of Public Safety came before the Justice Committee during our study of Bill C-46, I asked that official where things were at with respect to drug recognition experts. Where would we be by July 1st, 2018? The response that I got was that by July 1st, 2018, there might be an additional 100 drug recognition experts. So in other words, going from 600 to 700 drug recognition experts when there's a need for as many as 2,000 drug recognition experts. I know the parliamentary secretary to the Minister of Justice a little earlier alluded to the fact that this House had passed Bill C-46 in conjunction with this legislation, Bill C-45. One of the aspects of Bill C-46 is per se limits for THC levels for drug-impaired drivers. The only problem with that, Madam Speaker, is that there is absolutely no correlation whatsoever between drug impairment and THC levels. And so what that is going to mean is that for people who are going to get behind the wheel impaired and are going to get away with it, are going to get off because of this government's arbitrary and unscientific per se limits. And while municipalities, provinces, law enforcement aren't ready, frankly, Canadians aren't ready either for the July 1st, 2018 date. When I, at the Justice Committee in our study of Bill C-46, and when I read the transcripts out of the Health Committee, there were a number of witnesses who had cited various surveys and studies that indicate that a large percentage of Canadians have misconceptions about the effects of marijuana usage, particularly young Canadians. This was something that was recognized by the government's own marijuana legalization task force that recognized this as an issue. And the task force, in its report, recommended to the government that they have an early and sustained public awareness campaign. What we have seen from this government, Madam Speaker, is not an early and sustained public awareness campaign. We see a campaign that has barely gotten off the ground with a little more than 200 days before the July 1st, 2018 date. Madam Speaker, who else isn't ready for July 1st, 2018? It's this government that isn't ready. They're not ready for July 1st, 2018. Their marijuana legalization bill, Bill C-45, is an absolute shambles of a piece of legislation. It is going to create more problems than it solves. So let's look at the picture, Madam Speaker. We have a bill, Bill C-45, that's going to make our kids less safe, that are going to make our roads less safe, that are going to make our communities less safe. We have a government that has absolutely no plan in terms of a coordinated effort with the provinces and municipalities. Law enforcement don't have the tools and resources to be ready for July 1st, 2018, and there hasn't been a sufficient public awareness campaign to get Canadians ready. Madam Speaker, taken together, what this government needs to do is put the brakes on July 1st, 2018, and go back to the drawing board.
Questions and comments? The Honourable Parliamentary Secretary to the Minister of Justice.
Thank you very much, Madam Speaker. I've often heard comments from the other side about people over here being just not ready. But I want to tell the member opposite what I'm not ready for. I'm not ready to leave the health and safety of Canadian kids in the hands of criminals. I'm not ready, Madam Speaker, to see organized crime make billions of dollars of additional profit by delaying action that will check that profit. I'm not ready, Madam Speaker, to leave in the hands of criminals and those who really don't care about our kids the health and safety of those who would consume what they're selling. I'm not ready to continue to deal with the violence that's visited on so many communities in this country by people involved in illegal drug trafficking. And so, Madam Speaker, I ask the member if he's ready to tolerate those circumstances, because in my experience, the group opposite, there seems to be two things that they hate. They hate the way things are, and they hate changing the way things are.
The Honourable Member for St. Albert, Edmonton.
Well, Madam Speaker, if this government was truly interested in keeping marijuana out of the hands of our kids, then they would back off from their policy of homegrown marijuana. How is that going to keep marijuana out of the hands of our kids, Madam Speaker? I don't know if it occurred to this government, but just about everyone under the age of 18 happens to live in a home, and what this government is proposing to do is to allow up to 4 marijuana plants per home. 4 marijuana plants. And there was evidence before the Health Committee that one marijuana plant that is 1 meter tall can grow up to 600 grams of marijuana in a home. So there you have it, keeping it out of the hands of the kids by putting marijuana in their homes. let alone all the issues around diversion, all the issues around crime in the state of Colorado associated with homegrown. But according to the parliamentary secretary, this government wants to keep it out of the hands of our kids. What a load, what a hypocrisy, what nonsense.
Questions and comments? L'honorable député d'Abitibi-Témiscamingue.
The Honourable Member for Abitibi-Témiscamingue. Thank you, Madam Speaker. I'd like to ask my colleague, with cannabis at the present time, what is the biggest problem is the pressure on the police and justice system. What kind of impact would this have with respect to people, of slowing down the system? And what about tax? So what does he think is most important with respect to cannabis?
Well, I thank the member for Abitibi-Témiscamingue for that question. And while this government often talks about reducing the backlog in our courts, what this legislation may actually do is increase the backlog in our courts. For example, this legislation provides that a Canadian can possess up to 30 grams of marijuana, but it contains provisions that if you possess 31 grams of marijuana, you're a criminal with serious penalties, Madam Speaker. We have sentences in Bill C-45 that are up to 14 years. Arguably, those are not consistent with other similar offenses. So I think that on that front, the government has really not thought this through, and that what Bill C-45 is going to result in is a further backlog in our courts. The bottom line is that no matter how you look at this, Bill C-45 is a complete and absolute failure.
Questions and comments? The Honourable Parliamentary Secretary to the Minister of Public Safety and Emergency Preparedness, correct?
Absolutely. Thank you, Madam Speaker. The problem I have with the speech that the member gave opposite is it really fails to reflect the reality of what already exists today, which is that Canada has the highest rates of cannabis use anywhere in the world for young people, that the use of tobacco, including, there was a member talking earlier about the use of illicit tobacco that isn't sold legally, is half that amongst young people than it is for cannabis. So the abject failure, total failure of policies to this point, would he not agree that the status quo isn't working for young people and that we need a different approach?
The Honourable Member for St. Albert Edmonton, a brief answer, please.
What I would say is I reject the approach taken by this government, which is to legalize and normalize and promote the use of marijuana. We can look at the state of Colorado, for example, which went down this road. Prior to legalization, marijuana use amongst youth in the state of Colorado ranked 14th in the U.S. After legalization, Colorado is #1. One only needs to look south of the border and apply some basic common sense to know that legalizing and normalizing marijuana is not the way to reduce marijuana usage amongst young people.
À l'ordre, conformément à l'article 38 du règlement, je dois faire...
Pursuant to Standing Order 38, it is my duty to inform the House that the questions to be raised tonight at the time of adjournment are as follows. The Honourable Member for Salaberry-sur-Roi, marijuana, the Honourable Member for Yellowhead Forestry Industry, and the Honourable Member for Peace River Westlock Aerospace.
Louis Saint-Laurent.
The Honourable Member for Louis Saint-Laurent. Thank you, Madam Speaker. It's with a certain sadness that I stand in the House today to talk about a bill, Madam Speaker, that will have a major impact on our children's lives, on the lives of our teenagers. And if this bill were to pass, if by misfortune it were to pass and be law by July 1st, it would have major negative impacts on Canadian families. By legalizing marijuana, Madam Speaker, it would be trivializing this product, and this would be the message we were sending to our children. It would be legal to smoke pot, and this is the gateway drug for all others. Madam Speaker, if from one day to the next. You've taken cocaine, or nobody starts with cocaine or hard drugs. It always starts with pot, and then people move on to hard drugs. Now, the dirty job of making this first entry drug available will be the Conservatives. Rather, the Liberals will make this gateway drug available. Now, as the people in Colorado and Washington had to do, we will now have to deal with these problems. Madam Speaker, in Canada, police officers, the provinces, municipalities, none of them want this initiative. Let's look at police forces. These people are telling us that if this is done, there will be a string of problems, both in people's lives and for example, on the highways. It will be impossible to train and equip all of our police forces Canada-wide to enable these people to respond directly to the new challenges that will be created by this Liberal legislation. Madam Speaker, people in the RCMP have said recently that if you think that with this new legislation we will reduce organized crime, that you are naive if you believe this. This is the RCMP talking, Madam Speaker.
To have to deal day after day with the reality of the consumption of the marijuana and other drugs will tell you clearly that if you think that the criminal people will put them aside and they will kill the criminal activities, you are naive. I don't know what to say. Naive. We're naive. Thank you, friends. So this is totally unacceptable. Those who know the business, don't go there. Même chose, Madame la Présidente, concernant les...
Same thing, Madam Speaker, for the provinces. There's no one from any Ministry of Health or any Ministry of Justice or any Ministry of Housing. There is no provincial ministry, be it in British Columbia, Newfoundland, Quebec, any province. There is no one who likes the Liberal government's approach. Quite the contrary. Our provinces, Madam Speaker, will have to deal with the consequences in their jurisdictions and a whole series of expenditures, the millions of dollars this will cost in terms of health, in terms of social services, in terms of security and safety, in terms of training and equipment. And all this, thanks to the Liberals. Really, Madam Speaker, the provinces could have done without this. Same thing, Madam Speaker, with respect to municipalities, who have to change their municipal regulations to be in harmony with the Liberals' legislation so that in every Canadian habitation or lodging or house, they will be able to have 4 marijuana plants. That's really wonderful for Canada, isn't it? This means that the production of pot in-house will lead to risk of fire. Not once, twice, 4 times, but it will be a 24 times greater risk of having a fire. And it is the municipalities and the owners of these buildings who will have to deal with this. What will they be able to do to get insurance? They won't be able to do it because they won't be able to stop people. This is happening in the provinces, which will have to deal with its own jurisdiction, come up with its own regulations and rules. Look at the problems this will generate. Now, it's great for the Liberals. They're just passing the responsibility on, but they're generating the problems. So, Madam Speaker, whether it's police officers, provinces, municipalities, this government, this Liberal government, wants to trivialize marijuana, make it an easy thing to get, and then they wash their hands of it because they can just shovel the responsibility forward. This is an unworthy undertaking to move so quickly ahead with this legislation and to try to have it law by July 1st.
Government decided, without laughing to the people, that the day to launch and to open the door to the legalization of marijuana will be Canada Day. There is 365 days in a year, and they choose Canada Day to start and to launch their bad the policy. This is totally unacceptable, and I would even say totally un-Canadian to do that, Madam Speaker. I will be proud to sing "O Canada," but I will never sing "O Cannabis" on the July the 1st. I can assure you that, Madam Speaker. We're laughing, but it's a joke. This is not a joke, Madam Speaker, because here in the front of the House of Commons, we have seen so many great Canada Day. But on the other hand, we also have seen so many stupid and ugliest, douteuses, vraiment laid, ugliest demonstration of those who smoke pot and marijuana in front of the Parliament. Then you will see both people there with smoking that into my cup. Real shame. That will not be a great Canada Day, that in 2018, thanks to those liberals. Et Madame la Présidente, rappelons l'exemple.
And Madam Speaker, there are 2 U.S. states that decided to legalize, Colorado and Washington states. And what is the outcome after some years? In Colorado, there are 3 times more people hospitalized because of problems linked to cannabis than in the past. It's accentuated the problem. The cases of overdose, a significant increase, 68% increase in Washington, even more in Washington. Will legalization solve the problem? No. Road accidents now, twice as many in Washington state, 3 times as many in Colorado. And those people think we're going to attack the problems, deal with the problems? No, we can't deal with the problems now. And by legalizing cannabis, the problem will be solved? No. In some circumstances, we're going to be doubling the problem. After California, in Colorado, there is the largest amount of illegal marijuana grown.
Attack will aggress the criminal code of the criminal people. That's not true, Madam Speaker. The criminal people are laughing today because they say, oh, that's great. The dirty job of touching for the first time to marijuana will be done under the Liberal oath. That's fantastic. Government will do the dirty job, and after that we will enjoy it because now those kids will be able to touch other tough drug. That's a Liberal reality, and this is why, Madam Speaker, we will never accept that kind of bill. And also, Madam Speaker,
it's important to point out that by trivializing the legalization of marijuana or cannabis, it has a bad impact on children. Allow me to quote Seychelle Handing, who is Director of Communications for the Rehabilitation Center and Addiction Center. Just saying so, writing about it, talking about it, sends a message to young people indicating that it's okay. That's the reality of the Liberal government. It's sending out a message that using cannabis is okay. Henceforth, as of the 1st of July, children age 12, kids age 12, who will be authorized to wander around with 5 grams in their pockets. Now, Madam Speaker, you could make 10 to 15 joints out of that. That's the reality, Madam Speaker. Little 12-year-old girls or boys who could be wandering around with 15 joints in their pockets, and there's no problem with that, and they'll go home and say, no problem, the Prime Minister said I'm entitled to do this. Is that the kind of Canada we want to leave for our children? Not at all. And the 4 pot plants that will be legal under the Liberal government, that will produce 600 grams in the home. And they're saying, oh, no, we're doing it to protect kids, but it's exactly the opposite. Children will have direct access to 600 grams of pot. That is why we need to reject this bill. Thank you, Madam Speaker.
Secretary to the Minister of Justice.
Thank you very much, Madam Speaker. Just a couple of points I wanted to raise. First of all, let me assure the member opposite that the date of enactment will not be July 1st. That's Canada Day. It's a day that's special to all Canadians, and I can say with great assurance that that will not be the day. That day is, in my opinion, a sacred day for the celebration of the birth of this country, and we will not be doing the enactment of this legislation on that date. I also wanted
July.
On July, we will not be doing it on July 1st. I also wanted to remind the member that I've heard a number of people speaking on the other side saying you can't fight organized crime, and I would respectfully disagree. But I would also remind them that in this legislation, the offences for the illegal production of cannabis, the illegal trafficking of cannabis, the illegal importation and exportation of cannabis remain serious criminal offense with substantial criminal penalties for those who would break the law. And the only cannabis, Madam Speaker, that would be available for purchase and consumption by adult Canadians will be that which has been produced under strict regulation. And so I offer that to the member simply to remind him that his concerns about dealing with organized crime, law enforcement will still have all of the tools and all of the authorities that they require to fight the scourge of organized crime in our communities.
The Honourable Member for Louis-Saint-Laurent.
This is brand new for me, and I think brand new for Canada. The Parliamentary Secretary now announced that it will not be July the 1st. Is it true? Well, because it's written in the bill. It's written in the bill that everybody should be ready for July the 1st. Every province, every municipality, every police corps, every police group shall be there for July the 1st. So if they change their mind, that's the first step to reality. There is some other step to do now, Madam Speaker. When the Secretary, Parliamentary Secretary talk about the criminal group, because now this is very strict and they will be sure that if they import drugs, we will be very careful. I know that. They are doing that, and they will continue to do so. But the problem is that with the bill of the Liberals' bill, well, the kid will have access to that.
They will simply be trivializing consumption of cannabis, and that's the problem with this bill. They will be trivializing it. Young kids, teens will say, it's legal. I'm going to go over to the neighbor's house because they've got 600 grams a pot. I need to allocate further time for questions and comments. The Honourable Member for Rivière des Mille Îles. Thank you, Madam Speaker. And I salute my colleague for his enthusiasm. But you say it's not right for young people. No, it's not right for young people. It's under 18, those kids have access to cannabis. Last September, we did a consultation, and Dr. Goyer, who's the head of the Laurentian Area Public Health, under 18, in that category, 32% have used cannabis, and in the Laurentides, it's 52%, in the Laurentians, rather. So it needs to be legalized. We need to have education, awareness. Now, I've known the Honourable Member opposite for several years. My kids are 25, between 25 and 18. They said, Mom, it's easier to buy marijuana, cannabis, than it is alcohol or cigarettes, because there's a legal market for cigarettes and alcohol. Now, there are very strict rules about the selling of these products. Penalties are very high for products being sold to people underage. They're carded, and I worked in the retail sector. I'd like to hear the Honourable Member opposite's comment to that. Well, for the second time, a Liberal member is asking a question, but there are people on this side who'd ask for an opportunity to ask questions. Now, the message that we're sending out to children is what? It's what we're sending them here is as of age 12, they can have 15 joints in their pockets. So the Liberals can say whatever they want. They say, we need to raise awareness among young people. Well, how can we do that if in grade 6, 12-year-old kids will be allowed to wander around with 15 joints in their pockets? That is the worst thing that the government could do. Before resuming debate, I'd like to remind the member that, yes, I recognize who asks questions in the House, as he knows. One of the
vice-président de la Chambre.
The Deputy Speaker announced in November how the question and comment period would unfold. If the member has a problem with that, we could meet, but I know what my job is here in the chair.
Reprise de débat, l'honorable député d'Oshawa.
The Honourable Member for Oshawa.
Thank you very much, Madam Speaker, and I'm pleased to rise in the House today to speak on Bill C-45, the Cannabis Act. Probably one of the worst pieces of legislation. I've been here since 2004. It's probably one of the worst written pieces of legislation I've ever seen. And there is some frustration on this side because you have heard that they're going to bring in time allocation. So for a bill with such importance and such reach within our provinces and territories and the requirement to have different houses of parliament to be coordinated on this, this is totally irresponsible. But I want my colleagues to understand, especially on the Liberal side, that my speech has certain important points that you have to bear in mind. So first of all, everybody agrees too many kids are smoking marijuana. As well in my own community of Oshawa, I think nobody wants to see a kid who has a couple joints, get a criminal record or get thrown into jail. I think most Canadians would agree about that, and I think that's why it's really important that Canadians realize Conservatives favor a position where possession of small amounts of marijuana is a ticketable offence, and this is what is exactly in line with the Chief of Police position. This is a responsible approach. This is an approach that Canadians, I think, would be very supportive of, not this bill that we see before of us. Now the Liberals claim that the status quo isn't working, but how does this Liberal government define that? According to a StatsCan report dated April 2015, based on data collected from the Canadian Community Health Survey on Mental Health, the total percentage of teens, Madam Speaker, aged 15 to 17, which is the target group, who reported having used marijuana had dropped from 40% in 2002 to 25% in 2012, which is a 15% decrease, which means that the status quo, there's something in there that is working. But why are the Liberals not telling Canadians about that? What are the Liberals saying? They're saying that they want to legalize because this will keep marijuana out of the hands of our kids and keep the profits out of the hands of organized crime. Now, we agree with that. I think these are good ideas. But, Madam Speaker, does Bill C-45 accomplish this? Anyone who's read the bill would say no. And in Health Committee, we had the scientists there. And first of all, the science is clear. Any use of marijuana under the age 25 can cause permanent psychological damage to our kids. And currently, the bill allows kids aged 12 to 17, so this is as young as grade 6, to possess up to 5 grams of marijuana, which could be 10 to 15 joints. And this is ridiculous in light of the medical evidence of the harm that it can cause our youth. There's no provision to prevent them from selling or distributing cannabis. The amount should be zero. And the question is asked of me, would somebody in grade 6 share it with younger kids even? This is an important question. It's a great concern for parents and it's a great concern for teachers. And it allows drug dealers to target kids and use them for profit. Bill C-45 allows up to 4 plants to be grown in the home. Now, any home can become a grow-up, Madam Speaker. 4 plants under the right conditions can yield up to 600 grams or 1,200 to 1,800 joints, Madam Speaker. 1,200 to 1,800 joints. This is a concern for homeowners, landlords, law enforcement, and there's no mandatory testing on the potency or toxicity of the homegrown plants. No money for inspection. There's no federal requirement to lock up the marijuana. It's going to expose kids, but even pets to the drugs. Grow-ups lead to 24 times greater incidents involving fires. Concerns that landlords they will not be able to forbid grow-ups or smoking if they're already renting their properties, Madam Speaker. Other jurisdictions that have legalized have said homegrown was hugely penetrated by organized crime. We know it from the science and the evidence out there. For this reason, Washington does not allow homegrowns except for medically fragile people who cannot get to a dispensary. And they've been able to reduce organized crime to less than 20% of the market. The legal opinion is that allowing 4 plants per dwelling is going to end up having a court challenge as well. Madam Speaker, the government has not thought this bill out. Madam Speaker, there won't only be danger in the homes of Canadians, but on the roads too. Drug-impaired driving is not addressed in Bill C-45. It's encompassed in Bill C-46. But a study recently issued by the Canadian Centre on Substance Abuse and Addiction put the cost of impaired driving for cannabis at $1 billion, and it'll likely increase. AAA found that a large increase of marijuana uses involved in fatal accidents after Washington State legalized the drug. In fact, impaired driving has increased in the American states who have legalized it, and there's no current instrument that can accurately measure one's level of impairment on the roadside. So, Madam Speaker, the science is not there yet. Canada is unable to train our own officers in Canada and needs to send our officers to expensive, lengthy training in the United States. And this training currently has wait lists. Legalization of marijuana will definitely impact our ability to trade internationally. Have the Liberals noticed that we're negotiating NAFTA? Do the Liberals think that having a drug policy way out of sync with our American neighbours will improve trade or thicken the border? For Oshawa and my community, Madam Speaker, this is a huge problem, and other communities as well. Let's look at the treaties. The passing of Bill C-45 will violate 3 UN treaties to which Canada is a signatory. In order to legalize marijuana by July 1st and not be in violation of the UN treaties, Canada would have had to withdraw by July 1st of this year, and the Liberal government didn't do that. So how can Canada hold other countries to account on their treaty obligations when Canada doesn't even honour their own? Which leads me to the question, Madam Speaker, why the rush? There are only 241 days to go until this arbitrary date that the Liberals selected. Provinces, municipalities, police forces, and our Indigenous communities have stated they are not ready to implement this legislation. And the government knows this. They've heard it in committee. So many questions have been left unanswered. Will Canadians who use marijuana be able to cross the border into the United States where marijuana is still illegal? No department has been able to answer this question, Madam Speaker, and Canadians deserve an answer before this is implemented. How will enforcement officers test for drug impairment on the roadside? Can these tests be constitutionally challenged? Is the science valid? Canadians deserve an answer. What education programs are in place now to inform youth about the dangers and consequences of marijuana? And if they're not in place now, when will this education process begin? The health minister said today 43 million, but there's no timeline. What will happen to the current medical marijuana system, and how will recreational sales impact medical marijuana pricing and distribution? Canadians deserve answers to these questions before the legislation is passed. Madam Speaker, they talk about the black market. One of the stated goals is to eliminate the black market by creating a legal framework for marijuana. But this is a flawed way of thinking. A variety of factors being left up to the provinces, such as pricing, distribution, which products are included, packaging. And what the experts say, Madam Speaker, if we listen to the real experts on the ground, the Assistant Commissioner Joanne Crampton, the Federal Police and Criminal Operations Royal RCMP, said, as Kathy mentioned, organized crime is a high priority for federal policing, in particular for the RCMP. We target the highest echelon within the organized crime world. We're very cognizant and realize that the chances of organized crime being eliminated in cannabis market would be, it's probably naive to think that this could happen. So, Madam Speaker, naive. That's what the experts say about the Liberal approach. Now, our Conservative position is the same as the Canadian Chiefs of Police position, to issue tickets for the simple possession of small amounts of marijuana. This approach is more sensible regarding marijuana possession. Instead of rushing to legalize marijuana, Conservatives are working with law enforcement to protect the health and safety of Canadians. And Canadians would be spared a criminal record for simple possession of small amounts. So, Madam Speaker, to summarize, the Liberals promised that they wanted to keep marijuana out of the hands of kids. They also promised that they wanted to keep profit out of the hands of organized crime. But my speech ultimately has proven that the Liberal approach is wrong. This bill will not accomplish what they're promising Canadians. This is like a big bill of sales. The bill actually places children further in harm's way by permitting possession for kids as young as 12, Madam Speaker. That's grade 6. Home grow-ops will expose children living in a dwelling to dangerous living space and increase the production of marijuana and diversion to organized crime. And this approach will increase the rate of impaired driving. The bill leaves so many questions unanswered, Madam Speaker, which has blindsided law enforcement and other levels of government. So, Madam Speaker, the question is, why are the Liberals force-feeding this deeply flawed bill? So the only answer I can come up with is the government has no problem being deceitful to Canadians in order to keep the Prime Minister's irresponsible election promise. Muddying the water about the implications of full legalization under this bill. Madam Speaker, instead of blindly trying to keep campaign promises at the expense of Canadians' health and safety, perhaps Liberals should refocus their attention on protecting kids and protecting the public. Protect our trade agreements and not put international relationships, particularly the one with the United States, in jeopardy. They've had no problems breaking other promises, whether it's the balanced budget, electoral reform, or openness and transparency. It's time that they put the brakes on this legislation until the science supports the ability to ensure the health and safety of Canadians, particularly our kids. Thank you, Madam Speaker.
The Honourable Parliamentary Secretary to the Minister of Public Safety and Emergency Preparedness.
Thank you, Madam Speaker. And we know that there's many states in the United States that have already legalized marijuana within their own jurisdiction. And again, I'm going to come back to it, and maybe I'll come back to it a little more precisely, the point that I made earlier. over the preceding 10 years before we came into power, where there was an election fought on this very issue, rates of cannabis use by young people continued to edge up higher and higher every single year. That the reality is that for cannabis use, that it exceeds over 20%. And that the idea that suddenly people are going to start driving while high as if it isn't already happening is to ignore a very serious existing problem. That's why we're introducing legislation to deal with the problem of those that would drive while high. But I would ask the member specifically this question. We have the example of tobacco, where prevalence rates for tobacco, which are now half what they are for cannabis among the youngest cohort, used to be incredibly high. They used to be over 50%. And through a process of legalizing and through making sure that we had control, we were able to bring that number down below 10%. Does he not think that the example of tobacco, how it was regulated, and the denormalization campaigns were used are applicable here with cannabis?
The honourable member for Oshawa.
Well, there were so many fallacies in that statement, Madam Speaker. First of all, you can't really compare tobacco to marijuana. The reality out there, too, is the facts, and this is the bill of sale. They keep repeating their talking points. It's not me, Madam Speaker. It's the Canadian Community Health Survey, Mental Health. They said the total percentage of teens 15 to 17, the target group, went from 40% to 25% from 2012 to 2002. So something in the status quo, let's take a look at it. Maybe it was working. We're not saying that we don't have to do something, Madam Speaker, but we have to be responsible. This entire approach by the Liberal is an experiment. It's hypothetical. They want to take all of our kids and put into a system that no one in the world, no one else has done this type of system before. So what we're saying is let's take a breath. Let's put the brakes on this legislation instead of using closure that we can't even finish debating it properly. I'm talking to my municipality. My police officers are not going to be ready, Madam Speaker, and there's going to be horrible case law that is going to develop from this because the proper rules and regulations and testing is not going to be in place. So, Madam Speaker, I'd say to my colleague that we agree on a lot of things in this House. Truly, too many Canadian kids are smoking marijuana, but this bill is a rotten piece of legislation, and Canadians, we're not going to let Canadians be sold a bad bill of sales and a very deceitful way of putting this forward. Thank you, Madam Speaker.
Questions and comments. The honourable member for Peace River Westlock.
Speaker and Madam Speaker, we can look to other jurisdictions to see what has happened. And in Canada, currently, there's about 1,000 people a year that die because of an impaired driving incident. When Colorado brought in the legalized marijuana, the deaths due to impaired driving went up by 40%. So in Canada, that would translate to about 400 deaths per year. I'm just wondering if the member can comment on who is going to be to blame for these deaths after legalization. Thank you, Madam Speaker.
The honourable member for Oshawa.
Madam Speaker, the sad part of it is that we're all going to be to blame. This is an issue that is about the health and safety of Canadians. If we look at the facts, Madam Speaker, there are no roadside tests, no tools that can actually test if somebody's impaired or not. We're going to be relying on drug recognition experts. Now, my colleague earlier said these experts are well trained, but we have to go to the States to get them done, and they're not going to be ready. We may need thousands of these people to be trained, these police officers, and it's going to take resources away from other things on the road. So, Madam Speaker, the entire system is not set up for this yet. The science is not there. This is something that's totally irresponsible. That's why we on this side of the House, and I got to give credit to my NDP colleagues as well, they realize that things have to be done, but not this bill. This is a horrible bill, and Canadians need to know that they're being sold a bill here that is not going to do what the Liberal government is claiming, just based on an irresponsible promise that the Prime Minister came up with during the last election campaign. This is not the solution, Madam Speaker.
Question, resuming debate, reprise de débat, the honourable member for Saskatoon University.
Well, thank you, Madam Speaker. I must say I'm going to enjoy getting involved in this debate, having listened today to many of the remarks that have been provided by my colleagues. I've listened particularly with intent to what the Liberal members have been saying and what their underlying argument is for this legislation. And the case they have been making in the House is this, that this legislation will lower usage, make it possible to make it safer, and actually provide more protection for young people, for people who are abusing, misusing, getting involved in the marijuana drug scene. So having listened to that, I've specifically tailored my remarks to deal with it. In particular, looking at the jurisdictions throughout the world, Uruguay, Washington State, and particularly Colorado, who have legalized this. And I find it interesting they've made these arguments about it's becoming safer, it will be safer with this legislation, less usage, and we'll be able to bring the usage rates of young people down. Now, interestingly, I will say this. When I'm out in the general public and people talk to me who want to see this legislation go through, they never talk about increased safety. What they argue for is I want to be able to use my joint recreationally without any hassle. So the push from the general public, the push from the people behind the scenes, is somewhat different than the argument that the government is making today. And so I will deal with the argument that the government is dealing with today. The argument that I want to have my fun and I don't care about the consequences is not one that I'm prepared to deal with today. I think there's a basic argument to dealing with that on its own. But this argument I will deal with today is with the facts. And I will be using in particular a couple of studies. First of all, one that I would like to refer to is one that was sponsored by France's National Institute for Health Security and Justice Studies. And they hired a psychiatry professor at the University of Pittsburgh, a Dr. Erica Forbes, to look into marijuana usage around the world. Since the argument that the government is making that if you legalize marijuana, you will in fact have less usage. Okay, we have very few jurisdictions around the world that have gone for complete legalization, but we have three: Uruguay, Washington, and Colorado. And what has been noted in all of those jurisdictions? In each and every one of those three jurisdictions, usage rates actually went up. Now, in Washington and Colorado, the study says usage rates didn't move up uniformly in all age brackets and all demographics. They tended to move up more among adults than among young people. In Uruguay, they found complete across the board increased usage of marijuana by every age cohort that was measured, the whole spectrum. So this is what we have. With what the Liberals are experimenting with in Canada, the experiment has been done in three jurisdictions. And in each of these three times, from my perspective, not surprisingly, what we have ended up with is higher usage rates of marijuana. So, Madam Speaker, that is what I am anticipating as we go forward. If we legalize like these other jurisdictions do, Canadians should not be surprised if we have higher usage rates. Now, do I believe that that will vary across the country? Absolutely, Madam Speaker. Because the way the situation is now in Canada, if you read police reports, if you study anything about arrest rates and charge rates, the usage rates in the Canadian public and the rates at which police charge and prosecutors prosecute vary dramatically across the country. Interestingly enough, according to one study I read, the place in the country with the lowest use among major cities was Saskatoon, where the police are also most likely to charge you, most aggressive enforcement. Vancouver and Halifax were at the other end of the spectrum, both for youth, both for usage and also for charge rates. Now, there's different things that may be at play, but I think the government needs to think about this. Where the law is more strictly enforced in Canada, it is less likely to be used. That would fit with the information that we get from the Uruguay, Washington, Colorado studies. So I'd urge the government to look at this because the very practical reality is in some places in Canada, it is almost legalized now. That is how slack the usage rate would be. Another thing that was noted in particular in this study paid for by the French Institute for Health Security was that marijuana poisonings have gone up in all of these jurisdictions. And that's not something that I think any Canadian politician wants to see to have happen. That is across the board a problem. Interestingly, as I was getting ready for this, I found a report produced in October of this year on the situation in Colorado since they legalized it. So this is very fresh data, a report that was produced literally a few weeks ago. And for any members who are interested, I'm going to try to have this posted on my website or on my Facebook in the next few days or so, Monday or Tuesday of next week. And this study pointed out that Colorado in 2006 was number 14th among young people for usage of marijuana in the whole United States of America, of all the states. Guess what? In 2015, it was number 1. So they went from someplace above average to high to being the place that's most used in the whole country. In fact, Colorado currently has 55% higher than the national average marijuana cannabis usage among young people. Guess what? They found the same thing among adults. Colorado has about 124% higher usage rate of marijuana in general than the national average across the United States. So you may be thinking, people may be watching thinking, I'm not going to use marijuana. This isn't going to cause me a problem. This isn't a stress for me. You know, my kids won't use it. I hope I won't use it. But start to look at these statistics. Again, marijuana-related traffic deaths when a driver was positive for marijuana doubled in 2013 from 55 deaths to 125 deaths in 2016. Marijuana traffic-related deaths, all traffic-related deaths dealing with marijuana, increased 66% in the 4-year average 13 to 16 since Colorado legalized. During the same period, all traffic deaths only increased 16%. So when you basically start to take out the marijuana traffic deaths, roadway is as safe or getting safer, but marijuana is making it more dangerous to drive in the state of Colorado. Youth usage has gone up in Colorado, and Colorado was a high usage state already. So we're not comparing some place where there was almost no marijuana going up. Colorado was in the top third of U.S. usage among youth, and it continued to go up after the legalization. College age use, again, increased 16%. College age students, number 2 in the United States usage in Colorado, up from number 8th position in 2005 and 2006. Emergency department and hospitalization marijuana admissions, up from around 6,300 in 2011, 6,700 in 2012, over 11,400 in 2014, and on track in 2015 to blow past that number. So in literally every measure you start to look at, Colorado's health system is getting worse. Its driving situation for safety is getting worse. Usage by young people is getting worse. And usage by adults, the entire population, is getting worse. The government has also said, why not try something like tobacco, the dealing we did with tobacco? Madam Speaker, passing this legislation isn't that. In fact, we could do the same things about making marijuana more socially unacceptable, pushing marijuana back on in other ways, in the same way that governments have on tobacco over the years. We can do that right now. We do not have to legalize to go in that direction. In fact, if the government went that direction, dropped this bill and went that direction, I think they would find widespread public support. Marijuana exposures have gone up. They still have criminal issues. There's still all sorts of those problems going on in Colorado. And as I get close to closing my speech, I want to point 2 final things. The other week, I was at a family funeral in Saskatchewan. My uncle had passed away. And I was visiting with a relative who's a member of the Edmonton City Police Force. I asked him, how many Edmonton City police officers want to have legalized marijuana? He said, us guys on the streets, absolutely none. That tells you what the people on the front lines are thinking. Finally, I want to say this one thing. If we are going to deal with drug problems in Canada, we have to deal with it in a broad-based culture, not just here in Parliament, but across the country. It's something we need to do, not just now, but in perpetuity. Thank you, Madam Speaker. I see that my time has elapsed.
Questions and comments, questions et commentaires. The honourable member for Brandon Souris. Oh, no, sorry, I got it wrong there. It's right next door, I think. Edmonton Griesbach? Souris Moose Mountain, sorry.
Thank you, Madam Speaker, and I thank my colleague from Saskatoon University for his speech. And he talked a little bit about unintentional consequences, and I'm interested to hear his comments that he might have to say about people that actually go to the U.S., Canadians that go to the U.S. And I bring that up because I had a constituent who was a good friend of mine who went to Las Vegas, was in a hotel room. I know they don't deal with drugs or marijuana, but they felt there was a smell in their room that seemed strange. But when they left and went to the airport, the dogs, the sniffer dogs, found traces of marijuana, and they were pulled off and basically embarrassed while the dogs went through their bags and started accusing them of something. And I'm just wondering if the honourable colleague could comment on other actions he might see happening.
Honourable member for Saskatoon University.
Oh, this is a perfect question, Madam Speaker. When I talked to my family member in the Edmonton Police Force, he said one of the strange things the politicians won't get is he says marijuana is the one drug that has a strong smell. He says now that it's legalized, all the drug dealers are going to have little pouches of pot out there for a smell to try to cover up their other drugs that they are dealing. So he says the legalization of marijuana is going to make it harder for him as an Edmonton City police officer to enforce actions against other illegal drugs. These issues are going to continue to pop up. The government has not thought through this legislation.
Comments? The Honourable Parliamentary Secretary to the Minister of Public Safety and Emergency Preparedness.
Thank you, Madam Speaker. I just want to come to some of the comments that were made about Colorado, because the Washington Post recently did an article that was by the Drug Policy Alliance that said a couple of things. One, that the statistics in Colorado for those individuals who were saying that use had increased were not true, simply not true on a couple of bases. One, that those numbers were already way up above the national average before legalization ever occurred. Two, that the effect on teenagers was in fact unchanged. And again, this is the DPRA, that it hadn't come down, hadn't gone up, it hadn't moved. Traffic fatalities were the same, but arrests were way down, police resources were way down. Now, I hope the member would agree with me that what we did on tobacco, in terms of investing in denormalization, explaining to young people the dangers of the drug, pulling it from the shade into the open, that making those types of measures and the success that we saw with tobacco means that we could have the kind of prevalence rates that we enjoy with tobacco that are under 10%. They could be lower, they could be better, but I think A, we can't misrepresent what's happening in Colorado, and B, there's some good examples we can follow to make things work.
Member for Saskatoon University.
Madam Speaker, we can deal with marijuana the same way as tobacco without legalizing. In response to the honourable member, he's actually got his statistics wrong. He's citing statistics from only 1 year afterwards. There was a very modest dip, but not the last 3-4 years, where rates across the board have gone. The other thing the honourable member is not noting and may not be aware of is Colorado had effectively large-scale commercialization due to incredible liberalization of the medical marijuana industry in the state. So if you look at when Colorado was essentially similar to other states, when it had de facto commercialization and when it's had whole legalization, you almost see a straight line going up in usage rates. So the honourable member actually is incorrect. I'd urge him to go get the Washington Post and bring it here tabled to the House. I'll happily table my studies in the next few days. Mine is updated from October 2017, 127 report. I'll email it to the member next week.
Questions and comments? We have time for a brief question. The honourable member for Lanark, Frontenac, Kingston.
My question, Madam Speaker, is about an aspect of Colorado policy that I think is very good that is not present in Bill C-45, and it's this. In Colorado, individual municipalities and counties can decide whether or not to allow marijuana sales. Some have allowed it, some have not. There's no availability of this kind of local option here in Canada, and I wonder if I could just get a comment on that fact, that distinction from my honourable colleague.
The member from Saskatoon University.
I think something like that would be useful, particularly as this issue has been brought up to me by an Aboriginal chief from northern Saskatchewan who says we have enough problems with alcohol, the legalization of marijuana is going to cause more issues for us. I wish I had the powers to actually deal with it in my community. This is a disaster for many of our remote communities that are dealing with severe social problems.
Resuming debate, reprise de débat, the honourable member for Peace River Westlock.
Thank you, Madam Speaker. Madam Speaker, I'm rising today to speak about the proposed legislation on marijuana. Madam Speaker, this is nothing more than the Liberals raising taxes once again. Madam Speaker, I have been spending quite a while trying to figure out what drives the Liberals, and I think that we've come to the conclusion that what drives them is how to raise taxes on all Canadians. Now, this particular piece of legislation, it makes no sense. There's no coherent message to it whatsoever. They say we want to keep marijuana out of the hands of children, and at the same time we're going to legalize marijuana. Well, Madam Speaker, I think that if we look at it through the lens of raising taxes, it starts to make some sense. That's what this bill is all about. Madam Speaker, the Liberals have just figured out that if they legalize marijuana, there is perhaps a tax windfall. Not a great tax windfall. We see these Liberals all the time. They don't go after the big fish. No, they go after like people that have small tax credits and things like that. So I don't think that this is going to raise a whole bunch of money for the national coffers, but it's going to be a little window, a little bit of cash that they're going to be able to raise off of legalizing marijuana and therefore taxing it. That is what this bill is all about. Madam Speaker, you may be wondering, well, why do they need to raise taxes? They need to raise taxes so that they can give it to their friends around the world. Madam Speaker, they've given nearly $500 million to an infrastructure bank in Asia. And you know what that infrastructure bank is turning around and doing? They're using some of that money to build pipelines in Asia. We can't even get pipelines built in this country, Madam Speaker, but we're giving money to infrastructure banks across the world, and they're building pipelines with the money that we're giving them. Madam Speaker, this Liberal government is completely out of touch with what the needs of Canadians are, and this bill is nothing more than that. What else are they doing with this money, Madam Speaker? They are bailing out Bombardier. Madam Speaker, I sent out a 10%er to my riding asking if anybody was in favor of the Liberals bailing out Bombardier. And believe it or not, Madam Speaker, nobody sent me back saying, yeah, we're totally happy with the Bombardier bailout. That was amazing work. Now we look and we see that Bombardier is being sold to Airbus, a company out of France. Will the Bombardier repay the taxpayer? Will they make them whole? No. Do the Liberals have a balanced budget issue? Yes. How are they going to raise the money, Madam Speaker? Well, one of the ways that they're going to be raising money is through taxing marijuana, Madam Speaker. Or see, now it's Mr. Speaker. I got to that was confusing, very confusing there for a bit. So well, I'll just go with the Speaker. Yeah, it's done a switch here. So just for all those watching at home, the Speaker has changed. And now is Mr. Speaker. And if the member from Lanark-Frontenac would keep a straight face, I could as well, Mr. Speaker. Mr. Speaker, as I was saying, this bill is nothing more than a way to raise some tax money. They've been spending it on infrastructure banks in Asia. They've been spending it on Bombardier. And Mr. Speaker, when I questioned the infrastructure or the innovation minister on why would the taxpayer be made whole with this deal between Airbus and Bombardier, he said to me that I didn't stand up for the aerospace industry in Canada. Well, Mr. Speaker, I do stand up for the aerospace industry in Canada, and I'm very proud of the aerospace industry. And in fact, one of the greatest airplanes ever produced in the world, I would say, would be the Avro Aero, and that came from Canada, and I'm very proud of that fact. What I'm not proud of, Mr. Speaker, is the way that this government has treated the oil industry. No, they have never once stood up for the oil industry. They come to Calgary to announce an innovation cluster. You would expect that they would come there to announce the innovation cluster for oil, the oil industry, the energy sector, one of the most innovative sectors in our economy. But no, it was agriculture. Agriculture in Calgary, Mr. Speaker. Out of touch, completely out of touch. What else do they need the money for? Well, Mr. Speaker, you may have seen out on the front lawn there's a $5 million skating rink. Now, hockey rink, skating rink, that's quintessential Canadian, and I grant that for sure. But I do believe that within spitting distance of this very fancy hockey rink that we have getting built on Parliament Hill is the longest skating rink in the whole world. It's called the Canal, right within sight of what. That's what they need to raise money for, with this tax, they're increasing in taxes. How do we know that they need money so badly? Well, Mr. Speaker, I don't think that putting a tax on marijuana is going to raise a whole great deal of money, particularly because I don't think it's going to, the method at which they're introducing this, I don't think is going to stave off the black market whatsoever. We already have a lot of contraband products when it comes to cigarettes. I don't see the difference here. And I'm sure that when you get the government involved with regulating the prices, they're going to get the price perfect, and we will see the black market disappear. I'm not convinced of that at all, Mr. Speaker. So I don't see that there's going to be a great windfall. But these Liberals, they don't have a particular philosophy on how they raise taxes. They just think we raise taxes wherever we can get it. And we've seen this with the cancellation of the tax credit for the folks with diabetes. 80% of the people that were formally approved for the type 1 diabetes disability tax credit have now been taken off of that list, Mr. Speaker. It wasn't a great deal of money, but it was a great deal of money for those particular individuals. So we can see that these Liberals are not worried about raising taxes on everyday Canadians. And this particular one, when we look at legalizing marijuana in order to tax it, suddenly it all makes sense, Mr. Speaker. Suddenly it makes sense, is that this is not about legalizing marijuana. This isn't about keeping marijuana out of the hands of kids. This isn't about making our country a safer place. No, Mr. Speaker, this is about raising some tax dollars. That is what this is about. And so, as we look at it, we see that legalizing of marijuana is going to have some very detrimental. Granted, we may raise some money off of this. I'll give them that. There's no doubt about that. But we will see increased traffic fatalities, Mr. Speaker. We've seen this in other jurisdictions that have brought this on. Colorado, for example, has seen a 40% increase in traffic deaths in their jurisdiction since they've legalized marijuana. In Canada, we have about 1,000 impaired driving fatalities in this country every year. A 40% increase is another 400 deaths, Mr. Speaker. I don't know how we can justify legalizing marijuana when we know that it's going to cause deaths across this country. Mr. Speaker, not only that, we always get these comparisons between alcohol or smoking, and they say, well, we allow those things are legal, why can't marijuana be legal? Well, Mr. Speaker, first of all, there is not really a direct correlation or connection between either of those other products. First of all, neither of those other products permanently alter your mind. Marijuana does permanently alter your mind. And I tell the students that I speak at the schools that the marijuana issue always comes up, and I always say that. That is the number one thing. You smoke marijuana, you have like a 30%, I'm not sure exactly what the number is, but it's a significant percentage likelihood of not graduating from high school. You smoke marijuana, you're probably not going to graduate from high school, Mr. Speaker. So I say that all the time. You also have a higher percentage of folks that smoke marijuana it doubles the rate of psychosis, doubles the rates of schizophrenia. If you are susceptible to schizophrenia, smoke marijuana, you're now twice as susceptible to schizophrenia. So, Mr. Speaker, I don't understand this at all. And we say, we want to keep it out of the hands of children. We want to keep it out of the hands of children. That's what we're trying to do here. Well, Mr. Speaker, to tell children that we're now legalizing it, and then to tell them at the same time, but we don't want you to use it, that those two messages cancel each other out. If not cancel each other out, they might even encourage marijuana use, Mr. Speaker. And then that has nothing to do with the age limits that they put in on this stuff. I think that's left to the provinces, but they've definitely not put in an age limit. And we hear everybody say, well, after 25, it may not affect your brain, but definitely before 25, marijuana is definitely affecting your brain in very detrimental ways. And so, Mr. Speaker, I can come to no other conclusion than this particular bill to bring in legalization of marijuana has nothing to do with keeping our country safer, has nothing to do with keeping marijuana out of the hands of children, and has only everything to do with raising a tiny little bit amount of tax. So thank you very much, Mr. Speaker.
Questions and comments. The honourable member for Nepean.
Thank you, Mr. Speaker. It was quite interesting to listen to my honourable friend on the other side. He talked, on one hand, he says that this is not going to raise a lot of money, but on the other hand, he talked about Eastern Infrastructure Bank, Bombardier, Airbus, oil industry, agriculture, then hockey rink. He talked all about it. He did even mention about some negative aspect of cannabis consumption. Does he think that the option of not doing anything is the only option like they did for the last 10 years? Does he not recognize that a judicious use of legislation and education is required to protect our youth from the negative aspect of cannabis consumption? I would like to hear him to speak on that.
For Peace River Westlock.
Thank you, Mr. Speaker. And that is precisely, if we were going to build legislation, if we're going to make legislation to reduce the level of consumption by youth, we could do just that, Mr. Speaker. And in fact, over the last 10 years, we had a successful track record of reducing the consumption of marijuana by the youth. The ages from 15 to 25, Mr. Speaker, the rates of use went down from 34% to 24%, Mr. Speaker. And so we had a system that was working. We were reducing the rates of consumption. Could we have done more? Definitely could do more. Mr. Speaker, I would be all in favor of having a national strategy on reducing consumption of marijuana. I'm not in favor of this bill whatsoever. Thank you very much.
Questions and comments. The honourable member for Lanark, Frontenac, Kingston.
Thank you, Mr. Speaker. One of the goals of this bill, the government tells us, is to try and keep drugs marijuana out of the hands of young people. They also tell us that it's to keep marijuana sales out of the hands of organized crime. And I had the chance to ask the Justice Minister this question. As someone myself who's not opposed to the legalization of marijuana, I did say nevertheless that the only way you can keep marijuana distribution out of the hands of organized crime is to undercut the price that organized crime is selling at. If you do that, you're lowering the price for all those who buy it, including young people. And if you try and make direct sales by the government to young people unlawful, presumably that opens this space up for organized crime. So I haven't seen them square the circle on this particular policy point, and I wonder if my colleague could shed some light on this issue.
The honourable member for Peace River Westlock.
Thank you, Mr. Speaker. And Mr. Speaker, pardon the pun, but this is exactly what the government is doing. They're sucking and blowing on this particular bill because there is no way to square that circle. You cannot undercut the black market and keep it out of the hands of children at the same time. But this government has no concept about how economics work. And so therefore, with this bill, they have a pie in the sky. Just trust us on this, and that is exactly what they're asking us to do with this bill. And therefore, I will not be supporting this bill.
Comments? I guess commentaire. The Honourable Parliamentary Secretary to the Government House Leader.
Yes, thank you, Mr. Speaker. It's unfortunate that the member has drawn the conclusion not to support this piece of legislation. You know, it's legislation that was actually campaigned on in the last federal election. The government got a very strong mandate. I think Canadians as a whole understand and appreciate that what they want to be able to see is the issue of cannabis and marijuana being dealt with in a very progressive fashion. We have legislation that is really going to make a difference, and actually in terms of criminal element to the number of young people, this is good news legislation. I would really suggest to my Conservative colleagues across the way that they might want to reconsider their positioning on this legislation for the simple reason is that I believe that society will be a better place if, in fact, we have a regime where there's strong regulation and we have the ability to keep more cannabis and marijuana out of the hands of children, something in which we know here in Canada the highest percentage of per capita children using cannabis than any other country in the world.
The Honourable Member for Peace River Westlock.
Thank you, Mr. Speaker, and thank you to my honourable colleague for his question. What we have here is a bill that is nothing like what they ran on in the federal election. In addition to that, Mr. Speaker, the strong mandate that he talks about is that 39% of Canadians have supported them. That is not even a majority of Canadians that have supported them. However, if he was so adamant about their position that they ran on in the in the election, they would have a much more coherent bill that they would have come out with. This particular bill tries to say two opposite things at the same time, Mr. Speaker. And that to me, I don't know what to say on it anymore, Mr. Speaker. I go back to the very fact, the entire point of my whole speech was that this bill has nothing to do more than with they want to raise taxes off of this legalization of marijuana. When you look at it through that lens, then suddenly this bill might make a little bit of sense. Thank you, Mr. Speaker.
Resuming debate, the honourable member for Kitchener-Conestoga.
Thank you, Mr. Speaker, and I'm grateful for the opportunity to speak to Bill C-45. But before I start my comments on C-45, let me just take a minute to reflect on the upcoming weekend and the remembrance services that many of us in this room will be attending this coming weekend, and to thank our veterans for the freedoms that we enjoy. Last weekend, I had the privilege of attending a number of remembrance services in New Dundee, New Hamburg, Linwood, and Elmira. This coming weekend, I will be in New Hamburg, Waterloo, Kitchener, and Elmira again. Just to think of the sacrifice that our veterans have made, and then to thank our legions for the great work that they do in supporting our veterans, but also in helping us never to forget. And I just want to highlight that before I get into my remarks on C-45, Mr. Speaker. Mr. Speaker, there are a number of really important issues that are dealt with in this chamber on a daily basis, and over the last number of weeks, we've discussed a number of them, from debt, rising debt, to taxation, supposedly fair taxation, the economy, the deficit that is growing every day, and the amazing excess of interest we'll be paying on that over the next 4 years, $33 billion per year just in interest. All of these things are important, Mr. Speaker, but in relation to the topic before us today, really they're of pretty minor significance compared to this one. This topic that we're discussing today will have life-changing impact not only on our youth and our citizens, but on the very nation of Canada. And I think it's important that we think clearly and soberly about the changes we're making, and especially as it relates to three areas, Mr. Speaker. First, I want to refer to our youth, and that's been referred to many times today, the health and safety, the well-being of our children and our grandchildren, safety of all Canadians on the roads, and the social risks that are involved in our communities with complaints and issues that will arise between neighbours. But let me, first of all, Mr. Speaker, refer to our youth. My colleague from Richmond Athabasca in question period today, I just happened to catch this great statement. He said, the decisions we make reveal the values we hold. The decisions we make reveal the values we hold. Mr. Speaker, I have a question. How much do we, as members of Parliament in this room, value the youth of Canada? That is a question that I think we need to ask. The youth, I believe, are a sacred trust that every one of us in this room has an obligation to guard very, very seriously. We can't take this obligation lightly. Mr. Speaker, repeatedly the Liberals claim that the purpose of this legislation is to protect our young people and to increase public safety. Well, I have a question. How can we keep this drug out of the hands of our youth when we're actually allowing 4 plants per household? How can we say we're keeping it out of the hands of our youth when we're allowing 12-year-olds to have up to 5 grams in their possession? We often hear polls of people that have been asked, do you favor legalization of marijuana? And the polls are all over the place, but somewhere around 50-50 or 60-40. But, Mr. Speaker, I am convinced that if we were to give the details of what this bill entails, with the availability of 4 plants per household and the availability of up to 5 grams for 12-year-olds, we would get a much different answer. The Canadian Medical Association and the Canadian Psychiatric Association have both stated that Canadians who consume marijuana recreationally under the age of 25 have a higher risk of developing mental illness such as depression, schizophrenia, and bipolar disorder. And we could all probably tell some anecdotal stories from family members or neighbors who have been derailed by the early use of marijuana. The Psychiatric Association goes on to say regular cannabis use in youth and young adults can affect cognition, attention, memory, processing speed, visuospatial functioning, and overall intelligence. Worse performance is related to earlier adolescent onset of use. Well, Mr. Speaker, I don't know how much earlier onset you could get than offering this availability to a 12-year-old. So parents and grandparents are very concerned about the direction that this bill is going. Most of us know a young person, they go on to say, Canadian Psychiatric Association goes on to say, most of us know a young person whose life was derailed because of marijuana use. And they go on to say, Bill C-45 is unlikely to prevent such tragedies from occurring and conversely may make them more frequent. Derailed. There are far too many young people who've already been derailed, and these are experts speaking, Mr. Speaker. These are not just opinions. These are medical and psychiatric experts, and I think it's important that we listen to them. But, Mr. Speaker, I want to use the bulk of my time today to listen to one of the youth of Canada who is concerned that this legislation and the actions we approve here in this House will, in fact, or could, in fact, derail young people. And she does not want to be one of those derailed, and she doesn't want her friends to be derailed. And this young person is my granddaughter, who wrote this 2 years ago, November of 2015, when she was 15 years old. Quote, marijuana, the dangerous substance that damages our lungs, brain, educational value, and social activity, is the substance the Government of Canada is trying to legalize. Claims say that legalization will erode the black market. But in reality, legalizing marijuana will give people easier access to the drug. Recently, I heard a testimony of a man who at age 14 was heading to Toronto for 420 with $100 worth of marijuana. The fact that 10 years ago, a 14-year-old boy who had no job and no car was able to get his hands on $100 worth of weed blows my mind. Can you imagine how easy it would be for someone to get marijuana now, especially if it was to become legal? Easier access to marijuana will have many negative effects for Canada, such as major health damage, ruining our educational system, our workplace, and our society. The future of Canada rests in the hands of our generation. There is no way marijuana will be a positive tool in that regard. With long-term and short-term effects, the list of things that marijuana does to damage your health is endless. Short-term effects include impaired memory, impaired body movement, changes in mood, hallucinations, paranoia, difficulty thinking, and problem solving. Along with temporary damage, marijuana proves to be once again a dangerous substance having a long-lasting effect on your brain and mental health. A study showed that people who started heavily smoking marijuana in their teens lost an average of 8 IQ points between the ages of 13 and 38. Even after quitting as an adult, the lost mental abilities did not fully return. There are many different ways to consume marijuana, but no matter which way, it is harmful. Marijuana smoke contains the same tar and chemicals that are found in tobacco smoke, which will lead to inflammation and bronchitis. The drug harms cells lining and respiratory tract, leading to precancerous changes that are associated with lung, head, and neck cancer. Marijuana also stimulates your heart rate and blood pressure, which can increase the risk of heart attack among individuals. I've named only a few of the health risks that occur when marijuana is consumed. However, I hope that it's enough to strongly discourage you from believing the legalization of medical marijuana will in fact be a positive thing in any way, shape, or form. She goes on, Mr. Speaker, the damage of marijuana does not end with your health. The drug's negative effect leads into your educational life as well. A review of 48 different relevant studies all found that marijuana use is associated with reduced chances of graduating. A recent analysis of data from studies in Australia and New Zealand found that youth who have used marijuana regularly were significantly less likely to finish high school and obtain a degree than their non-using peers. Marijuana is encouraging lazy work habits and a, quote, don't care attitude, leading students down the path of becoming a high school dropout. The National Institute of Drug Abuse reports that while under the influence of marijuana, the still developing brain will have difficulty retaining memories when related back to school. This can seriously affect your learning skills as a student. Falling behind in school is par for the course when marijuana use is a factor. It's not an issue solely based on loss of memory. They also report that psychological skills are reduced among students as well, decreasing their ability to sustain their self-confidence and remain focused on achieving academic and other goals. Even though marijuana is an illegal drug now, it does not stop teens and students from buying and using the drug. So what is to happen if marijuana becomes legal? By legalizing this drug, we're practically encouraging students to go and get high, ruining their high school career and affecting whatever may lay beyond that. Believe me when I say that marijuana not only negatively affects your health, your education, but your social work life as well. Studies show specific links between the use of marijuana in the workplace, such as increased risk of injuries and accidents. One study among postal workers, 1 minute left, Mr. Speaker, found that employees who tested positive for marijuana on a urine drug test had a 55% more industrial accidents, 85% more injuries, and 75% greater absence compared with those who tested negative for marijuana. After all the papers you wrote, she goes on, the tests you studied for, and emotional trials you went through over the minimum of 16 years of school, is it really worth it to throw that all away for the temporary high of marijuana? Before we make the decision to legalize this dangerous substance, let's first think of all the health risks caused by this drug, the negative effect it would have on our educational system, and how different and harmful the workplace and our economy would be with the marijuana easily accessible and legal. End of quote. My time's up, Mr. Speaker. I have so much more to share. A little bit more time? Okay. Let me finish with some comments from the director from the Medical Association, Dr. Diane Kelsall of the Canadian Medical Association. In her journal, she says, quote, if Parliament truly cares about the public health and safety of Canadians, especially our youth, this bill will not pass. I hope my colleagues will listen, Mr. Speaker.
Questions and comments. The Honourable Parliamentary Secretary to the Minister of Health.
Thank you very much, Mr. Speaker, and I want to thank the member from Conestoga for his remarks, and I believe he's sincerely concerned, and I wanted to address some of those concerns so that that I might ease his concern, perhaps. Now, he has said, as many of his colleagues have said earlier, that this legislation authorizes 12-year-olds to possess cannabis, and in fact, that's misleading, Mr. Speaker, and I think it's really important for every member of this House to understand exactly how this law will be applied. One of the harms that we are attempting to reduce in this legislation is to not criminalize those kids. And so we don't believe the best way to protect our kids is to put them in jail. And so, under this legislation, Mr. Speaker, possession over 5 grams will remain a criminal offense. But for amounts less than that, for a young person, 12 to the age of majority, they will be subject to an absolute prohibition in the possession, purchase, and consumption of this substance under provincial regulation. And we have worked with all of the provinces, and in fact, those who have already announced their regulatory regimes have made it very, very clear that they will enforce a prohibition. And so a young person, between the ages of 12 and 18 or 19, depending on the provincial decision on what the age would be set at, would be subject to an absolute prohibition enforceable by a provincial offences ticket. The police could seize the drug. The police can charge the youth, but not under the criminal law, but under a provincial statute. Precisely, by the way, how we deal with alcohol in each of our provinces and territories. And so, Mr. Speaker, this actually reduces a significant harm, and I hope that that information might assist the member in addressing the concern that he raised.
The Honourable Member for Kitchener-Conestoga.
Mr. Speaker, I think information in the response there, because he said anything above 5 grams will be a criminal offense. I believe this bill does not indicate that anything above 5 grams for those 18 and beyond will not be a criminal offense. So, Mr. Speaker, my concern remains that when you give the message to youth from 12 to 18 that it is not going to be, there's no prohibition of being in possession of up to 5 grams of marijuana, and in addition to that, you give the ability for homeowners to grow up to 4 plants within each household, you have a recipe for easy access to youth, not one that keeps this drug out of their hands, Mr. Speaker.
Questions and comments. The Honourable Member for Oshawa.
Thank you very much, Mr. Speaker, and I want to thank my colleague for an excellent speech, but also sharing what young people are actually saying about this bill, because I've had the same thing. I had my youth group, and they were saying that this is a bad idea as well. But I wanted to address 2 important things that the Liberals keep repeating over and over again that I find myself to be very misleading. They're saying that the reason they're doing this is to keep it out of the hands of kids and to keep the profits out of organized crime, okay, away from them. And that, I think everybody in the House would agree, that's a great thing to do. But what this bill does, it doesn't do that. So they're trying to push a message out, and I find it's really misleading and in a way very deceitful that they're saying that. So could he please address why this bill does not keep it out of the hands of kids? And secondarily, how it doesn't keep the profits out of organized crime, and it won't.
Honourable member for Kitchener-Conestoga.
Well, thank you, Mr. Speaker. The whole deceitful aspect of this bill is very similar to what the Liberals are doing on the taxation front. You know, they say they're going to go tax the wealthy and put those dollars into the hands of middle class, when in fact, Mr. Speaker, the last couple of weeks we've seen exactly the opposite. Those who are wealthy and well-connected have been left totally alone, not a cent increase in taxation, while those who are working hard in the middle class, farmers, small business owners, they're going after them as tax cheats, Mr. Speaker. So to imply that this bill will keep drugs out of the hands of youth is certainly not accurate when you see that these are available from 12 to 18. To have 5 grams within your possession is not the way to go.
I think we've got time for one more short question and response. The honourable member for Nepean.
Thank you, Mr. Speaker. I heard the member mention about the negative aspects of cannabis consumption, but the solution, nothing. He offered nothing. What he stated as a fact is a fact. The fact was there 10 years back, 5 years back, 20 years back, like his party when in administration did nothing. Even now the solution he is offering is nothing. At least we are taking steps to legislate, to invest in education, Mr. Speaker. We are investing $46 million in the public education and awareness. We are investing $274 million to support the law enforcement and borders. Why I request the member to address those issues also.
The honourable member for Kitchener-Conestoga.
What I'd like to say is what the Conservative position is not to go down this road, a very dangerous road. Many times today we've heard about the Colorado experiment and what they're doing. Mr. Speaker, I don't have the brand newest one, but this is September 2016. It shares some of the negative impacts. Marijuana-related traffic deaths increased 48% in the 3-year average from 2013 to 2015, when before that, it was only 11%. Mr. Speaker, I would ask unanimous consent to table this document, or better yet, the updated one from 2017, to allow my Liberal colleagues to actually see the negative results that have occurred in jurisdictions that have authorized the recreational use of marijuana. The statistics are alarming. And for my colleagues not to even want to look at this, I find that unconscionable, Mr. Speaker. We have an obligation in this House to stand up for the protection of the youth of our country, and I hope that we'll do that.
Just to be clear, is the honourable member for Kitchener-Conestoga requesting unanimous consent to table? He mentioned this report, or he made reference to another one, but assuming it's the one that's in his hand.
Absolutely.
Does the honourable member for Kitchener-Conestoga have the unanimous consent of the House to table this document? No. I'm not seeing any consent for that particular motion. Resuming debate, the honourable member for Yorkton Melville.
Bravo. Where?
That was awesome, Mr. Speaker. I felt like I was about to skate out onto the ice. I'm very pleased today to stand up and speak in this House in regards to Bill C-45, an act respecting cannabis, and to amend the Controlled Drugs and Substance Act, the Criminal Code, and other acts. Mr. Speaker, this bill is, I'm trying to think of an appropriate word to use that the people across the aisle would possibly accept and understand. It is harmful to young people. It is harmful to our society. It is poorly thought out. It is extremely rushed, and as a result is very dangerous legislation for us to be putting forward in Canada. They claim that it will protect the health of young persons. That's one of their virtuous goals in putting this forward. Mr. Speaker, we know that medical professionals have said that mental health issues, including addiction and the impact on the developing brain, data shows that 34 to 40% of young people who use cannabis under the age of 25 will develop psychotic disorders, depression, or anxiety disorders. This is information from professionals, as my colleague was trying to present to this House, to enable the Liberal Party to read and possibly discern that there are dangers to what they are suggesting they legalize in Canada. They also talk about restricting access to young people. Mr. Speaker, I've never heard a more confusing argument for trying to restrict the use of a dangerous subject by legalizing it and by actually making it more available to young people. We know that between the ages of 12 and 18 years, this bill will allow those young people from 12 up to 18 to possess 5 grams at any one point in time. Mr. Speaker, this does not say to a young person, this is not something I should do. It says, we are saying it's okay for you to have this. Maybe because they're saying we don't want them to have a criminal record. Mr. Speaker, that's irrational. To say, we don't want you to have a criminal record, so here, take and hold this much. It's not right, because it encourages them to consider this. I have to tell you that in grade 7, I was part of a debate team, and our class was given the topic, grade 7 students are juvenile and immature. Of course, we wanted to debate against that, because we were in grade 7, and we were not juvenile, and we were not immature. My teacher said to us, no, 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 debate the other side, debate the other side. And somehow he convinced us to do that. Well, you know what, Mr. Speaker, we won that debate. Because grade 7 students are juvenile and immature. They're not grown up yet. They're formulating what their values are. And here we are with a government that is saying to them, go ahead and you can have 5 grams in your possession at any one time. Well, it doesn't take long to realize that that's a risk to them on many levels, besides them trying to process this for their own moral values. They could be coerced to carry it for others, possibly parents, possibly older teens in the family who just want more available, so they carry for their siblings or their parents or a friend. Mr. Speaker, these young people also could be very much drawn into the black market to be handlers. And I think especially of youth at risk. We like to think that this isn't going to impact them in any way. It will, because they're already at risk, they're vulnerable, and they are an easy target for these people who are immoral and dishonest and will teach them behaviors that are not right and will draw them into a life of crime. And then there's also, of course, the opportunity to simply sell it personally and to make money on something that this government is saying they can have in their possession. And then finally, of course, there is the potential for them to say, you know what, I can have this, so why don't I just try it? And there, all of those reasons, Mr. Speaker, totally negate this irrational argument that somehow by legalizing this and making it available to children who are 12 up to age 18 is somehow restricting access. I have never heard or more disjointed and inaccurate and inconceivable argument to be put forward. They also say they want to also protect young people from the inducement to use. Well, I've already said, Mr. Speaker, how by just putting this forward in this way, they are actually encouraging young people to consider using. Another member from the opposite side of the House came back with the argument on this whole question about youth and having it in their possession, that the parents' responsibility is there, just like for any other thing in the house that they might have, that the parents are responsible. Well, you know what, Mr. Speaker, on one level, I totally agree with that. Parents are and should be responsible above all other influences to determine what direction their children should be guided into. Parental rights, responsibilities, and privileges of raising children, which are our most precious and valuable resource as a nation, needs to be protected. It actually needs to be encouraged by government. Government should be supporting Canadian families through legislation. Here, they are working in opposition and challenging parents by telling teenagers between the ages of 12 and 18 years it is okay, legal for them, to have 5 grams of marijuana on their person. Mr. Speaker, I've worked a lot with teenagers, and I actually survived raising 3 amazing young adults myself. I have to tell you, at that point in life, the right thing for them to be doing is to be challenging things around them, trying to determine where their values are in relation to their parents and what directions they're going to go. I can tell you that when I say to my children, this isn't right, and it's something they're thinking about, and their government turns around and says, it's okay, it's legal, that is not supporting parents who this government is pushing this responsibility on, just like they're pushing the responsibility on to provinces and to municipalities. We're going to create this. You know why? Because we made an election promise and we're having trouble finding one that we can keep. So this is the one that we're going to pull it off on. Mr. Speaker, this is entirely wrong. If youth should not use it, they should not carry it. This government also uses the argument that it's going to reduce the illicit activities in relation to cannabis. In other words, somehow shut down the black market with this government creating legal use of marijuana. Mr. Speaker, we know how well that's working with contraband cigarettes. And I know from conversations with people I've helped in 10-step programs, there are rehab centers where black market drug dealers go to get healed, and while there, basically develop relationships with people that they then meet on the outside and help them to then become part of the process. This is not going to shut down the black market. It is money-driven. It is greed-driven. It has nothing to do about caring for our society, and this government is playing into their hands. Mr. Speaker, Canadians are very concerned all over this country, concerned for the workplace, concerned for our law enforcement people, concerned for our children, and they don't know what to do. They're throwing up their hands going, how can this government do this? Well, you know, I have a word that I want to say to Canadians. Right here, I'm going to post it, actually. You have been amazing on so many fronts in dealing with issues that this government has brought forward over the last 2 years, and you have made a difference. Opposition parties have a role to play, but we are here to represent you. And as a result of your work, and you're telling this government what you will and will not accept, electoral reform is not on the table. You did that with your advocacy. Punitive and unfair tax increases on middle-class, small, medium businesses and farmers is not going to take place the way it would have if these people had just been allowed to go ahead with their policies. You made the difference. You shut down the removal of Section 176 and are protecting the rights of freedom of religion in this country. You caused the Surgeon General to relegate the dangerous anti-malaria drug mefloquine to a drug of last resort after decades of causing harm to our servicemen and women. You can do this. You can make a difference. I know that you see this law as irrational, dangerous, rushed, everything that is not good. So I encourage you to do what you've done. I know you're exhausted. Keep going.
The honourable member for Yorkton Melville will have 5 minutes for questions and comments on her remarks this afternoon when the House next resumes business, or next takes up the motion that is before the House. But it being 6:02 p.m., the House will now proceed to the consideration of private members' business as listed on today's order paper. Orders of the day.
Private members' business. Beginning debate on M124. Standing in the name of Mr. Reyes. Mr. Reyes, seconded by Mr. Reid, moves that in the opinion of the House, within 12 months of the adoption of this motion, A, the government should follow the example of other Canadian police services and act to save hundreds of lives each year by equipping all RCMP vehicles with automated external defibrillators, or AEDs, and B, the Standing Committee on Public Safety and National Security should undertake a study to determine the availability of AEDs in first responder vehicles across Canada and make recommendations to the House in that regard, while respecting the jurisdiction of other levels of government. debate. The honourable member for Richmond, Arthabaska. Thank you, Mr. Speaker, colleagues here in the House. Allow me to say that I would like to dedicate this speech to a friend. It might not be something that happens often, but my friend François Campagnard was saved thanks to the quick actions of 3 friends, and they used a defibrillator at a hockey arena during a hockey game. It's not every day that we have the opportunity to present a motion in the House, and especially a motion which could save lives. So I'm very moved to move this very important motion. Our work as MPs is very important, and sometimes it's even more important. And if the House supports this motion, all MPs will be able to say that our work has, in very real terms, saved lives. It's also moving to see that we can have such a clear impact on the lives of our fellow citizens. It's very inspiring to know that our political commitment can lead to such real achievements. And it is by keeping this in mind that I invite all of my colleagues to go beyond partisanship and to support this motion. As Gabi Grabel said, for those of you who know him in Quebec, it's something to think about. Many of us, unfortunately, know someone, a friend, a colleague, or a family member who went into cardiac arrest. About 40,000 of those happen in Canada every year. That is, in fact, 1 every 12 minutes, which means that throughout my speech, 2 Canadians will go into cardiac arrest, and when that happens, every second counts. For every minute that goes by, the chances of survival go down by 7 to 10%. The problem is that most of the time, cardiac arrest happens outside of hospitals, often at home, and far from defibrillators. Mr. Michel Picard, a resident of Victoria-Will, on December 30th last, on Allard Street, which was a street over from where I live, he went into cardiac arrest at a party, and he just collapsed. Mr. Picard suffered from fatal arrhythmia. The paramedics were called in, but Mr. Picard's nephew Steve Wool applied first aid by applying pressure to the heart. 6 minutes later, 2 paramedic vehicles arrived. Thankfully, they had a cardiac defibrillator in their vehicles, and it was only after the 3rd shock that the victim regained consciousness, and Mr. Picard is alive as if by a miracle. There were no long-term effects following this incident. This shows that Mr. Picard's friends reacted quickly, as they should have, and it also shows that it is important for first responders to have these defibrillators in their vehicles. And again, with every second, with every minute that goes by, blood ceases to circulate in the body, and of course the brain needs blood and oxygen to survive. As Alain Vadeboncoeur, the chief of emergency medicine at Montreal's Cardiology Institute, said, the very delicate cells in the brain need glucose and oxygen. Otherwise, brain death is irreversible. Often after 10 minutes after cardiac arrest, it is too late. The shock administered quickly by a defibrillator stimulates the heart, and the blood starts to flow again. And this is what happened in Mr. Picard's case, and in the case of hundreds, if not thousands, of people in the country who were saved. This device is the only way to get the heart to start beating again. Without a pulse, when the victim arrives at the hospital, this person's chances of survival are almost nil. About 5% of people who survive cardiac arrest outside of home survive. These devices can help increase by 75% the chances of survival, which is why, as parliamentarians, we would be able to make a difference into the lives of people. And this is how we should use our power to prevent these incidents from happening and prevent deaths from occurring. If these defibrillators are in public areas, we will help to save lives. In the case of cardiac arrest, time is of the essence. Every minute, every second that goes by, and affects a person's chances of survival. Therefore, if all paramedic vehicles were equipped with AEDs, it would help to save lives. We know that many police forces in Canada already use defibrillators, but not all of them do. So equipping all patrol vehicles with these devices would help save hundreds of lives every year. This would be a real long-term investment which would save thousands of human lives at very little cost. And there's a lot of hope in this area. Results in areas who have more defibrillators show very encouraging results. First-line responders who have access to defibrillators say that they make a huge difference. The problem is that some regions have many defibrillators, but others don't. There's no legislation to that effect, and therefore coverage is inconsistent. Yet all Canadians, regardless of where they live and raise their families, all Canadians should feel reassured that all first responders have access to defibrillators in case of an emergency. I deeply care about this issue. As the former mayor of Victoriaville, before I became a federal MP, my team and myself made sure that all first responders' vehicles had cardiac defibrillators. We also made sure that all municipal buildings, arenas, sports centers had AEDs, and institutions and other areas have also bought them. And the SQ conducted a pilot project. Firemen and other first responders have them. And this is how Stéphane Campagnat's life was saved. He was playing hockey with friends in Victoriaville, and he went into cardiac arrest at the arena. But because there was a defibrillator, and because people acted quickly, and thanks to Marcel Duquette, Jean-François Gagné, and Francis Garneau, thanks to the actions of these three men, Mr. Campagnat was brought back to life. They used a defibrillator. They saved his life for that reason. I will never say it often enough. This example shows again just how important it is to have this device. It's easy to use. Nobody needs special training to use it. And as Marcel Duquette said so well, he was one of the three paramedics who saved Stéphane Campagnat's life. The more defibrillators there are on the ground, the more lives will be saved. At the time as mayor, it was important for me to make sure there were as many defibrillators everywhere, and Victoriaville now is a leader in the field. It is my personal commitment and my personal mission to move this issue forward. I care so much about it. As a federal member of parliament, I will continue with this work across the country to make sure that more lives are saved, and I certainly hope that I can count on your support to reach this goal. I would therefore ask that the government be mandated to study what the situation is elsewhere, and I would ask that the Standing Committee on Public Safety do a study to make recommendations on the topic. In short, I'm asking that we legislate so that millions of Canadians can sleep well at night knowing that this technology is always close by and could perhaps one day save their lives if they had the misfortune of having an incident. Therefore, I'm calling on all of us to work together to save hundreds of lives and to bring many people back to life. Therefore, please help me adopt this motion, which reads as follows, that in the opinion of the House, within 12 months of the adoption of this motion, A, the government should follow the example of other Canadian police services and act to save hundreds of lives each year by equipping all RCMP vehicles with automatic external defibrillators, or AEDs, and B, that the Standing Committee on Public Safety and National Security undertake a study to determine the availability of AEDs in first responder vehicles across Canada and make recommendations to the House in that regard while respecting, and I'd like to point this out because we're at the federal level, while respecting the jurisdiction of other levels of government, be they municipal, provincial, or federal. Today, if we together support this motion, it will mean that we will save lives. It will mean that we will give the tools to first responders, tools they need. All it takes is political courage, Mr. Speaker. I will conclude by saying this one thing. Many responders from across the country told us, and many people who acted swiftly in situations to save a life without waiting for legislation. I would like to say thank you to all of those people and to all of us parliamentarians. I hope that we together can make sure that all of these vehicles, all of these emergency vehicles are equipped with these devices. Imagine if paramedics, the police, firemen, and any other emergency authority or response team, if all of these people have access to defibrillators, and if these defibrillators are in arenas, in community centers, in stores, in public areas, just imagine the number of lives we will save, and just imagine all of the families who will not be negatively affected if these defibrillators had not been there. I hope this motion is adopted. I will work very hard and hope that all of my political colleagues from all parties support me. Thank you, Mr. Speaker.
And comments. The Honourable Parliamentary Secretary to the Minister of Public Safety.
Thank you very much, Mr. Speaker, and I thank my colleague opposite. I'm pleased to speak with respect to motion 124 that was put forward by the Honourable Member for Richmond-Athabasca. It calls on the government to equip RCMP vehicles with automated external defibrillators, or AEDs. It also calls upon the Standing Committee of Public Safety and National Security to conduct a study to determine the availability of AEDs in first responders vehicles across Canada and make recommendations to the House in that regard, while respecting the jurisdiction of other levels of government. I just want to comment, I had the opportunity to be the Executive Director of the Heart and Stroke Foundation, and I want to share the members' enthusiasm for the use of AEDs in our communities. There are no doubt that these devices save lives. If we were to witness a cardiac event occur right now and we did nothing, the chance of that life being saved is about 5%. If CPR is present and utilized in the first couple of minutes, that chance goes up to about 25%. When an AED is used within the first 3 minutes, it's north of 75%. And these numbers are staggering when we start applying them across a nationwide basis. Clearly, we need to be doing a much better job. On average, our ambient save rate is only at about 7%, when in fact, you look at King County, jurisdiction in the United States, which includes Seattle, they often get as high as 16%. If we could just replicate that save rate across Canada, it would mean 3 jumbo jets filled with people not crashing and burning and dying every single year. For me, I particularly want to thank the member because this issue hit home personally. My partner, Stephanie's father had a heart attack where an AED and quick-thinking CPR played a major role in his survival. And too sadly, we hear these cases all over the place, and most sadly, we hear it in the case when an AED is not available, and unfortunately, the life is unnecessarily lost. So there's strong and compelling evidence.
Yeah, I was just about to actually intervene. I appreciate the intervention on the part of the honourable member for Peace River Westlock. I do note we are under questions and comments. Honourable Parliamentary Secretary, we're about 2 minutes in, and we usually give a little bit of latitude here, but if he could get to his question, we'll carry on.
Mr. Speaker, I apologize for the long preamble. The reason I put it there is because I want to express, before I get into my more generalized comments, how much this is an important issue. And I would ask the member how, given that, how does he believe we can work with other jurisdictions to be able to get at the challenges of being able to see these devices not only be present, but be used by the general population?
The honourable member for Richmond-Athabasca. Thank you, Mr. Speaker. And I'd like to thank the member for his explanation of the situation as he lived it. As I said, I went through this personally with a friend. I think that the first thing we might do is that following the decision taken in this House is to set an example. Now, I made a choice when I was mayor not to wait for people to ask me to do it. I took the authority I had and I convinced the people around the table to get the money to do this. I didn't have the budgetary authority. But I think if we can send a positive message, we could give an example, for example, with the RCMP, and we could also perhaps have an influence at other levels. And I think that there could be programs as there have been. For example, there are things in arenas now. There are first responders programs. I think there are paramedics that could come with defibrillators, and there could be police cars, because police cars are often, or the police officers are often the first on a scene, or firefighters are first on a scene, even before paramedics. And I think Parliament could help to set an example. Questions and comments. The Honourable Member for Abitibi-Témiscamingue. Thank you, Mr. Speaker. Now, this is more a comment, but I wanted to say to my colleague just how useful this would be in rural areas. I was an intensive care nurse, and very often we only had 2 ambulances, so there could be 1 ambulance transferring a patient, and we could be in a situation where there was no ambulance available. So we had out-of-control situations, and sometimes it was police officers who brought people to the emergency. So my comment is, how could this be useful for rural Canada? The Honourable Member. Mr. Speaker, I'd like to thank my colleague for her words in this House. Yes, I think she is 100% right, but if we look at the life expectation of someone who has a heart attack, if you had to get someone to try to get someone to get an ambulance to this person to emergency, well, it would be much better if there were these devices, these defibrillators in all cars of all first responders, police, firefighters, and ambulances. And I think, yes, in rural areas, but in others, the more we do this, the more helpful it would be. People think it's very expensive, but it's not when we consider the value of a life in a family. So we have an extraordinary opportunity as a House to work without partisanship and take an action that would do a great deal of good to families throughout Canada.
The Honourable Parliamentary Secretary to the Minister of Public Safety.
Thank you very much, Mr. Speaker, and I want to thank the member from Richmond-Athabasca for both his speech and for the motion. We have the opportunity to debate a great number of issues in this House, of which there is some division and occasionally some sparks. But this is an area where I think, particularly on the overarching principle, that there really is need to be consensus, because the science is very clear that when we act to put AEDs in communities, when we ensure that people are CPR trained, that we ensure that people know how to use AEDs, that it saves lives. And unfortunately, we also know that just calling paramedics alone isn't enough. That when we pick up the phone and call paramedics, they simply cannot get to the scene of cardiac event fast enough in order to be able to save a life, which means that we need not only this type of initiative, which talks about ensuring that all frontline individuals who are keeping our community safe are CPR trained and especially know where AEDs are, and perhaps, as this motion is indicating, and I'll speak to in a minute, have access to AEDs within their vehicles. But we need the civilians, those people who are not on the front lines, to be engaged in this battle as well. Because when a family member goes down, people have to ask the question, do they know what to do? Do they know CPR, which is very simple, but it's skilled, it's essential. Do they know where the nearest automated external defibrillator is, an AED? And too often the case is no. In workplaces and homes, folks don't know what to do, despite the fact that AEDs, by successive governments, both Conservative, federally, and the Liberal government in Ontario, have gone to great lengths to place AEDs all throughout our communities. So certainly it makes a great deal of sense from a public safety perspective with respect to this exact motion to ensure that AEDs are in public places where cardiac arrest most likely could occur. But what I want to speak in the rest of my comments is to talk about some of the issues that relate specifically to the motion that we can think about as it moves forward, speaking again from the lens of being generally supportive. We certainly know that the motion calls for the committee to study the availability of AEDs, and there are certain important issues the committee could look at, and we would encourage them to look at in considering the proposal to equip our RCMP vehicles with AEDs. For one thing, as other medical equipment, provinces and territories are responsible for legislating, regulating public access program to AEDs, including in public areas and workplaces. For example, some provinces, such as British Columbia, have guidelines recommending that public AED access programs should be overseen by physicians. Further, there is no consistent legislative or regulatory framework governing access to or use of AEDs. It is very much viewed as a public or occupational health and safety issue left to local organizations, governments, and employers. It is also important to understand that this proposal would have important provincial, territorial, municipal implications. As members will know, the RCMP is a police service provider for the territories in every province except Ontario and Quebec, and the vast majority of RCMP vehicles are used for contract policing services. Under the police service agreement, policing services provided by the RCMP are cost-shared with contract jurisdictions. This includes all operating and maintenance costs, such as salaries and equipment purchases. The upfront costs of buying AEDs, as well as the ongoing maintenance required to keep them in good working order, would therefore need to be supported by contract jurisdictions. So, as members can see, there are jurisdictional issues that need to be looked at with respect to this proposal. We are very supportive of Part 2 of the motion in particular, which calls on the Standing Committee of Public Safety and National Security to examine the availability of AEDs in first responder vehicles across Canada. Such a study would help us get a complete and up-to-date picture regarding the effectiveness of equipping police vehicles with AEDs. It could examine questions like how often AEDs installed in police cruisers have been used to respond to cardiac arrest incidents. It would also help to ensure that any new policies, standards, or deployments of new equipment to frontline responder vehicles, including those of the RCMP, are based on evidence about what works best from a health and public safety perspective. And it would be an opportunity to hear from provincial, territorial, municipal partners to ensure that any new Canada-wide approach takes their needs and views into account. In conclusion, Mr. Speaker, we support M124 in principle. We think this call for study is important and that the results should inform further measures and that the policies and expenditures that are put forward meet the public safety objectives that we set forth, because that is the point here. We're all in agreement that any measure likely to help more Canadians survive cardiac arrest and save lives is very much worth pursuing. And in that vein, I want to thank the honourable member opposite for bringing forward this motion. I think it's incredibly important. I think that not only from my perspective in government, but personally, and it's something that I look forward to working on him with.
Reprise de débat.
Resuming debate. The Honourable Member for Abitibi-Témiscamingue. Thank you, Mr. Speaker. It's a real pleasure to speak to a motion like this, because for me, this was part of my daily life for many years, for a simple reason. I was a nurse, mainly in intensive care and in rural areas. So day in, day out, we had to deal with people who'd had cardiac arrest, and they were 45 minutes away from the hospital. There were only 2 ambulances that served the sector, where there might have been, in an area that had a 500 kilometer diameter, so it took a long time for emergency vehicles to arrive. Now, the thing with defibrillation, it's not like in a film where somebody gets there, they start using defibrillators, and the patient is defibrillated. In order that defibrillation work properly, there has to be electricity constantly circulating through the heart. When there's a flat line, you can no longer defibrillate. It's too late. So if defibrillation is to be effective, it has to be performed quickly before the heart's electricity stops. And in order to have AEDs, which are automatic, not like the hospital's ones, this would allow for lives to be saved, because it would allow people with a minimum of training to be able to defibrillate and defibrillate effectively, and to have someone saved. And this would limit damage to the heart from lack of oxygen, so from all the harmful consequences of a cardiac arrest. So the sooner you can get someone back, the less the damage to the rest of the body. So it would have an impact on the number of lives saved, and also on the consequences. It would reduce the seriousness of the impact. So in the motion, they talk about RCMP vehicles, and I think my colleague will agree that given that the Indigenous police is part of the jurisdiction, that we should have all Indigenous police cars. They should all have AEDs, especially considering that Indigenous communities live in even more remote areas that are further from the hospitals. There's an area in my riding which is very far from the hospital, and when there's a snowstorm, it's very hard to get to a hospital at 1:30 in the morning. So I think my colleague will agree that although the motion doesn't state this, it could also cover Indigenous police cars, and also in various Indigenous communities. If there are arenas or sports centers, we could make sure that all Indigenous communities could benefit from the presence of these AEDs. And I think we can get the message to the minister responsible for services in Indigenous communities. Now, with respect to AEDs, one must understand that they have to be available, but there also has to be adequate information. People have to know how to use these devices. They also have to know where they are, and this makes a big difference. If you have to go about looking for the AED, it takes longer. And I know that this is not a question and comment period, but I'd like to know if people know where the AEDs are here in Parliament, if something were to happen here. Among the members here. Is there anyone who knows where the AEDs are? I'm not sure. So this is also something that is extremely important. We have to make sure that there is a communication plan that is implemented when AEDs are purchased, so that everyone in the community is able to find them quickly, to get them to the person, because it seems that sometimes to save a life, you have to know about various techniques. You've got to have this in-depth knowledge. But just knowing where the AED is can help save a life, because you will have made sure that the person who does know how to use it will get it in less than a minute or very quickly. So if someone who goes into cardiac arrest, well, if someone knows where the AED is and knows how to help do CPR, if that person also has to be the person who's going to run and get the AED, well, then sometimes there can be a problem. So we have to make sure that everyone knows where these devices are. This can really help. A few years ago, there was a private foundation that offered a program to help small communities that wanted to get these AEDs to get them. I followed the information. I know that in my riding, I think there were 2 AEDs that were purchased because of this program, that were obtained because of this program. So it's important that there are private foundations that provide these AEDs. But I also think that we should play a role in this. We should play a major role in this, because the federal government, I know that provincial governments have a role to play, but the federal government can play a leadership role because there are lives at stake. And this is something very simple. And I think we can play a leadership role. We can find solutions to make these devices available, and also take into account just how important it is in rural communities such as mine. I live in an area that's quite isolated. It happens often, regularly, that when I give my address to people, they make a mistake. They can't get to my place. It's even happened that it's taken more time. But when these are emergency services and first responders who know the territory inside out, when we give an address and we say, go to such and such an address, there's a lady there who needs the help as soon as possible, they'll be able to get there quickly. And this will make all the difference. And I think we'll be able to hold people in our arms at the end of all of this instead of going to a funeral. So the motion of my colleague, I think, is something that people, once they study it, will see that this is something that can be done without partisanship. It will go to committee, and I think that will help us to do even better for all Canadians. But for people's health, just knowing that there can be a rapid response, this will change things a lot. Unfortunately, cardiac arrests, they don't happen in the right place at the right time. I've seen cases where there were people hunting in the woods, and it was hardly the ideal situation. It happened to me once in my career that someone had a heart attack in the triage center. This person was extraordinarily lucky because they went directly to the emergency service. But in real life, this hardly ever happens. In most cases, these devices make a difference. These AEDs make a difference. But given to how ambulance services are configured, there aren't always ambulance services that are available. So I think we absolutely have to equip the vehicles of first responders with these devices, and also make sure that the people have the proper training to use them. This will really help the public. This is an absolutely urgent issue. It has to do with the survival of Canadians, and I hope people will act on this with a full heart. Thank you.
Pending debate, the honourable member for Lanark, Frontenac, Kingston.
Thank you, Mr. Speaker. I want to start by thanking my colleague for introducing this very important motion. I want to thank the member from Abitibi who just spoke in favor of the motion, and I want to thank in particular the parliamentary secretary, the member from Ajax, who I think is indicating that the government side is likely to support the motion. I think he was speaking in his capacity as the parliamentary secretary, and therefore on behalf of the government, rather than in his capacity as a private member. In either capacity, his support is very much welcome. I wanted to talk, Mr. Speaker, about defibrillators, about how effective they can be in saving lives, and in particular about a numerical demonstration, a statistical demonstration of just how effective installed automatic external defibrillators, AEDs, can be when placed in police cars, in the trunks of police cars. So first of all, let's step back a bit. The purpose of an AED, and that's what I'll call these from now on, the purpose of an AED is to reduce fatalities from heart attacks, but specifically to reduce fatalities from the kind of heart attack we refer to as a sudden cardiac arrest, which normally starts as what is known as a pulseless ventricular tachycardia and ventricular fibrillation. Now, this is a huge issue in terms of the number of lives that are involved in this kind of cardiac disaster, cardiac crisis. Cardiovascular disease is the #1 cause of death in Canada and in the United States. Out of hospital, sudden cardiac arrest accounts for 50% of cardiovascular disease deaths. So a half of the largest cause of mortality in our country. Ventricular tachycardia and ventricular fibrillation are the source of, according to one study I was looking at, 85% of all sudden cardiac arrest deaths. The rest of them are caused by trauma, poisoning, pulmonary embolism, drowning, hypothermia, drug overdose, cerebral hemorrhage, and a grab bag of other causes. But 85% of that 50% of the biggest killer is caused by events that, in principle, could be stopped if a defibrillator was available and was applied quickly, along with some other interventions. So in principle, AEDs can be used to save many, many lives. It is, but to be clear, it is all about how fast you get to the person. So just wanted to make the point about how in principle you can save this. I have an academic paper in which the author states, this is a paper published 2009, every patient with a witnessed ventricular fibrillation cardiac arrest should survive. Every patient. If the patient does not survive, the goal is to determine why. So, in principle, there should be 100% save rate. As I say, it is all about the speed with which one is able to intervene, and to make that point, I want to call upon, describe the American Heart Association's chain of survival metaphor. The member from Ajax who was involved in the Canadian Heart Association would be very familiar with this indeed. The American Heart Association's chain of survival metaphor lists the key ingredients for success. 1, rapid access, calling 911 immediately. 2, rapid cardiopulmonary resuscitation, or CPR. And 3, rapid defibrillation. A 4th step follows defibrillation, that is rapid advanced care. Usually that takes place after an ambulance has arrived and continues on in the hospital. So the next thing to say is, in practice, in principle 100%, in practice the highest survival rate we have seen for witnessed cardiac arrests, that is where someone actually sees when it happens, is 74%. And that's what the success rate, the survival rate that takes place in casinos. In casinos, it's a high-stress environment. You often have people who are in bad health who are doing a high-stress activity, but they're also always on camera. And casinos typically have defibrillators and trained staff close at hand. So in that ideal environment, a 74% success rate has been achieved. But as I say, the time is of the essence, and to make this point, it's worth noting that after 10 minutes, the rate of success drops to less than 10%. So to be clear, if you get there within a couple of minutes, within 3 minutes, the success rate can be as high as 74%. If you get there to the person and start applying an AED, after 10 minutes, you have about a 2% success rate. So this is why the public policy response, both here and in the United States, has focused so intensely on putting AEDs into emergency response vehicles in order to speed up response times when somebody witnesses a cardiac arrest and contacts 911. Ambulances, fire trucks, of course, and we would like to see these put into police vehicles, and in particular RCMP police vehicles. The difference between survival rates in various American cities is based almost entirely on response times. And to make this point, I just want to read to you the different response rates from a few years ago in a series of American cities. Detroit, 0%. Can't be literally 0%, but it must be below 1% survival rate. Chicago, 3%. New York City, 5%. Los Angeles, 7%. State of Alabama, 8%. Salt Lake City, 8%. Dallas, 10%. Rochester, New York, 10%. Memphis, Tennessee, 12%. Tucson, Arizona, 12%. San Francisco, 15%. Fresno, California, 15%. Houston, 15%. Minneapolis, 20%. Pittsburgh, 22%. Portland, Oregon, 23%. The state of Iowa, 23%. Miami, 24%. Milwaukee, 26%. Seattle, Washington is 46%, based upon a combination of good CPR training and the availability of defibrillators where they are needed. And in Seattle, they don't regard this as the final destination. I think they are quite rightly after that 74%, if not the 100% that is available in principle. And we should be too. Now, let me tell you about how lowered response times due to police cruisers having defibrillators can save lives. So I turn here to another study which tells us that in one case, this is in Miami, I'll just quote, response by police averaged about 1.5 minutes faster than other emergency medical services, 6.16 minutes versus 7.56 minutes, and the dual response system in which both were notified reduced overall first responder time to 4.9 minutes, compared with 7.6 minutes as the historical record. This translated to a statistically significant improvement in the percentage of those surviving ventricular arrhythmias, up to a 17.2% survival rate. You've just given me the 2-minute signal, so I will skip the other example I was going to give, except to point out that in the other example, in Pittsburgh, the rate went from 6% to 14% after police vehicles installed defibrillators. Now let's talk about Canada. In Canada, there are 40,000 sudden cardiac arrests annually, and there are AEDs in police vehicles in many places, in Vancouver, in Kingston, in Laval, in Fredericton, in Medicine Hat, even in Smiths Falls in my riding. And those are defibrillators that were put into police cars with my assistance about 12 years ago. The City of Ottawa has had them longer than almost anywhere else, and they have excellent statistics, which I now want to quote to you to make the point about how significant the life-saving can be. Every cruiser in the City of Ottawa Police Service, 145 in total, have defibrillators in their trunk. In 2012, this resulted in 22 interventions and 9 successful saves of heart attack victims. That means they survived for at least 2 years. In 2013, there were 23 interventions and 8 lives were saved, which is an average of 1 life saved per every 17 AEDs annually. This is a 17% save rate compared to 5% nationally in Canada. Not as good as Seattle, but 3 times as good as the national average. AEDs that are purchased in bulk, Mr. Speaker, cost about $1,000 a piece. Training costs are essentially zero because the cops are already trained. The cost factor of time to arrive they're already first responders, therefore that's not a consideration. So that means at 1 life saved per every 17 AEDs, the 5,600 cruisers in which these could be installed, RCMP cruisers, could result in 300 lives being saved every year. Since AED's last 10 years, we could save 3,000 lives over the next decade at a cost of $2,000 per life. This is why at one point I wanted to promote this by saying, life is cheap, so let's start saving now. Now, my staff said that might not be the best slogan, but I actually do believe that. Saving lives really is cheap. It has never been cheaper. $2,000 a life. We could literally repopulate the House of Commons with people whose lives are saved every year from next year forward if this motion is passed and we begin working to fulfill the goals that it seeks to promote. Thank you, Mr. Speaker.
Resuming debate, the Honourable Parliamentary Secretary to the Government House Leader.
Yes, thank you, Mr. Speaker. I've really enjoyed the discussion that we've been hearing this evening. And one of the reasons why maybe I'll take a bit of a different approach in trying to address what I believe is a very important motion, and I commend the member across the way for recognizing an issue in which I think that all Canadians as a whole would be very much concerned about. And let there be no doubt that there is a role for all of us to play. But what interested me most was just the amount of information that was provided. If you listen to every speaker, they talked about the percentages and the strong desire to save lives. And it didn't matter what side of the House, Mr. Speaker, it was all individuals that chose to rise in their place and address the issue. They talked about how it could really make a difference. And, over the years, I've seen a lot in terms of just the impact of medical technology. Many years ago, while I was a member of the Manitoba legislature, I used to be the health critic for the province of Manitoba, or one of the two health critics. And I can recall, just the amount of money that we spend in healthcare. I think most people would be quite surprised. I know some of my colleagues have also served in provincial legislatures. I was first elected in 1988 as a parliamentarian, and when I look at the health care budget back then, roughly, just over $1 billion today. I believe in Manitoba it's over $6 billion and counting. It's the single greatest expenditure in healthcare in the province of Manitoba. And there's no end in sight, it seems. Having said that, through those years, what I've experienced firsthand is how we have seen technology advance to a certain point in which we can make fairly profound positive impacts by looking at how that technology can be used in terms of saving lives. The impact of AEDs, I would suggest to you, is second to no other in terms of just equipment or machinery that has been introduced over the last number of years. And as Canadians become more and more familiar with the benefits of AED, you will find that there is a broader knowledge that is ultimately driving the demand to see more of these AEDs installed in different places. And the results are, in fact, compelling. The most compelling argument I would suggest to you is when we start hearing some of those stats. Some of the stats in which were shared with members from all sides of the House on this very important issue. I thought it was interesting. My colleague from across the way made reference to the casinos. And in the casinos, the member is right. In a casino, there is all sorts of elements of stress that take place because of the activities and so forth. And there is a great deal of individuals that are there observing. You can call them security cameras, whatever it is you want to call them. But there's a great deal of individuals that are there in the background that are watching, and when a cardiac arrest takes place, that they're very quick, and you will find, and I would be surprised if there were not AEDs in all casinos in Canada. So I wasn't surprised when the member made reference to the stat. I believe it was 74 or 71% survival rating. And I think that that is a fantastic goal to try to establish in terms of just how effective it could be if, in fact, we had a better educated population. And when I say population, we need to look at it in terms of where do most cardiac arrests take place? In homes, public places, and work, Mr. Speaker. That's where you'll get a vast majority of cardiac arrests taking place. Chances are the person that is having that arrest is in fact being known from individuals that are around. And more, when that is taking place, when someone witnesses a cardiac arrest, it's coming to mind that, look, is there an AED available? And because, as another speaker talks about, the timing is critical. We all know that it just cannot be quick enough in terms of getting access from the moment of the arrest to having the AED there being used as a tool to ultimately save a life. And what we have witnessed over the last number of years, as people become more educated about it and understand the benefits of it, that we are starting to see it in many different places. Whether it's the workforce, and even in some situations, you will now start to see it being brought into people's homes. The general knowledge and making these machines accessible are absolutely critical to saving lives going forward. And this is something in which I think that it would be very beneficial. You know, we have these standing committees here in Ottawa, and I think that we do not take advantage to the degree in which we could have when we have good ideas, as the member has brought forward today. And if you take a look at the motion, and I can go through both aspects of the motion, but I want to go to the second part to the motion, where the member is calling for the Standing Committee on Public Safety and National Security should undertake a study to determine the availability of AEDs in first responder vehicles across Canada and make recommendations to the House in that regard while respecting the jurisdiction of other levels of government. Now, if time permits, I'll try to deal with the issue of the RCMP and the whole issue of jurisdiction, Mr. Speaker, if time will allow me to do so. But I wanted to pick up on the point of the Standing Committee. So whether this is the only directive that would be given to the Standing Committee, or maybe we can kind of expand or maybe make the suggestion to the Standing Committee that they might want to widen the scope of it, because it goes beyond even RCMP vehicles. As the member from Ajax had pointed out, the parliamentary secretary, we might think it's fairly simple. Just get a defibrillator and put it into an RCMP cruiser car. There's all sorts of independent contractors, different types of negotiations at different levels, stakeholders all involved in that. And I would like to see and get a better understanding of it. But equally, I would like to be able to see how it is that we might be able to use a Standing Committee of Health or any other standing committee, but I am content with what the member is suggesting, Mr. Speaker, in terms of this particular committee, but I would love to see one of our standing committees do what it is that a few of us were able to hear this evening, and that is to hear the benefits of actually taking action on such an important file. I don't think that there's a legislator inside the House of Commons that would not recognize how important it is that we try to advance the file of AEDs. We have organizations like the Heart and Stroke Foundation, and I use that just as one example of many, that have done so much work working with different stakeholders within themselves, have very much real people that have have the stories that clearly indicate, Mr. Speaker, that the need is there. And a standing committee is in the best position to be able to have the different stakeholders deal with the issue by making those presentations. Let's hear the facts. Let's get some of those stats. Let's see how it is that government and the national government could play a leadership role in that, Mr. Speaker. Let's enable the standing committee to get a better appreciation, understanding, and let's establish this as a priority. And that's how I see this particular motion from the member across the way. Yeah, we might differ with some of the words and so forth, but at the end of the day, what I see is a positive suggestion in terms of an important issue that we understand that our constituents would like to see us address. And I would like to expand that. And I would challenge our standing committees to do just that, to look at ways in which we can deliver on such an important issue that will obviously save tens of thousands of lives, Mr. Speaker. Thank you for the opportunity to share a few thoughts.
Alors, avant que je reconnaisse l'honorable député de Beauport.
The honourable member for Beauport, Côte de Beaupré, Charlevoix. I must inform him that he has about 3 minutes left for his speech, and this time will be available to him at another sitting. In the meantime, resuming debate, the honourable member for Côte de Beaupré. Thank you, Mr. Speaker, and I would like to thank my colleague for this motion, which, as far as I am concerned, is a very current, up-to-date issue, and I find it very interesting that beyond our political differences this evening, we do feel unanimous about the importance of having these defibrillators. Why? Well, they save lives. My father died many years ago. He had a heart attack. And at the time, these devices did not exist, and had there been one around, perhaps his life would have been saved. And when we give speeches on issues like this one, I believe that we have to give them with concrete examples. We have to name the names of people who actually lived through these experiences. For the last while, we've heard members of Parliament from both sides of the House talk to this very important issue. And I think it's wonderful that we all agree on the need to study this motion. And we have to make it our own here in Parliament. And perhaps this might be one of the first times where members of Parliament, in fact, come together and hold hands, metaphorically, and say that together we can save lives. This is wonderful, and it shows how we in Ottawa can make a difference. And it's nice to see that we can all rally around an issue which touches so many people. It's a very human issue, and that's what I like about this motion. It makes us see the human side, which can come from legislation, which will save lives. If you listen to all of the speeches made on this motion, you'll note that you'll take to heart the speech given by my colleague. I certainly hope that the motion will be sent to committee. I hope that this issue will be studied in a nonpartisan manner, that everyone will be able to speak to it, and I hope that this does not become a government or opposition motion, but a multi-party motion. Thank you, Mr. Speaker. The honourable member for Côte de Beaupré Charlevoix will have 7 minutes to resume his speech at the next sitting when this motion will be studied again. Now, the time for private members' business has expired, and the issue will fall to the bottom of the order paper, following the order of priority. At this point here, pursuant to Standing Order 38,
A motion to adjourn the House is deemed to have been made and seconded at this time. Therefore, the question is that this House do now adjourn.
Burr? Oh, we're going to go to this first? Okay. We'll do this first. The honourable member, l'honorable député de Salaberry.
The honourable member for Salaberry-sur-Roi is not in the House to raise an issue on adjournment debate. Therefore, the issue is deemed delayed.
Go ahead.
Thank you, Mr. Speaker. On November 3rd, I asked the following question in this House. I rise in the House once again to ask the Minister of Natural Resources about his plans to stop the pine beetle from attacking our forests, Canadian forests. Last year alone, the beetle increased tenfold. Even though science and research had been done, the beetle has moved from Jasper Park into central Alberta and is heading east. All of Canada's pine forests are at risk. We need financial assistance to cull the trees. What is this Liberal government doing to stop this infestation? Again, Mr. Speaker, I'm going to ask a similar question. When is this Liberal government going to step up to the plate? Last week, we received an answer that they were doing science and research. I rise again today to say that science and research is not applicable at this time. Why? We know all about the pine beetle. Science and research has been done for many years. I was there when the pine beetle was first spotted in western British Columbia in the late 1970s. If proper action would have been taken then, the trees culled or burnt, I probably wouldn't be asking the question again today. Our boreal forests are at risk. What is needed from this minister is financial aid. Even the former Liberal government in 2005 recognized the problem and gave $100 million to fight the pine beetle when it was still in British Columbia. Did science and research stop it? No. Did we stop the pine beetle? No. The government of Alberta has spent over $85 million to fight the infestation, and that funding helped slow the pine beetle up until this year, Mr. Speaker. This is a drop in bucket compared to $9 billion in damages, fighting costs, and loss of production in the fire in Fort McMurray, and caused untold millions that it will cost to fight the BC fires this last year. Those fires were fed by dead pine forests due to the pine beetle. Our previous Conservative government gave $10 million in 2009 to fight the pine beetle in northwestern Alberta. The Fort McMurray fire last year helped destroy a large amount of the northern pine beetle, but unfortunately, it destroyed a lot more than that, Mr. Speaker, and I think we all saw that on the news. You know, Mr. Speaker, I remember going to a pine beetle seminar where scientists told me that the pine beetle would never get across the Rocky Mountains. Well, they're gone way across. During the adjournment debate on October 26th, I once again called upon the federal government to assist Alberta in the fight against the mountain pine beetle. Companies like Weyerhaeuser, Miller Western, West Fraser have spent millions of dollars of their own money to fight and combat the pine beetle. I have held meetings and roundtable discussions, parks officials, CFS officials, as well as representatives from forestry and local communities. Parks Canada kept telling us they were going to try and cull the trees. Very little was done. What do we need? The Minister of Forestry and Agriculture from the province of Alberta told me 10 days ago they need financial help. Mr. Speaker, we need financial assistance now to cull the trees. The beetle killed 40,000 trees last year while we were holding them at bay between the industry and the province, but has increased tenfold to over 500,000 this year. The pine beetle is out of control. Again, what is the Minister of Natural Resources going to do to stop the pine beetle from attacking our forests?
We have and must move faster than the pine beetle before it's too late for all of Canada. Thank you, Mr. Speaker.
The Honourable Parliamentary Secretary to the Minister of International Trade.
Thank you, Mr. Speaker, and thank you to the member from Yellowhead for his dedication to this important issue affecting the forest sector in his riding and across the country. And certainly as a MP from BC, I empathize. It's a very serious situation. I would like to reassure him, as our government has last week and the week before when this question has come up in the House, that we are doing everything we possibly can to stop this infestation from spreading. Unfortunately, climate change has made once inhospitable forests and climates more inviting to the mountain pine beetle and other destructive forest pests. Natural dispersal is allowing them to spread with alarming speed, creating a real threat to forest-dependent communities across Canada. The member for Yellowhead has seen the impact and the extent of the problem in his own riding, and sadly, the situation is not unique to Alberta's pine forests. That's why our government has invested an additional $87 million in scientific infrastructure upgrades. That includes federal labs conducting research that informs our responses to destructive forest pests such as the pine beetle. This new funding is critical to the Canadian Forest Service, which employs Canada's largest team of scientists devoted to pest management. The Forest Service is a recognized centre of excellence on pests and invests $20 million annually to develop scientific solutions that help forest managers and communities respond to damaging pests by slowing their spread, mitigating their impact, and reducing the risk of infestation in areas not yet affected. Over the last 2 years alone, the Forest Service has spent $1.3 million supporting mountain pine beetle research. Through these efforts, we've been able to assess the economic and environmental risks associated with these forest pests, particularly under a changing climate, and help adaptive options for affected communities and industry. All of this is vitally important as we work toward our ultimate goal, which is to contain the pine beetle spread. We've also assisted in maximizing value from beetle-killed timber, as well as developing new technologies and products. For example, our research has helped the forest sector adapt its practices, to use the effective wood in traditional manufacturing mills, as well as alternative product markets such as panel board manufacturing and wood biomass recovery. Nor are we doing any of this alone, Mr. Speaker. Yellowhead is a case in point. The Canadian Forest Service is working closely with industry, provincial government agencies, and Parks Canada to develop science-based responses under the National Forest Pest Strategy. This means developing and implementing cooperative management strategies informed by science to mitigate the infestation and spread of mountain pine beetle at the regional level. The Canadian Forest Service, the provinces, industry, and our other partners are fully engaged on this. We are all working together to protect the economic value of provincial forests and preserve the ecological integrity of national and provincial parks. Thank you, Mr. Speaker.
The Honourable Member for Yellowhead.
Thank you, Mr. Speaker. I'd like to thank the Honourable Member Cross for her reply, but I think it's a lot of bull. Science and technology has not stopped the beetle. If you're looking for integrity of your parks, just take a drive through Jasper Park and take a look at all the brown, dead trees. From the BC border through to the Alberta border, your science and technology couldn't even stop it within a confined area of the park, and you say you're doing a lot. Put some money to help the province of Alberta fight the pine beetle situation. Your previous government gave $100 million. Our previous government gave. Alberta needs help right now. They cannot afford to do it on their own. Science has not stopped the pine beetle. Actual culling or burning will stop the pine beetle. We're asking you for financial assistance to stop it before it gets further east. Thank you, Mr. Speaker.
Just remind the Honourable Member to direct speech towards the Chair. We try to avoid using the you word in a direct fashion that way. The Honourable Parliamentary Secretary.
Thank you, Mr. Speaker. I understand and empathize with the member opposite's frustration with the mountain pine beetle. It's chewing into a forest sector that employs more than 200,000 Canadians and contributes more than $23 billion a year to our GDP. In fact, our forest industry provides more jobs, dollar for dollar, than any other resource sector. This is why our government is seized with protecting Canada's forests and the men and women and communities that depend upon them. Through the Canadian Forest Service, we have some of our country's brightest minds developing innovative solutions for these infestations, including the one devastating Western Canada's pine forests. Together, I believe we will meet this challenge. Thank you, Mr. Speaker.
The honourable member for Peace River Westlock.
Thank you, Mr. Speaker. And Mr. Speaker, I'm pleased to rise today to address a question that I asked on October 17, 2017. In that question, I was asking for the government to support Alberta, not Alabama. Now, Mr. Speaker, things in Alberta are quite dire. Our economy is growing at one of the lowest rates in the country. The oil patch is under significant distress. The logging industry, as we've just heard, the logging industry has significant challenges from all angles, especially when it comes to accessing wood fiber. And our farmers are increasingly struggling to get their crops off in time due to either a really wet year or a really dry year, depending on which part of the province you are in. And so we were looking to the federal government for support for Alberta, particularly, and support for Canada overall. Now, Mr. Speaker, my question was about Bombardier and the millions of dollars that had been given to Bombardier to prop them up. This was due to the fact that the Liberals had promised not to expand the airport in Toronto, I understand, which then therefore didn't allow for a sale of the C-Series jet to a particular airplane company, which therefore made that C-Series jet unprofitable. And so therefore, to allow for that promise to be kept, they had to pay off the Bombardier company. That, in turn, led to major trade barriers or a large tariff being placed on the C-Series jet, which was to the detriment of Canada overall. And going forward, now what we're looking at is, in order for the C-Series jet to be sold in the United States, it has to be produced in the United States. So Airbus has come along and taken a share in Bombardier, which is now leading to Bombardier being built in Alabama. And so my question was, why are we supporting Alabama and why are we not supporting Alberta? That was the main gist of it. We know that the tax dollars have been put into Bombardier, which are now going to be, the planes are now going to be built in Alabama. All of this said, it's fine if they're going to build these airplanes in Alabama. Will the Canadian taxpayer be reimbursed for all the money that we put into Bombardier? That is really what the essence of the question is. Now, when it comes to support for Alberta, we've seen some major pipeline projects get canceled. We've seen major pipeline projects be disapproved after they had been approved. And we've seen major pipelines that have been approved that doesn't look like there's major help, or that doesn't look like it's actually going to be built, or there's still significant hurdles to get behind it. And there doesn't seem to be any support from the government here in Ottawa to get these projects built. And so my question, Mr. Speaker, is to the government: will they support Alberta, and will they work hard to get the taxpayers' dollars that have been spent on Bombardier? Will they work hard to bring that back and bring that so that they will be able to use those tax dollars to support hardworking Albertans who are under duress at this point, hardworking Albertans who are in the oil patch, hardworking Albertans who work in the forestry sector, and hardworking Albertans that work in the farming sector. We know and we support the aerospace industry. We are just purely looking for that similar support for the industries that make Alberta thrive. Thank you, Mr. Speaker.
The Honourable Parliamentary Secretary to the Minister of Justice.
Merci, Monsieur le Président. Je vais commencer.
Thank you, Mr. Speaker. I'll begin by thanking my colleague. And absolutely, this government believes that there is opportunity and there are jobs in Alberta. We have approved 3 pipelines in Alberta, and it's a very positive development for the province. I'm pleased to respond to the colleagues made by my colleague from Peace River Westlock by announcing a strategic partnership between Bombardier and Airbus. Mr. Speaker, Canada is one of the major manufacturing companies in the aerospace sector. It contributes over $28 billion to our GDP and employs over 20,000 people throughout the country.
Bombardier is responsible for approximately 1/3 of Canadian aerospace manufacturing GDP, and since 2012 has been Canada's top manufacturing R&D spender. Mr. Speaker, this partnership proposed by Bombardier with Airbus combines innovation with increased market access for a state-of-the-art Canadian plane that's world-class. On the surface of this, we think this is a very positive step. Airbus and Bombardier's proposed partnership presents an opportunity to increase the ability for C-Series to access markets, meaning more production and more jobs right here in Canada, including in Alberta. Mr. Speaker, I can say further to the honourable member for Peace River Westlock that any potential investment requires review by the Minister of ISED under the Investment Canada Act to ensure it is of overall economic benefit to Canada and the approval of competition authorities. Our government has been clear from the beginning that any strategic partnership between Bombardier and Airbus would be expected to bring measurable benefits to Canada and strengthen ties between the Canadian and European aerospace industries. In reviewing the proposed strategic partnership under the Investment Canada Act, the Minister will consider the following factors, among others: the effect on the level of economic activity in Canada, including the utilization of parts and services produced in Canada, the degree and significance and participation by Canadians in the Canadian business, the effect of the investment on productivity, industrial efficiency, technological development, product innovation, and product variety in Canada, the effect of the investment on competition with any industry in Canada, the compatibility of the investment with national industry, economic and cultural policies, and finally, the contribution of the investment to Canada's ability to compete in world markets. Mr. Speaker, it is through these specific factors that the government will ensure that the proposed strategic partnership between Airbus and Bombardier brings concrete, measurable benefits to Canada and to Canadians. Mr. Speaker, Bombardier is and will remain an anchor firm in the aerospace sector for Canada moving forward, and we will continue to seek to grow and promote Canada's world-class supply chain in the global industry. Merci, Monsieur le Président.
The honourable member for Peace River Westlock.
Well, thank you, Mr. Speaker, and I thank the honourable member for his impassioned speech about the defence and the protection of the aerospace industry. What we are asking for is the same kind of enthusiasm for the protection and the proponents of the industries in Alberta. And the other thing, Mr. Speaker, the main thrust of my question was, will the taxpayer be repaid their portion that they put into the Bombardier deal? This now, Bombardier, the C-Series jet, is now owned by foreign entities. That is what this deal is all about. Foreign entities being when the government gave the money to Bombardier, it was to prop up jobs here in Canada. Why would we now be allowing Bombardier to be sold off to foreign companies so that Canadian taxpayers' money can be supporting of companies not in Canada? We've seen similar things with this infrastructure bank in there. Will the taxpayer be repaid? Thank you, Mr. Speaker.
Honourable Parliament Secretary.
Speaker, let me be absolutely clear. Under the C-Series program, the obligation for repayment remains unchanged. And so what we can count on is Bombardier continuing to be an important contributor to the aerospace sector. This new partnership, which it is exploring with Airbus, will create jobs here on Canadian soil. This will benefit the community of my honourable colleagues riding. It will benefit all Canadians, Mr. Speaker. I'm proud of all of the work that the Minister and his entire team is doing on this file. Thank you very much.
Order. The motion to adjourn the House is now deemed to have been adopted. Accordingly, this House stands adjourned until Monday, November 20th, 2017 at 11 a.m., pursuant to an order made on Tuesday, November 7th, 2017.